go. So good for poker. Let's go.
That river's all me.
You gotta believe it. I follow my dreams under the rubber sky. Crossing the ways to paradise. I didn't refuse. I'm not here to lose. Nothing can tie me down this time.
I'm fine. Still here, Ma.
Okay.
When I'm chasing the beats, I feel the blood in my veins. I'm alive and strong. The tides can turn. You gotta believe it.
Remember, Jack.
Life's still good, right?
Oh, you're so dead on that exit.
Little by little.
You gotta believe it.
There we go. There we go.
You gotta believe it.
Put it all.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Ionita coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Ionita has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Barcelona 2025. We are getting toward the business end. The Sagrada Familia won't be finished in 2 days, but this tournament will. Live from Casino Barcelona, our third ever largest main event. 2,045 players total entries in this event. 29 currently remain. Joe Stapleton in the booth with Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
And PokerStars team pro Jason Kuhn.
Hola.
Today is our first day of split coverage. That's right. Get bored by day 5 of a main event? Okay, sure. Go on and check out the Spin and Go VIP spin-off. The Spin and Go Championships are happening tomorrow and the day after. Today, we'll be spinning off some extra seats for VIPs. We'll be broadcasting today, tomorrow, and the next day. The best way to get in touch with us is to use the chat on YouTube or on Twitch. You can try tweeting at me, but I'm probably just going to be rude back to you. Facebook, okay, Grandpa. Instagram, there's still some fun stuff happening there. Check us out on the gram. I did mention that there are 29 players left in this event. Here are the top 10 stacks. Yohan Rascar was a major player all day long yesterday on the feature table. Seemingly could not lose a pot. Is now the overall chip leader. Number 2 in chips, Sergio Carro. And we'll be hearing more from Sergio in just a few minutes. Tobias Leknes and Marc Foggin still in the top 10.
This Foggin guy.
This Foggin guy. We'll be seeing more from Mark in a moment as well. Total prize pool of around 10 million euros for this event. Current payouts for the next 2 spots, 34,800 euros. Then it goes up to 40K. We will not be hitting this 10th place money until tomorrow, but it's always worth mentioning 1.4 million euros will be going to the winner on Sunday. I said we'd be seeing Sergio Carro and Marc Foggin in a second. That Foggin guy, number 2 in chips on our feature table today. Sergio, interestingly enough, not only is deep in this, but also has a seat in the Spin and Go Championship.
Don't make him choose.
Don't make me sing and don't make me choose. Thomas Brzezinski was a big player at our feature table yesterday as well. Thomas Eychenne, hot player coming out of France. Everyone is already seated. I see blinds are out. People got the memo to wear white. That's going to be Sergio Carro. 106 big blinds. Number 2 in chips overall in this event. This is Marc Foggin. Number 2 at this table. Top 10 stack overall. Next to Mark, we've got Matthew McEwen out of the USA.
Matthew's a real player. I've played with him a few
I
times.
saw Jason nodding. I can only hope that one day they'll show me on camera and Jason will just go, yep. 32 big blinds for Matthew. To Matthew's left, we've got Tomasz Brzezinski out of Poland.
Thank you.
37 big blinds to start the day today. No one particularly short at this table. We got the lily white luxury levels here on the European Poker Tour. Artis Jimenez representing Spain. 29 big blinds. That is the shortest stack at this feature table.
Playing deep today.
Yeah, we sure are. This is Thomas Eychenne. 40 big blinds. Puts him fourth in chips at this table.
Played real great yesterday on the feature table.
I like the windswept hair.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, right? I've always wanted my hair to do that.
I should fall.
And
This guy's got his smelling salts out. He's getting
Oh,
ready.
yeah, look at that. PEDs. Kevin Houghton from the UK. 39 big blinds.
I guess I'm calling as well.
What if it's just Play-Doh in there? I love the smell of Play-Doh as a kid. That would inspire me. Julian Peneda. 2.26 million, 56 big blinds. Repping Colombia. Is that everybody? Did we get them all? I think we did. Reminder who you're listening to on this level. Me, Joe Stapleton, him, Griffin Benger.
Hello.
And perennial crusher, Jason Kuhn. Jason, I got to apologize, first of all. So we get a little update from like the team pro manager every day as like everyone's stats. And Jason finished second, I think, in the high roller for like 200 something thousand.
It was awesome. Yeah, it was in Omaha too. It was really fun.
And not one person was like, good job, Jason, congrats. Because we're just so used to seeing six-figure numbers next to his name. It wasn't until I saw it on Twitter, and I was like, was that in the daily update? Went back and looked. Sure enough, just everyone's like, yep, another day, another six-figure score for Jason Kuhn. So sorry for not noticing that right
It's a
away.
lonely journey out here.
I was going to, I mean, it
Someone's
must be.
got to do it, Jason.
You must be
Someone's gotta walk
kind of
that
proud, but also kind of like,
road.
huh, well, it's like everyone forgets your birthday. It's just like- all right, here we go. Cards in the air.
First couple hands of these things, like day 4 or 5, people really got to break the ice. It's like tension. Everybody's a little nervous. Then 1 or 2 hands go down, and people get back to their ways.
I'm glad to hear that there's still some human emotion that happens, some settling in.
Oh, totally. Especially 4 or 5, you really start to feel attachment to these things.
Peneda, ace-9 of diamonds. He's going to min raise to 80,000. Worth mentioning blinds, 20,000, 40,000, 40,000 big blind ante. Caro does not seem super attached to his chips. He's in there with 7-6 of spades.
Not as good as the tablet, that, is it?
Speculative, but a lot of chips.
I kind of dig it.
Yeah, you know.
I kind of dig it. He's seeing
mix it up here.
3. Yeah, he's got the pile.
And Brzezinski in the big blind, queen 6 off. And we're going to go heads up. Suited connectors versus suited ace. And that is a pretty interesting flop. Trip aces for Peneda. Flush draw for Caro. Peneda checks.
Yeah, I imagine this is one of the few boards that he gets to put in a lot of money on the flop against the guy that calls him for the obvious reasons. A bunch of his bluffs are ace-X, and then he's the guy with ace-king and aces and kings. So I do think c-betting the board would have been kind of the norm.
Caro. Semi-bluffs with the spade draw. And does not get trip aces to fold.
Kind of
And
notable snap call, too, on the flop. Maybe we just didn't see it, but that looked really fast to me.
pretty quick, like the decision had already been made. We do now have a flush for Caro on the turn. And Caro is going to fire a second time. 380 out there now. And goes much bigger. 270.
That makes a lot of sense, right? He's not betting a king on the turn anymore, so he's kind of saying, I have a really big hand or I'm bluffing. And I think his bluffs are pretty natural, too. Like a hand like pocket fives with a spade would be a really good hand to just bet and try to get something like queens to fold.
Peneda does not fill up on the river. Caro with the best of it, and it's checked him again. How much value are you going for here, Jason?
Well, I think if you get really high card runouts with your spades, like say it's the jack of spades and then an offsuit 10 or something, your hand really is in a dicey spot. But in this spot, you're really only losing to ace king or pocket kings or ace 8. Maybe an ace 3 suited combo. So I think you can feel a lot better that you just kind of have an incredibly strong hand here. And for that reason, you want to bet big. But these tournaments, once you're deep, it doesn't play the same way as a cash game. Like picking up chips is less valuable than losing chips hurts. So you don't play the gigantic bets as often as you see in like a cash game. So just like a medium big size bet, I think is the idea here. So something like, you know, 700K would be a big bet in a tournament in this spot compared to like this bet that he's making is more of a kind of a tournament or more of a cash game size bet. You're just risking a lot, and you can see he snap folded trips.
Yeah.
Which is kind of another reason why I think you're going to want to settle into smaller sizes. It allows you to bluff sometimes. Bluffs just get very expensive, and when you're the chip leader, you don't want to give that chip lead up. You know, so running these big raging bluffs, even though there's a lot of pressure on your opponents, it gets really, really expensive. And one other thing I would say that I'm sure everybody's aware of is with 29 people left, the jumps are relatively small until you get to the final table. So it's not like he can even put that much pressure on people. You know, they're looking at it like a 10K jump compared to if they were to final table. It'd be a multiple $100,000 jump.
The next jump right now I think is like 5K.
There you go. Yeah. So I think it's a little different. These big field tournaments kind of play like really tight on the bubble to make a min cash. And then once you get in the money, it's kind of almost back to playing loosey-goosey until you get to the final table and then they tighten up again. So yeah, for all of those reasons, I think I would have just, with my bluffs and my value, I would have chosen a smaller size there. But I see what he was up to.
I mean, you do feel pretty strongly you're up against an ace there a lot of the time, right? And you just are licking your chops.
Yeah.
Who can fold an ace here? Turns out.
And he can fold an ace in about a half a second. So that tells you something was, you know, maybe not going the way he wanted it to there.
Got another suited ace this time for Thomas Eychenne. And it's folded around to Jimenez in the big blind, who folds Jack 4. Under the gun steal.
Yeah, pretty one to do it with.
Jason, are you playing the 10K today, or are you? No,
I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna rest. Had my fill of poker. I played 4 tournaments.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that was possible for
it is very possible for me. Yeah, if I don't, you know, if I play 5, 6, 7 days in a row, I need a breather.
Nice.
I just need to get some sunlight and move around. And
what's your version of moving around in Barcelona?
Well, it's amazing. Yeah, you can walk endlessly, which I love.
Yeah.
And there's the gym up the street's a nice little safe haven for me. I go there every day. I like watching Europeans train. They train a lot differently than Americans. Oh, yeah. There's so much more spice to their training there, and they're bouncing around.
You got to have spice to lift a kilo, you know what I mean? It's a totally different system.
Yeah, dude, And the spatial, I'm not used to the spatial norms.
Tight, right?
Oh, there's dudes like, I'm up there with a squatting, and there's a guy like on my back sweating.
Yeah. Yeah, we're very spoiled when it comes to space in the States.
Yeah.
The number of times I've heard hotel gyms in Europe described as a nice gym, and I'm like, this is a closet, dude. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen the gym. You know what I mean? I've
Yeah,
walked
when you're
past
walking
them.
by them, yeah, of course.
Action's folded around to the blinds. Jimenez, king 6 in the small.
I think he could go either way here, limp or raise. These offsuit kings, especially the lower kickers, generally they limp and showdown kind of well, but they don't play big pots well. So generally, kind of want to be controlling the size of the pot. And here, I think calling is the default. I think he could also do something else this late in the tournament with Jack Deuce.
Well, that is a favorable flop to Jimenez. Top 2 pair. Not much going on for Eychenne other than a spade.
If Jimenez bets small enough here, Jason, do we ever see some floats with this combo?
Yeah, I think you have, even against this size, you have a pretty
Yeah.
mandatory flop call.
Oh, thank goodness Jason Kuhn's in the booth today, because I'm finally getting retweeted by the PokerStars accounts.
And I think even though we see Jimenez's hand and we say, wow, what a good flop, I think that this isn't necessarily the best flop for his range. I think the in-position guy calls a bunch of king high, and he calls a bunch of connected hands that wrap around that 6 and 5. So the in-position player makes a lot of pairs and a lot of top pair. Mm-hmm. And, you know, this is... I think a pretty standard continue by the big blind so far, and he's almost certainly going to be calling again here.
Yeah, quite a bad turn card for the Frenchman.
Jimenez, by the way, betting $250,000 here. This is his first ever EPT main event cash, but did win the Estrellas UKIPT Malaga event in 2024 for 145,000 euros. So
he knows what it's like to win.
He knows what it's like to win, although he is going to beat that score for winning that event if he makes it to like 9th place or better here. Eychenne makes the call. This pot's getting pretty big.
Yeah, that's how these blind versus blind scenarios go. Oh my gosh.
Jeepers.
Gross as it gets. So now in this spot, even though Jimenez has a good hand, he certainly should be checking. He just blocks all the hands that are going to call him. He wants a 6 to hero call him at this spot. So now it makes it a lot more likely that the big blind just missed a draw. You know, backdoor clubs, 8-7, 7-4 suited, something like that. So checking here is definitely the standard play. Whereas if you had a king with a playable kicker, it would be much more tempting to bet. And even if you had a hand as strong as, you know, king 10, I'd be pretty tempted to just put most of my stack in. It's so rare that you run into a jack here, and he just happened to, and I think he has to snap the money. I don't even, unless he has some really strong read on the big blind, I think that you just must call the river. This hand in a lot of ways is a better hand to call with than a much stronger king even. Or maybe not because it chops with value, but the guy's never going to bluff a 6 for 2 pair, right? So say he called with 6-7 suited. He's just going to try to show down and win now. Or if he called with queen 6 suited. And you also, having a king in your hand is obviously a huge hand because he could just be value betting a king. So this is just a mandatory call. And if he finds a fold, it'd be miraculous. I would have already called.
Jimenez all in for his tournament life. Would be all in and losing his tournament life should he make this call.
Yeah, so just to rant on that a little bit, like even though king 8 is a better hand because king 8's kicker plays, say if the other guy were to just have a king 8 is a significantly worse hand than king 6 here because king 8 matches his bluffs. A hand like 8-7 that would bluff.
Nine
his
native
bluffs.
clubs.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. So
okay.
it matches his bluffs. Whereas 6 and a king, neither one of those match any of his bluffs, so it makes it a really good hand to call the river with.
Jimenez immediately put out time bank cards, knew he was going to be thinking about this for a moment.
Yeah, and Big Blind's just sitting there going, how did I just walk into trips? What a dream come true. It's like impossible. Yeah.
Jimenez makes the call, and that will be him done. Eychenne recognizing what a cooler this is for Jimenez. Out in 29th place, 34,800 euros. We are now on a pay jump with 28 players left.
Not a bad one halfway there.
And what a start to the day for Thomas Eychenne.
Some days you're just meant to go to breakfast, you know.
El Tribute, that was the name of the restaurant where we had the welcome drinks earlier this week.
Oh, I thought it was the name of the greatest
Song in the world. It doesn't sound anything like this song.
Lots of float to it.
El Tribute.
Wow. Crystal ball mode activated for this Frenchman. Wow.
You full flop?
Of course. Basically, I had too high with a jack kicker. I had a better hand than him. I folded better than him. It's a true story. I knew.
Cute.
Amazing.
So already an elimination.
Backdoor flush, backdoor trips. Hey, Fogs. That's what he had.
Backdoor 2 pair.
People underestimate the backdoor trips draw.
Oh, sorry, backdoor 2 pair as well, yeah.
Vision.
I forgot. Yeah, I see. Yeah, your crystal ball vision. Magician.
It's great when people have a sense of humor like that at the table, but he's also giving a lot of information
Yeah,
away.
right.
If he's actually speaking authentically that he thinks about the game that way, you're immediately like, okay, this guy's going to overfold the flop.
Yeah.
I'm going to bluff him relentlessly on, you know.
I mean, yes.
And then if he calls twice, I'm going to give up the river because he's going to get to the river too strong. Just by saying like
don't
one
get giddy now,
sentence, you know,
Frenchman.
Wow.
you just put something together like
I
that.
will be quiet. Oh boy. Okay.
I'd like to assume that if I was sitting there, that
Lady
the
the
guy
bad, yeah?
to my right would already know I'm bad. So saying that really wouldn't give much more away.
I think he was probably always calling.
No, I was kidding. I mean, it's understandable. It's his tournament life.
Yeah.
But he knew he was calling.
Yeah, it was for the.
It's just painful decision.
Yeah. I think it was because we like one off of money jump.
Yeah,
That was why. He,
probably.
Heads up to this flop. Ace King versus Queen 8.
don't want me doing that to me, man.
7 high, 2 diamonds.
Check.
I mean, it's funny that now he's immediately in a hand, right? And
With some
Brzezinski-
back doors.
Yeah.
Then he backdoor trips about.
Let's see. Let's see the
Okay.
turn. Okay, there you go.
Check as
Diamond.
well again.
I think he should have
waves.
at least considered betting this hand. I think the 8 is,
My esteemed Polish colleague.
even though it's optimistic,
Black Panther.
I think the 8 is like a tempting card to bet because you can bluff, you know, 5s and
70%
certain kind of straight
time,
completing cards, and then the
100%
diamond's
smells
obviously very good
amazing.
as well. Just and check calling's kind of awkward,
How much? I call.
and now he's just going to lose to ace high a bunch of the time. Whereas if he would have just bet the turn, like sometimes he's going to get ace high no diamond to fold, or you know
Yeah, the
get
board
some
dealer.
rivers, and it's just going to go check check, and he's going to lose. Or is it?
Check to you.
Yep. I think the Houghton loss is going to happen regardless. There you go.
I have a flush missed.
Ace high does win.
Yeah, and you can see that value bet on the turn even with Ace King, maybe recognizing that this isn't the kind of player that would check raise a hand such as that. but would get a check call.
Completely agree.
Well, there are 28 players left in the field, and we have but 7 of them at this feature table. Let's see who else is worth noting. We got Jimmy Kebe here, former footballer. Big deal to have Jimmy in this event. Jimmy played on our feature table most of the day yesterday. Of course, Tobias Leknes goes by Senkel92 online.
13, is it W Coupe or Scoop
13
titles?
W Coupe titles, yep.
Wow.
This is Yohan Rascar, who I mentioned was chip leader all the live long day yesterday and still had that title on his way in today. Leo Worthington-Leese, player we've seen make some deep runs in both EPT mains and some of the smaller tours. Juan Vecino, bankroller online, also an accomplished coupe player. And Martin Nielsen, who Jason Kuhn seems to know relatively well, at least his play style, repping the Triton hoodie. I assume that's where you played with him the most.
Yeah, Martin will show up at Triton and play some high rollers. He mainly plays short deck, but I've seen him get in there and bounce around a little bit, no limit. He is not afraid.
And Mustafa Belkayete has nothing to be afraid of any longer, as he has been eliminated from this event. 34,800, which means this tournament has just laddered up. Everyone now guaranteed just over 40,000 euros.
27 players left, and the average stack is 227,222.
You got to play the numbers tonight.
A lot of 27s in there,
man. You got to play twos. Are you a patterns guy? Do you have any little feel superstitions?
No, but I do. For some reason, they'll grab me if I see them visually. I'm just like, whoa.
McEwen, Queen Jack offsuit from relatively early. And opening from the shortest stack at this table, Ace-10 of clubs.
Most likely will just be flat called here. It's just one of those hands that just plays really well in a single raise pot, and you wouldn't want to waste it. Whereas a hand that's even better, say Ace-Jack offsuit, you could 3-bet it because it plays worse in multi-way pots, and then if the guy shoves, you could fold. But this hand just plays really well. Like if the big blind were to call, you still can just overflush somebody. A lot of good stuff happens.
Another Ace-10, this time for Caro.
Now this one's pretty tempting to raise.
320.
Yeah, I think this is a really good play. Kind of for the same reasons. It has okay card removal effects. It has okay equity if somebody were to call you, say with a hand like 8s or 9s, you know, you're still kind of in there doing it, or king-queen suited. And you're going to make better hands fold. Like if somebody were to open Ace-Jack offsuit, you're going to get them out of the way. Or a pocket pair, a lot of them are just going to fold. Even in this situation, this is a very, very dicey spot for him against the chip leader. And I think it could go either way.
Eychenne is second in chips right now, so these are the top 2 stacks at the table.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see a call here. He was really fighting for pots yesterday.
Yeah, I'm into it. We'll just there's going to be a lot of boards where Caro just gets to make the chop fold.
8 for Trey, 1 club.
So it may not look that important, but having heart spade in your hand is actually really, really good, because you see Eychenne called Ace-10 of clubs, which does have a backdoor flush draw, but if he called that, he would also call Ace-10 of hearts, he would call Ace-10 of spades, he would call, say, a hand like King-10 of hearts, Ace-Jack of hearts. Those are all hands that have backdoor flush draws that are going to call the flop. So having an offsuit hand that unblocks 2 of the 3 backdoor flush draws that are on the flop is a much better hand than one that would only block 1. So I think this is just a good C-bet, and there you go. Boom.
Well played by Caro. Continues adding to that chip lead at 129 big blinds now. So Caro, as I mentioned, has a seat in the Spin and Go Championship. Now, it technically kind of has started today. The real championship is tomorrow and the day after. 81 players, three-handed poker, just like a Spin and Go. 275,000 euros added by PokerStars. You will be able to watch that if you like. You're allowed to have multiple streams on YouTube. So if you're watching YouTube now, 3:30 today, we're having a little kickoff, a spin-off for VIPs. There's a couple of empty seats of those 81 players tomorrow. And we're going to allow some VIPs to duke it out today to see who is going to get those seats. So if you're, look, sometimes things do get a little slow on day 5 of a main event, People are just trying to get through. There's a lot of grinding going on, maybe not always the most lively because people are really locked in. So you want to tune in to Spin and Go live for a couple of minutes, give it a shot. That starts in about 2.5 hours.
I'd be wearing that now, Preston, yeah.
I think this is quite a loose open. This is something you would open in a cash game, but I think this deep in the tournament, these aren't the cards that you necessarily want to be opening into average stacks of even 30, 35 big blinds in the hijack. I think it's close. Like, I would open 4s.
Nice, though. Nice, hoodie.
Marc Foggin with a certainly
you gotta snag it.
defendable hand in the big blind, 9-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
Kevlar asked, wait, Spin and Go, 3 people play against each other, fast play, heads up pretty much? Yeah, that's the one. Ace, 5, deuce, 2 spades. Not the worst flop in the world for pocket 3s.
Nope, this hand is over.
Foggin checks. Now, I'm being told if you are too lazy to switch back and forth channels, that on the breaks from this event, we're going to pipe in whatever's going on in the Spin and Go. So you'll get to see some either way. C-bet of 50,000 from Eychenne, not called by Foggin. You guys ever played against each other, Jason, Griffin?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, man. We're OGs.
Yeah.
We used to play online all the time.
Really?
I mean, well, it's hard not to play against him online. You have 30 tables up. I had to be in one of them.
Once upon a time.
What was your handle online, Jason?
I was Nova Sky on Full Tilt, and I was my 8th grade AOL Instant Messenger screen name on PokerStars.
That's
which
very
was just
long.
my first 3.
Oh.
Yeah. It was just J. Kuhn 1985 was my...
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nova Sky was a cool name.
It's my nephew's first and middle name. I made it the day he was born. He's now.
I was going to say
he's now
your nephew
19
must be an
years
adult
old.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay, this is one we can't open.
Yes. There's some people you can just watch for about 45 seconds and you're like, this guy is a player, and Eychenne's one of those to me. Like, he just kind of feels like he's got a lot of game. Maybe it's the hair.
I mean, I think what he said after that hand as well, like he just called it the exact same way you did.
And that's another thing that you should be careful of in a main event. That's a great point, is like, other people may have not understood that was an automatic call. I think most people wouldn't. And
I wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And to say that, you're immediately like, whoa, this guy knows something I don't.
Once he said exactly what you said, I was like, oh, wow, okay. Like,
exactly.
he knows what's going on here.
Yeah, and the younger generation, and I think, like, once you get to really, really high stakes where a lot of the times everybody's known everybody for 10 years, somebody's going to lose a lot of money here. Like, kind of that stigma of strategy talk at the table goes away sometimes when everybody knows everybody. But in a situation like this, I do think that the younger generation isn't quite as paranoid as they should be about. I think you shouldn't open your mouth to how much you know or how little you know in situations like this. I think it does a lot of bad things for you.
Yeah.
Kills your action, scares people, whatever it is.
Became very clear he knew a lot once he said that was an auto call.
Did he just bet 400,000 and 260?
He bet big there, yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, you just know your opponent has king jack here.
Yeah, with a heart. I mean,
That's very strange.
yeah,
right?
this is a
misclick.
no. I think that like his idea is kind of like that the big blind doesn't make two pair very often, but
It was a button call here.
oh, okay. So that's definitely not I don't think a play. I think the button can definitely have pocket fours or pocket twos here, having that massive chip lead. I think he'd be happy to call you with those pocket pairs,
Yeah.
and I think he has big weight in ace jack as well. So
What the hell? Another board changing jack.
yeah, and I think for Eychenne, his queen of hearts might save him here. After he bets 400,000 on the flop, if the guy's not continuing a made hand, it's going to be a big flush draw usually. King, queen of hearts, ace, queen of hearts, queen, 10 of hearts. Blocking all of those is taking a big chunk of his weak hands out now, and I think it's probably going to go check 25%, and then he's going to have to call one and just hope that the guy's trying to show down pocket tens, but I think that he's not going to call two bets unless a heart comes in.
Live by the trip jacks, die by the trip jacks.
Yeah, there is something very defining about that sort of irregular overbet, though. You know, you don't really expect a lot of calls from sixes. They might just say, okay, if you want this that badly, they would just fold. So it kind of, I feel like it defines this hand as, you know, a jack or hearts, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And you can kind of eliminate most of the pairs, I would say. Maybe not tens, but...
Yeah, and just for this stage of the tournament, I think a lot too much money's going in everywhere here. I think the flop set C bet was too big. I think the turn bet's too big because you just want Eychenne, if he was bluffing, to have a hand like king of hearts queen or ace five or something that you're going to be able to make fold with a very, very small bet. And when you're bombing it in like this again, you're once again kind of, like I said, especially with tournament pressures, you're just not really targeting anything except pocket queens, kings, aces, stuff like that. I think Eychenne's going to fold the river.
We've got 2.4 million in the middle, which is
huge pot,
which is equal to the second biggest stack at this table.
And I will say something to probably Caro's poker aptitude here is whenever he saw 400K and then the turn pairs a jack, he's like, cool, I'm going to stack pocket queens now.
Absolutely.
You know, he might have just said this guy's not bluffing anything here, and I'm just going to bomb it because he's not going to fold, which is probably just really smart.
All in.
Caro shoves, putting Eychenne all in for his last 1.5 million.
I think we could suggest that another bluff combo could be something like ace five of clubs. But does that always just flat pre-flop? Does it call so quickly on the flop facing an overbet? Just feels like a jack or hearts, but man.
It's just one of those situations where their ranges are both so tiny at this point because 150% pot or 200% pot went in on the flop, then 70% pot went on the turn, that they're both like, okay, we each have like this many hands.
Yeah. I love this comment from Micro Stakes, who says this is the greatest 2007 hand of 2025.
Yeah, this is definitely I think he's just going to fold. I mean,
I think so too. Yep, does let it go.
I'd run out this time with the jack two.
Nice bluff to show. Nice
to be
bluff to
fair, as insane as it sounds, I think he could have folded to 700K on the turn because he's now no longer, Caro's no longer protection betting a hand like pocket tens, like we were saying. If he's betting 700K, he's saying I have a jack or better.
Right.
And generally, if he's called the flop for 400,000, other than ace five suited with a backdoor, like,
it's just a jack. It's just a jack, like so often, yeah.
Well, we spoke to Sergio earlier. Let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, I feel excited. It's a dream to be here in the first day. So with a lot of chips, it's very interesting spot.
And we've heard that you've also qualified for the Spin and Go tournament tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if you were to make it to tomorrow, would you play in both, or what would be your plan?
Actually, I don't know. I was talking with the guys, and they put me in the last moment of the tournament. So if I still alive, I think that I will not play the other tournament. But I prefer to that happen.
A good problem to have, as we say. Peneda has opened to 80,000.
Have you ever had to do any live multi-tabling, Jason?
No. I've done like played on an iPad while I was playing live poker too, and then accidentally thought my hand on the iPad was my hand in real life. I've done that before. That actually happened at PokerStars Bahamas. I legit, like 10 years ago, was in a 3-bet pot where I was thrilled with pocket queens, like in the main event, and I was all in on the river, and I looked down and I had like 8-4 suited or something, and I was like, oh my God. And the guy folded, and I was like,
God.
It was crazy. I looked at my phone. I was like, oh yeah, I have queens on my phone.
It was a tip-off when the queen of clubs was both on the board and in your hand.
Yeah. It was crazy.
More connection here.
Yeah, and once again, this is like a lot of these boards, the out-of-position player is going to check, but I think this is really one of the boards where Peneda could have considered a C-bet. Just these king-high boards are going to be good for him, especially from the hijack, because a lot of his bluffs have a king in them. They're either like king-10 off, king-jack off, or some ace-high stuff. So I think he could have considered a C-bet here, and obviously he's in dire straits against the king-queen suited. And he's not going anywhere yet.
And a lot of second best hands so far for Peneda. First that ace-9, flopping trips, getting outdrawn by that flush, and now basically drawing dead.
Yeah, the one thing I would say he has going for him here is the ace is actually a little bit bad. I do think that Foggin could consider bluffing some suited ace-x type hands. If he's playing at a really high level, he could just be barreling, you know, an ace-3 suited type hand as a bluff to just try to get him off of better ace-high or pocket sixes or whatever.
Mm-hmm. 240.
$240,000 the bet from Marc Peneda. Calling with the pair of eights. Drawing dead.
Yeah. I think that you have a mandatory get to the river here, though. Like, in a lot of ways, ace-8 is actually a better hand to call the turn with in pocket 9s or pocket 10s. Foggin wouldn't be value betting 9s or 10s here, and he would be value betting, obviously, 8s full. He would be... So, and he could be bluffing with a 9 or 10 in his hand, call it like a jack-9 suited, 10-9 suited, jack-10 suited, these types of hands. So, once again, this is kind of a mirage where your hand strength isn't as strong as like a lot of those other hands, but this hand is a better card removal bluff catcher. Now, once you get to the river, it's just pretty freaking scary, and I think it could go either way.
Well, it's up to Marc Foggin to decide the size of this river bet. I like a check back for deception here, but that's not really very GTO.
$775 or something?
So that's a pretty good guess.
$875?
7, I think you were right the first time.
So he potted it and got a snap fold.
Yeah, Peneda acting quickly and correctly so far.
Yeah, he's trusting himself.
Right?
Yeah. And like both of his continues, I would have as well. And, you know, the one hand he had an ace where he could have just filled up. And here he just snap folds like a pretty good bluff catcher, and it's just automatic. He might just be in the pocket.
Yeah, Peneda not running super hot, playing well, but has dropped down the leaderboard slightly. Is on 34 big blinds now, more or less tied with Kevin Houghton. And it's Matthew McEwen, still the shortest stack, but again, not that short. 27 big blinds.
Matthew's going to spin it. I got the vibe here. He's got the hoodie on. He's going to spin it up.
This is Kevin Houghton. Not going to play. Peneda also out. Caro folds. This Foggin guy, ace 5. It says no.
A little tight.
Yeah, a bit snug.
Yohan folds queen 4. Queen 6 hearts for Tomasz.
These guys both have around the exact same chip stack. 35 BB. Yeah. 6-4 definitely could have raised. Checking's fine too.
Another paired board, 10-10 deuce. Brzezinski checks.
Could go either way here. Diamond's appealing. The 4 and the 6 can turn some straight draws. That being said, they go totally fine if you could go check, and they can bluff turns as well. So I think it's either one.
It does go check. Turn is an ace. Brzezinski checks again. And the river comes for free, hitting Brzezinski. And Brzezinski checks, doesn't get a bite out of Eychenne, and is going to win this 4 big blind pot. So sometimes hands go like that on day 5 too, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that there were some things where stuff could have gone differently from both sides there, but, you know, this is really splitting hairs. Doesn't matter. I would have probably bet the queen myself on the river. I would have bet the 6 of diamonds 4 on the flop some, on the turn some.
And that's why you're impossible to play against.
Well, not saying I would be right. That's just how I would have done it.
Is there anybody on your scene that you feel like has your number that you're like, oh, this guy again?
I mean, all those guys have my number from time to time. We all have each other's number, you know?
Yeah, is it pretty even?
Yeah, people are so good, man. It's tough. I think the main person you can't let have your numbers yourself. That's the problem. It's easy to lose your mind in this game.
I bet.
Yeah.
Marc Foggin, ace king. Alessandro says, really love Jason's high-level analysis. He says things I would never have thought of. I'm learning a lot. Dana wants you to know that the week she started playing poker, you are on the cover of the magazine in the poker room.
Cool.
Her first ever week.
Hell of a week.
And that's going to be a raise and take it for Marc Foggin. Dana also wanted to know where you come in on the is poker a sport?
I don't know. I don't think it can really be classified. I guess you could put it in that mind sport category. It's obviously very mentally and physically taxing, but I don't think it's a sport. I think it's more the best game in the world. I'll call it that.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
It's hard to call something a sport that has no real physical barrier to entry, right?
Yeah, and like 90% of us have tech neck and our back hurts from sitting in chairs all day. I don't know.
And my fingernails get filthy.
Yeah.
Caro doesn't get cocky with a 7-5 suited under the gun.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Foggin's made some tight folds, but I don't think he's going to fold this one.
Yeah, a little nice run of cards here for Marc Foggin. Worked his way up over 70 bigs. Not going to get any action from King Deuce.
Ooh, might like his hand, huh? Just by the face?
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's got Foggin pipped. And does come in for a re-raise.
Hey, good on him. Good on him. Yeah, it's a good play. It's the exact kind of hand you want to be raising and folding when the guy jams, and he's going to get this one through.
Nice pickup pre-flop for Kevin Houghton.
Yeah.
With the best hand.
Everyone pretty much bunched up. We've got the top 2 players of this table, Caro and Foggin, and then Brzezinski, Houghton, Eychenne, Peneda, McEwen, all pretty close to each other.
We had Andy Carroll off you when he was a kid. Right at the beginning of his career, he was so bad for us. And then he went back to you, and 2 months later, 35 million to Liverpool.
Yeah.
He was shit with us. We had Liam Delap last year.
I really got to watch more football. I feel so left out over here.
Yeah.
Everybody starts on all these chats, and I'm like, man, I really wish I knew more about sports.
I tend to not really care, and then they mention how much money these guys make. I'm like, it's a little island. What the hell are you guys talking about?
League 2, is it? In France?
They're just so passionate about it in their culture that I want to learn about it.
Because he was paying to play himself, wasn't he, in France, bless him.
Bordeaux.
Yeah.
Tomas with ace-10.
Done well. Not Gateshead, is he now? South Shields.
I went to El Clasico one year when I was here, Barcelona versus Real Madrid. I went with Timex. I went with Mike McDonald and a couple of my buddies, and I remember the guy in front of us shushed us for talking too much
At a game.
Yes, at a game. And the other thing that happened is we noticed that like no one was really drinking beer.
Chelsea,
Like
it was a massive flop at Chelsea, and they bought Carroll and Suarez, and had change on the last day, transfer deadline day.
everybody's drinking Coca-Cola. And just a few people had beers, and we're like, well, we're drinking beer.
Yeah.
And I had like 7, 8, 9 beers. I think I'm an alcoholic because I feel nothing from this. Non-alcoholic beer is all they sell there.
Yeah,
I didn't realize this till like 13 beers deep, and I'm so full, and I feel nothing.
Wow.
I feel like a complete idiot. It's like 4,000 calories for no reason.
Do they still not sell alcohol in the...
I don't know. I haven't been in years, obviously.
Yeah. General consensus in the club.
Very surprising.
Don't want him now.
There apparently was a really great moment the other day in one of the high rollers where Nick Petrangelo, who says very little at times at a poker table, like he's one of the funniest people you'll ever meet, but he says like you can go 2 hours, he won't say a word sometimes. And John Noel stacks him Nick's aces to John Noel's queen 10 on a 10 high board. He turns a queen, and Nick has like crumbs left. He has like 3 big blinds left, and he moves all in. And somebody asks Nick a question. Nick starts answering the question. And John Noel looks at Nick and he goes, shh, you talk too much. Like right after he stacked him. Told him to hush.
Legend Jean Noel throw.
So good.
Hey, we're going 3 ways to a flop. Peneda, Caro, and this fucking guy. Queen, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. That misses everybody. 6 is still best.
I think I would have just leaned towards putting Peneda all in before the flop in some way, like 3-betting him for a big size here. Just 6s against a button open where the guy has under 30 big blinds. I think I just want to kind of put him to the test and not let him sneak some stuff through like an ace deuce.
Well, that is a heck of a turn card for Jack 4 of spades.
Yeah, it is. It's a good card for his hand. It's a really bad card for his range.
Sure.
So I think it's one of those situations where he's doing a really good job here of not just getting in front of himself with a combo draw. I think that is great awareness where he could have snuck in a check raise on the turn, which would have been a really cool play and a thoughtful play.
As it stands, Caro will win at showdown.
I'd be pretty tempted to bluff now with the Jack 4 of spades for a couple of reasons.
1, because you want the chips. What are the others?
Well, if you have 2 spades in your hand, it actually, like, your opponents most likely would have put in money with big flush draws themselves or pairs and flush draws and lots of things. So in the 4 of spades, it's like not the best card removal, but you actually have like, you make it a lot more likely Peneda has like something like 7s or 8s on the button that he's just going to fold, or the small blind has 6s. And yeah, just for those reasons, I think it's a really good idea to try to stab. And I think this is a cool bet because he's allowing himself to bet a king for this size. He might get looked up by Caro just because it's such a good price, but I think it's it's 225. Now this is I really dig this. But just the fact that he stabbed at it, I think is good awareness, and I think he played this hand beautifully. I think most people just reach out and bet the turn because they're like, I have a gut shot and a flush draw. Let's try to make these guys fold. It's going to work.
And nice play from Marc Foggin.
I think that was a really nuanced, cool play. And, yeah, it shows he knows what's going on.
Yeah, and even with a little bit bigger sizing than you initially thought, I mean, he can still do that with the king as well, right?
And he can definitely do it with the queen. He can do it with the queen, which he's allowed to have a lot of, you know. I think you can bet either size for those reasons. And I just think it's, yeah, he crushed that hand. There's a lot of these little hands that they don't really seem important, but if you pay attention, you can see people are really thinking hard about the way the game works and not just looking at their hand and going crazy.
Just over halfway through this level. The goal today is to play a full 5 levels. If we somehow got down to a table left, I assume we would quit, but that seems unlikely.
I think that's the correct fold there. The 6s under the gun at this stage of the tournament.
And Eychenne gets to open a little loose here, queen 10.
Well, yeah, chooses to. I mean, this is pretty loose, but again, Eychenne plays with a lot of confidence. Maybe a pip low.
I think he's going to face a 3-bet here, most likely. I think Peneda could also just fold. I think either one's fine. The 10, actually, believe it or not, it's like, in some ways, you would rather just have like a smaller suited ace, right? Because if Eychenne's opening a hand like king 10 off or jack 10 off or queen 10 off like he has, he's going to snap fold those. So the 10's kind of a mucky kicker there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're not really going to be flat called very often either.
So later tonight, we're going to debut the trailer for the next run of Big Game on Tour TV shows. It is a new lineup making their debut on PokerStars YouTube channel Sunday, September 28th. Now, we got the loose cannon. That's Luke Moy, a barman from London. But guess who he's taking on? Lex Feldhaus, Alan Keating, Wolfgang Poker, comedian Morgan J, and Jason Kuhn.
Holla at your boy.
This is a bigger game than last season of Big Game on Tour. Back to 200, 400, minimum buy-in of 100K. Now, obviously, we're not going to do spoilers, but do you remember much of that day?
Yeah, I remember all of it. It was a ton of fun, and some wild hands in there.
There's a moment, I want to say it's in episode 3, where you and Chance
for some reason,
both needle Lex super hard about something, like very subtly, but like pinpoint. I don't know if you remember, you go like, are you going to say it? And Chance is like, I don't know, I wasn't going to say it. And the two of you are having the exact same thought about, I'll just say this, about Lex not getting max value on a hand.
It's funny because I'm definitely not a needler usually, so it's funny. I must have really been sneaking one in on it.
Yeah, well, when you said it, I wasn't even sure what you were talking about, and then Chance just immediately picks up on it, or it might have been Chance saying it, and then you saying it.
I would like to say I'm not confident. I can't recall this, but I bet Chance was needling him.
Maybe it was
Chance. Just drugged me into that mess.
Maybe, okay.
I'm not much of a needler, and Chance is a world-class needler, so.
Maybe Chance starts off by saying, are you going to say it? And then you go, well, I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah, okay. That sounds more like it.
And Lex, for once, takes it pretty well, actually. I can tell. Lex seems to have less tolerance for, like, American bravado than most people.
Yeah.
Like,
I get it.
Like, Lex takes losing very well, but sometimes, like the loud American player gets under Lex's skin a little bit.
Chance has got his own special sauce to get under your skin, too. He's like he just loves needling. I can definitely see it. He's like one of those nice guys, but he needles in a way where you're like, "Rrr."
He's cocky, right? He's a confident fella.
Mm-hmm.
He's sly, definitely.
Did you see that thing he posted about yesterday about how like trusting your gut is like, you know, it's because you can like travel through time, your consciousness, and then you're actually like reading the future.
He's trolling.
I don't know if he is or isn't. He seems like the kind of dude that...
It was an article he reposted. That was sort of like saying that, your gut instinct is actually you from the future.
It's like Bill and Ted, but...
Kind of, yeah. Or Interstellar, same thing.
But it was based on some sort of study, I think. That's what he was...
I mean, they got a study for everything.
I got to tell future me to stop telling me the wrong shit.
Oh,
well, everyone
way,
knows you have bad instincts, Jason. Let's just come here.
I should mention Chance Corner does play in the game, but he's replacing some. I won't say who, but he was an alternate.
Yeah.
I won't say who went broke. Clearly, it wasn't Jason or Lex.
Yeah. Yeah. It was me he could have got max value from, which wasn't. It was more than all of my chips somehow.
And I'm sure that this line may end up in the trailer. I haven't seen the trailer yet, but I'll say something that Lex can be quoted about this particular game. Like 3 hands in, he goes, I don't think I brought enough money. So that's what you have in store for this particular table. Peneda has raised with ace-jack of diamonds. Caro with one of Griffin's favorite hands.
I think this is a great hand to 3-bet in this spot. It's a really good hand to 3-bet.
The dog.
This is more appealing than ace-10 off. Why? Snap calls, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the call here at 30 big blinds, but you know, you'd like to see maybe some consideration.
His actions are super fast.
Yeah, you can kind of eliminate something like trapped aces here, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Or pocket tens maybe would have had some consideration about whether to shove or...
Totally. I think this is like a board that Caro is going to bet every time and choose around 40% pot would be kind of the optimal size.
Yeah, it just feels like ace-jack suited or ace-queen off, you know, like kind of king-queen suited.
Yep. And just pocket pairs that are just hating facing hating facing a big bet, you know. If you have 7s on 10-8-3, it's just gross when they bet and you could just be near dead.
Yeah, it's kind of nice actually having the 9 in your hand with the king-9. Less likely that your opponent has 9s there.
Yeah, and you just turn a straight flush draw sometimes,
yep.
Which is cool.
It's so cool having Jason here and Griffin wanting to talk poker and impress Jason because
he knows what's up.
If you weren't here, it'd be him like pushing me into the bushes, like trying to do puns and.
Well, don't let me take the fun away, guys. I can suck the air out of it.
No. This is what you're here for,
Nerd
buddy.
alert.
We get you for our amount of time we get you for, and then the rest of the day we're gonna be like Peneda, more like Penada, because his guts are everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, if you weren't here, we would have done way more Foggin stuff by now.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have been the main.
I'm really on my best behavior right now. Ace deuce for McEwen. Jason predicted we'd see a McEwen McMoven at some point during this level.
I think he's going to spin it up.
Chen looks interested.
Ooh. Yep. This could go either way. Totally cool.
Like a million.
Playing for it all or calling. I think either one's totally fine.
Hey, Savan, are you watching? This guy looks kind of like you, doesn't he? Doesn't he look like Savan a little bit?
I would have leaned towards folding here. Just at this stage of the tournament, this hand just going to get you into trouble a lot. Doesn't have a lot of playability. Makes top pair and gets coolered a bunch.
Ace-10 tray, top pair for McEwen.
Let the spin begin.
Yeah, right. Checks to McEwen.
Generally going to start with the bet. The small blind might have a little bit of ace-10. They might have a little bit of ace-3 suited, a little bit of pocket threes, but a lot of your raises that are crap hands from the cutoff are just going to have an ace in them, and you just take a big lead against the small blind who's always going to re-raise you with a good ace.
Looks like Eychenne actually going to fold this one.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's tight, but I don't really hate it at this stage. McEwen's been pretty snug to open, and I'm sure he just has the awareness to know that he's pretty far behind ace-7 offsuit or whatever that would have opened, and he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw. I think it's a little tight.
McEwen gets out of the bottom spot with that small pot. Julian Peneda now the shortest stack of 24 big blinds.
I have this. Chip leader.
The best.
For that? Maybe.
Because you're the best. You were not asked or anything?
You are the
With me, but I don't know why.
you're the poker star today.
Ah, okay. I'm from poker.
Jason on YouTube says, wow, Peneda, I play with him all the time at Hollywood Hard Rock. That makes sense. Probably get a decent Colombian contingent. Hollywood, Florida. Actions folded to Brzezinski.
The break?
Queen 4 of hearts.
Maybe.
But they're in the unit, man.
You're a sponsored pro now. You don't even know it.
Ah, okay.
Paycheck coming in the mail.
You need to get 20K off them.
Wowza.
VIP.
So Eyshenne's getting after it.
You should
Getting
at least
after
get
it
a
today.
bracelet So you get like free drinks.
Okay, we'll ask later.
Yeah. Free, maybe like a free smoothie or something.
You're saying that folding 8-7 there would be totally fine?
I think that's the way I would
more
lean.
standard, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think that he perhaps feels that the small blind is going to play quite honestly, and that's kind of why he is drawing outside the lines with this open, but even here, somehow dominated.
Yep.
Peneda is ahead in this hand.
From my barn.
Jack high and the 8 high flush draw, giving him all the equity.
We already saw Eychenne go 50K into 220 on ace-5 deuce suited, not mono. Now he's going min bet.
We also saw him go 400K into.
Oh yeah, Jack 5 deuce, hard heart. I think this is another spot where the standard is to call, and you're going to call most of the time. But Peneda kind of snap calls. I think he could consider raising.
Peneda turns the flush.
And yeah, now it's the question of are we going to load it up and kind of go 3 times here or not? I think technically you don't want pairs in your hand to bluff, so this kind of makes sense. And also an 8 and a 7, if you really want to be kind of specific, are pretty good because he wouldn't reshove on you with King of Hearts 8 or King of Hearts 7 very often. Queen of Hearts 8, Queen of Hearts 7, both, like a lot of those would call the big blind, just like a hand like Jack 8. So I do think that 8-7 kind of can remove a few of his like really strong flushes. Is Queen of Hearts 8, Queen of Hearts 7, King of Hearts 8, King of Hearts 7. But, you know, there's a lot of hands that look like appealing bluffs in these situations. You got to be careful not to overdo it.
Repairs the board. Eychenne
looks like he just gave it up.
Gives up. Nice pickup for Peneda there. Who was the shortest stack moments ago. And now that honor belongs to Thomas Eychenne.
I think, once again, just by the action.
Speaking of action, we do have to cut away very briefly. Sorry about that, Jason. We'll be back here in a second. We have got Juan Vecino, a.k.a. Bankroller, on the left side of your screen, up against Anton Suarez. Board is king, 4, ace, queen, 7, 3 spades. And Vecino bets 825,000. And pretty quickly, Suarez ships it. Vecino does not have much left behind. It looks like just blue chips. Commits the rest of them. Suarez shows Jack 10 of spades for a flush. Vecino had Jack 10 of hearts for a straight. And that will do it for Juan Vecino. Out in 27th place, 40,050 euros. That's the first player to make more than 40K in this event. Bit of a cooler there. Nut straight versus flush. As we come back to the feature table.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. This is an icy, cold decking. Trips for Foggin, no good kicker. Trips for Peneda, very good kicker. There are some ways that Foggin doesn't go broke here, or get stacked at least.
It looks like he's open king queen in the small blind flatted too. So
yeah, very under-repped here.
Yeah, you basically just assume you have the nuts unless you lose to pocket sevens.
3 of diamonds on the turn. No help for Foggin. 380,000 in the middle.
Fork.
It's not going to take much to get Peneda all in by the river. Foggin does go a little over half pot. Peneda calls. 800,000 in the middle, just over that left in Peneda's stack. River. It's a jack of diamonds, so it does come running diamonds.
Yeah, that's mildly scary for sure for Foggin.
Yeah, I mean, Foggin has to imagine, I think he's not going to get value from a hand like 8s here anymore. Queen Jack is now filled up. If, you know, Peneda was flatting pre with ace 10 or ace 10 of diamonds, for instance, it's now gotten there.
Ace 7 of diamonds, even 7-6 of diamonds, maybe something loose. Yeah, this is a really gross spot. I think it's actually quite close to a check.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, sure, your opponent can have, you know, Queen 10 of hearts here or whatever. Can Foggin find the check? Very difficult.
No.
Very strong hand.
This is a cool size. Looks like he's going to bet like 5 into 8. I think even smaller could be cool. 565.
Added a little extra there at the end, but a little mustard on top. 565 is the bet to Peneda.
Peneda's saying, what is this run out?
Yeah, he's not actually that thrilled here, but he, you know, he's obviously too high up in his range, I think. But
Peneda calls. Foggin's going to be a little surprised.
Wow.
containing it well.
I think that's much closer than it looks. Like Griffin was saying, I mean, really only Queen X of Hearts, which if you're opening under the gun, like what's he really calling in the small blind? Queen 9 of Hearts maybe probably just folds.
Yeah.
Queen 10 of Hearts, so there's one combo of a hand that you're getting value from that, you know, is a pretty easy call, and then everything else is, they either have to hero call you with like 9s with a diamond, or you're running into better.
Marc Foggin's hard-earned second-place spot has been taken over by Julian Peneda. Has got 58 big blinds now. Foggin with 51. Sergio Carro still with 3 times almost the stack of Peneda. Caro's got 168 big blinds. We got DJ Funnybone in the chat, Griffin. DJ Funnybone is back. I like to read. DJ Funnybone sends in these zingers. Oh crap, Foggin is about to get burned away by the morning sun. DJ Funnybone.
Does it again.
Another DJ. I don't know how he comes up with these.
I got a bone to pick with one of these dudes in the chat. He always calls
Funny Bone?
Yeah, well, he always calls me Farmer Coon.
Oh,
I'm like,
really?
it's so good that it kind of hurts me a little bit.
That's what I do. I always, the ones that hurt, I call them out. I gotta take the power away and just be like, hey, that was a good one. More outer table action this time. Jimmy Kebe versus Rifat Palevic. Rifat on the left. Jimmy on the right. Palevic is checked. The board is 7-6, deuce 6.
Bet 300.
And a bet from Kebe gets a fold from Palevic. Kebe on around 2 million.
Wow.
Just under average, but plenty of chips.
Nothing like being so deep in the final 1% of a mega field tournament.
I wouldn't know, Jason.
So good.
Back at the feature table, we've got ace 10 versus ace 10 again.
Wow. Nearly same suits, except the last one was heart spade.
Yeah, right. McEwen gets to come along for the ride at a discount. Queen 8 of diamonds. Ace 5 deuce. Top pair for 2 of these fellers.
So this is a spot actually where under the gun is going to be really, really, really passive. So not all ace-high boards are treated equal. This is a smart check by him because he's not opening deuces under the gun. He's probably not even opening 5s or ace-deuce suited, whereas the button on the big chip lead could be flatting all those hands. So it's a very clear distinction between other ace-high flops and one that you're going to want to lean passive towards. And I think Caro could have bet smaller, checked here either one.
It does check around.
And once again, I think under the gun, Brzezinski is going to lean really, really passive here. And I generally would just lean towards checking again, keep in bluffs. The button certainly could have turned ace-7 suited or pocket 7s. It's like it's just big cards are cards that are good for your range, and then these kind of middle small cards are quite bad, and they interact well with the big blind as well. Big blind could have 7-5 suited or ace-7 or whatever.
Caro calls. McEwen folds.
It's most likely would just go check check or block call. Check check now.
Backdoor hearts come in, probably making both players a little skittish about trying to extract any value with this combo. Yeah.
It does go check check. Jason, we're going to see you playing against Monarch anytime soon?
Yeah, I sent out the bat signal. I'm ready to go whenever he is.
Really?
Yeah,
Awesome.
happily.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get down. I don't know if he'll accept, but I offered. I would love to play. Nothing like playing big stakes, heads up to get the blood moving.
How long do you think that list is? Like how many?
I don't know because it's not. You have to pay juice to play him, so it's not.
Okay.
He's made it pretty not great. It's pretty neutral for even the best players.
Okay.
You know, he's smart. He's not just saying, "Hey, come play me even." You know.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah. So
What are his demands that you had to meet?
you just got to lay some juice.
Okay.
You know, handicap it a little bit, and then it starts getting a little bit scary. You know, a man like that's fearless and has that kind of money. It's. You know, I've been in those situations a few times in my life, and every time, win or lose, when you leave, you're like, wow, I'm like a different person after this than I was when I came in here.
So when you accept a challenge like that or issue a challenge like that, what's in it for you? You trying to win money? You trying to, is it for glory? Is
No
it
glory for me, man. I'm just trying to add it up and see if I can win or not. And there's two things. I want to win money, and I want to test myself.
Yeah,
And
it's a cool challenge, right? I mean,
to ice skate uphill.
It's a mountain to climb.
Yeah. Since the beginning for me, it's been just kind of getting in front of things that scare me a little bit and seeing if I can do it.
That's something, man.
Yeah, those are stakes that'll make you tingle a little bit.
Yeah.
For sure.
Bungie on Twitch says against Jason, he's only allowed to see one hole card. You get both cards. You're only allowed to look at one of them, though.
Hodden coming in with the king deuce suited after just kind of locking it up for a while.
Yeah. Got a little bored.
Yeah. He's trying to sneak one on him. It's not going to get through this easy, though. Doesn't the 7-6 of spades feel like it's like 65% here, even though it's a small underdog? It just feels so powerful.
It feels better than that, that's for sure. Jack 10-9. So the top end gut shot for Houghton, the bottom end gut shot for Brzezinski.
Yeah, and this hand's just over. This board smashes Houghton when he opens, and big blind's not putting $1 in. Very deliberate.
Button's good.
Wasn't it you, Jason, I was talking to one time, and you were like, I'm like, what are your plans for the rest of the day? And you were super excited to like go home and just analyze footage.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I like doing those things, but I like doing them. Like now, if I've worked, I'm excited to go home and hang out with my kids.
Right.
That was probably before they existed. And on days that I get to wake up slow and do all my stuff, I get excited to go do those things.
Sure.
But,
comes, I can
you know, if I, like on a week like this, all I want to do is relax. I don't want to analyze anything. I just want to go outside and walk.
I'm just wondering to what depth you watched that Jungle Man Monarch match.
I haven't watched it deeply, but obviously if I get the...
you will.
I will, yeah. Yeah, I like that stuff. I'll watch it anyways, just for entertainment. But
And do you watch it alone, or would you watch it with other people that you can sort of...
Definitely watch it alone the first time.
Yeah.
Just kind of... I think the most important thing with this stuff is... Like oftentimes when you calibrate your intuition with other people, for me it like fogs me up a little bit.
Okay.
I don't feel so good about it. I like to just see how it feels to me.
You don't want to be influenced by the way someone else might see it.
I mean, I'm sure we've all had the friend who's given us a read on someone, and we sit down and immediately get stacked by that read. You know, this guy always folds. Oh, I'm all in. Snap. Oops.
All right, we got a blind on blind, no raise.
Yeah, the 9-8 definitely could have raised. I think the Ace-6 is right on the cusp of not wanting to get shoved on and have to call it off, so I think that one's a little more clear. I think 9-8 definitely could have raised, though. Limping's fine as well.
And 9-8 flops very well here.
Mm-hmm.
Second pair, straight draw.
Eychenne probably not thrilled to see a half pot bet here. Would have liked probably to have seen something like 40K, but with the backdoor nut flush draw. Still got that gutter. Imagine that ace is going to be good.
Totally.
Turns of 5.
Yeah, and this would be like one of those rare blind versus blind scenarios where there will be cards where ace high actually is just going to bluff if it, say, goes check and river's like a jack, or queen, or something like that. You're just going
yeah, that's a good point, actually.
And a bunch of the cards that he's going to bluff are poisoned because Brzezinski's going to make a straight, but I guess the queen could be really nice for him.
That card is poison.
And he won't bluff that one. It'll just go check, and he'll just hope to beat king jack or whatever. But most likely Brzezinski will just bet, and then he'll have to decide if he wants to call. Interesting.
Will face no bet.
So I think something, it's small fries, but one thing I would have considered here in Brzezinski's shoes is his 8 makes it more likely that the big blind's going to try to show down an ace high or a king high, whereas if he had trips with an ace or a king in his hand, it's more likely that the big blind just had a misdraw that would bluff. So when you have those small kickers, they kind of make it more likely the guy's just going to try to show down, and you probably just want to bet it yourself. Like I said, it's splitting hairs, but it's something calibration would help, you know?
I mean, anything's better than just the blankness that's in my head when I'm in a poker hand.
They're really fun because they're like every hand's its own little puzzle, you know, and no hand's the same, and you got to take in all the human stuff and the timing and the way everything feels. But at the same time, your cards give you hints, and you can do cool things based around that. So this looks like a loose open, but this is actually kind of a preferable open because it's big cards. It keeps people from 3-betting you with hands like ace king or pocket jacks. It does okay when the big blind calls you as well. There is a pretty hand.
So pretty.
So pretty.
The Grafton.
That's right.
In the booth.
Is it?
Yeah, he got the name for that one.
He said something along the lines of, if you're not raising 9-10 suited, like you don't even belong to be, you deserve to be playing this game.
You always play 9-10 suited. So it was one of the things he said, yeah.
It's a favorite against ace king and short deck. It's even better in short deck.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a favorite against ace king. And it's the best hand against aces in short deck.
Turn card is a deuce.
This is like the perfect sauce here for Houghton too, because with the king jack exactly, Peneda will go check, and he'll get to see that river for free. So he only had to call a quarter pot to try to make his flush. It's pretty sweet. And now we'll go check.
Houghton does pair his 10, but it's no good.
Check.
Houghton checks. Peneda is going to go for some value.
Wow, he must have got something. To me, it's definitely, I would just be way too afraid of seeing ace-8 or whatever here.
Yeah. Kind of seems like the type of player that would sort of just check ace-6 here.
For sure. Maybe even
snap call
something
bet.
strong sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
You just got there, right?
But he's right on the money here.
I should have bet. The turn.
No, I don't think you should have bet. I don't think that's
Been a wild.
That's not the line, pal. It's just
Been a wild one. Maybe raise the flop sometimes, but yeah. I think that river bet was a little bit greedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, I don't think that I want to be the guy losing a hand and then suggesting a way that I could have lost more. I'll just take the L on the way I played it the first time. Hey, you could have a do-over on this and do it worse.
No, I think he played it the best way possible. He should have just gave himself a pat on the back.
You remember Choose Your Own Adventure books, right, Griff?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, sometimes you're just going to end up in the pit no matter what. It doesn't matter how many pages you flip back. You're just going to end up in that pit.
Totally.
Turns out the mistake was in chapter 1.
2 hands later, same hand, same suits.
All in.
Whoa, whoa, 21 BB. What are these guys really short or? Oh, he's getting called.
Oh, this is
Houghton's got 31 bigs.
I mean, he's not necessarily getting called. Houghton might just fold this thing.
It does. Okay, well,
I would have called it very quickly. Yeah, but I could also see his cards.
And Peneda, I mean, gets 2 decent hands to fold playing it that way.
Yeah, that was wild. Interesting. I mean, if the guy's going to fold ace-10 off in a half a second, shoving might be the best play.
Just a few minutes left on this level. Probably get 3-4 more hands in. Anna says, good morning. Is there a place I can see the list of players still in? Yes, absolutely. I would check on the internet. Thank you for your question.
We haven't heard much from Brzezinski because he's been quite card dead, but one thing I would say is his pre-flop hand selection has been perfect. Everything he's done tells me this is a guy who plays online or just understands the way that the end game of poker tournaments works.
Yeah, not our first time having Brzezinski deep.
Oh, Caro's going to hit him with a... Oh, I thought he was going to hit him with a 3-bet.
Yeah.
The Dolly Parton.
Brzezinski, 41 bigs. McEwen in the white hoodie on 26. And there's 26 players left in this field. Next pay jump is at 23. And as Jason noted, the jump's not huge yet. It was like a 5K jump. Now it's a 6K jump.
Brzezinski playing perfectly again. Bring the ace-king.
Yep.
Great hand selection here.
Wow.
Just well spotted. Ditches Jack 10. Peneda is out. And the small blind folds. 10-5 suited for this Foggin guy. Jenna asks, Joe, who's commentating with you? I'm in here with Griffin Benger and Jason Kuhn.
Hello.
A rare insight into the mind of the high roller. As we go heads up to the flop, which is Queen 10 deuce. Foggin flops best.
Yep.
Could be a very interesting hand.
Yep. I'm just bet and call on the flop, right? Most likely where we're going to go. And most of Brzezinski's hands are going to be relatively, I think, calm here just because he's going to try to beat some stuff. He's not always going to barrel bricks with ace-king just because he can just be in front of so many other hands. But Jack of diamonds could be a little spicy. That's one that's half tempting to barrel. Still think most likely you'll see him check, but that is a card he could bet. Prefer to have a king of spades in his hand or ace of spades.
So do you say that because it's easier to fold something like 10-7 suited here once the 9 interaction comes, as opposed to like a 3 on the turn where you might have trouble barreling off?
Well, I just think a 3 on the turn, you show down and beat a bunch of stuff. So, like, if the guy called the flop with a gut shot, like, whatever, something that had a 9 in it, you know,
Right.
9-8, now he's in front of you and you could just barrel him off of that. Whereas if that 3 came, you can just show down against King Jack, King 9, Jack 9, Jack 8, or pick them off on bluffs or whatever it is by the river, you know. So I think you could just choose from worse hands, especially you even a hand is, you know, just one slot down, and ace jack can just barrel better and improve to the nuts more often. And wow, this is interesting. Don't think he should bluff this one. I don't think he should block it either.
The bluff does not work.
It's kind of like a weird value bet, I think. Like, he only bet 1 big blind, but yeah, it's like a... It would get called by some stuff, I guess, but...
Value bluff blocker?
Yes.
And Brzezinski, not super active this level, but holding strong at 47 big blinds. Two minutes left on the level. Feels like this would be the last hand.
I think one thing people grossly underestimate until they've played these feature tables like you've played, they're very bright and hot, and it's stressful. It's really easy to just kind of have like a miscount the stack or miscount the pot, or, you know, especially after you've been playing 4 or 5 days in a row. We're all rested sitting here in air conditioning watching our TV show, like, you know, it's really, and with nobody looking at you, no pressure, no pay jumps. Like, those guys are really feeling it. Oh, there we go.
Wow. This is going to be felt for sure.
Yeah, this is, we're still at 40K big blind. I actually think this is pretty close. I mean, I'm happy to be, you know, 3-betting this, but being on that pile of chips, I might just flat here just with this guy having 60 big blinds and me just trying to play a little more polarized because, you know, in a cash game, you're happy to get all in for 60 BB with jacks. I mean, not by a lot, but you're happy. But once you're this deep in the tournament and Peneda already has 2.4 million, it gets really dicey if you guys get all in pre-flop against each other.
This is number 1 and number 2 at the table.
Exactly. So I think that, you know, maybe tightening it up to always flatting him with jacks and maybe considering flatting queens, but probably always 3-betting queens against the cutoff and going with like queens, ace, king might be an option. This one's obviously very close and just fine. And more often than not, jacks are just going to be the best hand. You're going to get a fold. You're going to pick off a bluff. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. You're not always running into kings.
Before this 4-bet, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Now that we've seen the 4-bet.
Yeah, and he's calling, which is, I think, pretty cool. Like, I would have probably defaulted to just piling it in with jacks. But maybe he's feeling it. You know, maybe he's feeling the heat here. And now he's going to lose his chips.
Yeah, 7-7-6 is not going to get Caro too scared.
Yeah, it's whatever, 1.3 times spot to play or whatever it is. It's money's getting in.
Peneda continues.
Yep.
450,000.
And I imagine he's just going to rip it or do something. I think ripping is okay. If you can get the guy to bet fold ace king sometimes, it's pretty cool. Calling. Great. He's really giving himself a chance to not get stacked here. The turn's an ace. He might get away.
2.3 million in the middle, 1.35 behind for Peneda. And that is another not scary card for jacks.
Yeah. As silly as it sounds, I think I like betting like 700K more than pushing here, especially with the king of diamonds. This would just give you the opportunity to occasionally, if you were losing your mind, say with a hand like ace of diamonds, jack or something, you could bet, and if the guy puts it in, you could fold and still be in the tournament.
Yeah, keep 15 big blinds.
Yeah, exactly.
Something weird.
And those, in tournaments, that's a real thing. We've all spun our stack up from under 10 big blinds and come back before. So these kind of weird little leveragey plays that don't exist in a cash game, they do exist this deep in the tournament because just staying in is so important. And just when you look at his hand, it doesn't need a lot of protection unless you're up against exactly the nut flush draw. Every other hand's near dead against you.
Can Caro wiggle his way out of this cooler right before the break?
Be a pretty amazing fold. I don't think I'd be in there to make it. Just be too afraid of seeing ace-5 or something.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have faulted Caro for getting the chips in either pre-flop after 3-betting or even on the flop.
Yeah, and if Peneda has like ace of spades, king of diamonds or something here, I mean, I'm pretty tempted to just, try to win the pot.
This all-in is effectively like 60% of the pot. Do we ever find...
That looks like the eyes of someone who's called and is curious.
Caro does call. We have slight graphics here. Hand is not over.
These famous last words. I mean, what is this, like 80% for a jack to come now after that graphic?
There's just no right way to play jacks.
Yeah. This might be it after the graphic, man, I'm telling you. And jack of spades.
Relatively safe here for Peneda. There it is. King's hold. And Peneda doubles through Caro to take the chip lead at this table. First time all level, took a cooler for it to happen. Sergio Carro, I mean, look, he's still got 106 big blinds.
For sure. But there's just, I'm not saying what he did was wrong. I think that it's kind of a standard way to play the hand, but I would consider when you have that massive pile of chips that deep in a tournament, it is so valuable to hang on to that, that you get to play a little more polarized pre-flop where, playing a single raise pot in position with jacks is like maybe you let the guy get through with some weaker hands, but you can still be a pain in his ass and win the hand. And when you get the money in, you're just getting coolered a little less often because that guy had 60 big blinds. That's a lot of chips for that stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like that much because he was up against an even bigger stack, but you're right. It's huge. Any one of us would be pretty happy to have 60 big blinds at this point.
Yeah, and be very under-repped with the jacks, and there's the two players behind in the blinds.
Yeah, you could pick a guy off
like,
if he piles or squeezes.
I think a call was,
Gracias, bro. Cooler.
Well, these players are headed to a break. We're going to stick with this feature table when we get back. I do want to thank Jason Kuhn for coming in. Thank you, Jason. That was awesome. Griffin, we're going to lose you for a level or two, but he'll be back later today. These are the chip counts as they stand. As you can see, it's still kind of a two-horse race at this table with Peneda and Caro with all of the chips. Brzezinski, Foggin, Houghton, Eychenne, and McEwen all kind of bunched together. Obviously, Brzezinski and Foggin in slightly better shape than Eychenne and McEwen. We are going on an 18-minute break. More from EPT Barcelona when we return.
Action is on John Juanda on the feature table. He has pocket deuces.
Quack. Quack.
And under the gun raise to 43,000. Pocket queens for Lucille Caillet.
Here comes the trois bet.
She re-raises to 92,000. Eychenne has ace king.
Oh boy, we could easily see a 4-bet.
191.
He does re-raise to 191,000.
Well, at least 2 players are going to see all 5 cards here.
Javier Piazuelo has king 10 on the button. That'll be a fold.
Maybe an eventual fold. I mean, the guy is wearing a scarf. Clearly he likes attention.
299.
What? I'm not really sure this is a good spot for a cold 5-bet.
It is not.
I guess they don't want me to play this then. Yeah. It's pretty obvious you're stealing.
Now, in spots like this, someone in there is going to have a real hand, and at that point, king 10 suited is going to hold up like a piece of wet toilet paper.
All right.
Juanda folds the deuces.
Good morning.
Lucille Caillet shoves.
Shemian's getting 2 to 1.
All in.
He reshoves.
Wow. We got aces and kings, huh?
Piazuelo finally folds.
Queens. Yeah, it's a flip. All right.
It's a familiar flip for Lucille. She busted the grand final ace-king versus queens.
It's my first big flip.
This time she has the queens. And once again, she's the player at risk. An ace on the flop.
Literally nothing you can do.
Lucille looking for a queen.
On.
She needs to hit on the river. Can she hit a 2-outer? No. The full house for Shemian.
Okay.
And the elimination of Lucille Caillet.
Lucille was looking for redemption in Season 9 after second place in the grand final. She's probably bummed right now, but 2 deep runs in a row is an impressive achievement in and of itself.
Shemian up to 3.7 million. Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory?
It is! There's some very enthusiastic fans in the crowd, Martin. Friends of yours?
I got to know this guys a few hours ago. They came in and
Yes. To be clear, Eychenne was one of 2 random Germans hanging around who railed Martin Schleich at the prospect of free Jägermeister from one of our producers. True story.
Blinds are up to 12.24 with a 3K ante.
I could use this one as well.
Shemian
48.
picks up another big hand. Pocket aces under the gun +1. He raises to 48,000.
Kind of a big hand.
And this is also a big hand. Kings for Juanda.
I haven't seen a cold deck this bad since EPT Siberia.
Juanda 3-bets. Makes it 145,000 total.
This is going to be a shame.
Action back on Shemian.
287.
There is the 4-bet.
Yeah.
This is like watching 2 trains on the same track. Going toward each other, of course. Would be interesting if one was following the other. That's just weird.
And Juanda 5-bets to 590,000.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Call.
And there's the call.
Not cool, Zeus.
Wow.
Still a very tense moment for Shemian. If his aces hold, he's going to have a beschneffly billion chips.
Juanda on the verge of elimination. So far, so good for Shemian.
Juanda's going to need a return of the king.
He's drawing to 2 outs. We've lost 2 players from the outer tables. John Juanda about to become our 18th place finisher here in Barcelona. But there's a king on the turn!
That movie is still having too many endings.
Shemian gets coolered.
Some people would say you have to look at this like losing a flip. Since you both play aces and kings the same way, it could have easily been on the other side of this. But John Juanda does drink your milkshake.
No ace on the river. Eychenne doubles up John Juanda.
He knows he's not out, right?
You'd want to get away from the table if that happened to you.
True story.
And John Juanda getting it quietly. What a pro.
I think Eychenne might actually be going to get sick.
That was a sick hand. That was a cooler.
John Juanda, up to 3.5 million. On the secondary feature table, 3 players have gone to the flop, those players being Eychenne, Ilari Sahamias, and Aku Yohan, who got moved off our main feature table.
Shemian's ahead, and he's the only one who's not up against any blockers to improving his hand.
Yohan will bet 100,000.
The guy with the least equity, firing there.
Shemian with top 2 will call.
Just calls thinking maybe he's up against exactly what he is up against, a pair and a straight draw.
And Sahamias will also call. Turn, the 6 of diamonds, changes nothing.
Diamonds also not a factor.
Ilari checks a second time. Yohan bets a second time, 300,000.
Yohan raised this hand under the gun pre-flop, and by golly, he's going to keep repping a strong hand. Gosh dang it.
Shemian has called. Actions on Ilari. And Sahamias will fold.
Yeah, probably for the best.
So 1.149 million in the pot. And the river card is the deuce of spades.
Well, it's come banana, banana. No one's improved.
Yohan has roughly a pot-sized bet behind.
I'm over.
And he shoves the river.
With just ace high. Wow, the 4-barreler empties the clip, throws the gun. And we can oversimplify this and say it's a random 4-barrel bluff. Or if we look a little closer, we can see it's fairly methodical. Yohan could have very easily have a nut hand with the line he's taken, whereas Shemian can't because he probably wouldn't have called twice. It's a tough spot for Shemian because all Aku's value bets are beating his hand. Top 2 is a bluff catcher.
Shemian will call the bluff.
Gulp.
And Aku Yohan will be eliminated in 14th place.
Nice call, kid.
Shemian adds nearly 1.9 million to his stack.
I hope you guys don't mind, but I wrote a haiku for Aku. Bye, Yohan. Aggressive young Scandi out. Still a good finish.
Please tell me that's the last of your finish puns.
You know I can't do that, James.
Eychenne, now up to nearly 4.3 million. Blinds are up to 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Action at the feature table has been folded to Samuel Rodriguez, and he raises from the cutoff to 41,000 with 8-9 off. Ilari Sahamias will 3-bet with a7 from the button.
Rodriguez has fared well against the other sharks at the table. Let's see how he handles the shark with the biggest fin. I know that doesn't really make sense, but let's just go with it.
I like it. Rodriguez responds with a 4-bet.
Does he?
No, I call.
Yeah, it's free rest.
Little short for a re-raise, too much for a call.
I think he meant to call. We're going to need a floor man.
Is that call?
No. It's not a call.
Or is it?
83, right? Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a raise of 42,000. Yes.
Luca Vivaldi is explaining it has to go as a 4-bet to 125,000.
Correct.
Forced to 4-bet. Misclick, poor guy. Ilari wanted the raise to stand, which can only mean one thing.
5-bet coming! And there it is. 225,000 total.
Ilari would likely do this with anything, and the pot is huge, so I can totally understand if Rodriguez still feels compelled to call here.
Made sure he said the word this time before putting chips in the pot.
Now, I'm not sure Samuel knows enough about this game to be afraid of Ilari, though he could just start by looking at him.
Jack 5 flop. Ilari's still ahead. Rodriguez checks.
Hillary almost always continues.
And this is no exception. The tournament chip leader makes it 180,000.
Rodriguez has got 9 high, so why is he counting out chips right now? Smooth chip handling skills. Nervous much, guy?
I genuinely don't know what that is. A call?
Again, that's too much for a call, but not enough for a raise.
Not enough.
The floor's been called to the table again. I think he actually meant to raise this time. To be honest, I'm going to stop thinking.
This is classic. Floor!
Yes. So you went check 180, there was no bet before, okay? So it's 270. So it's more than 50% again, and you have to make it 360.
He did it again!
The ruling is he has to raise, so it's a min raise to 360,000.
Makes it 360,000.
Any chance Hillary reads him as doing this on purpose? Is he doing this on purpose?
Hillary calls.
And Hillary is calling. I have to stand up.
1.2 million in the middle and no one has anything. Oh, scratch that. Rodriguez has paired his 9.
Yahtzee, which, by the way, is what I think Rodriguez thinks he's playing right now.
He checks to Hillary.
Hillary should probably check here, try to get to showdown, and just hope he's best.
No, he bets 400,000.
But there's a chance he's not best, so he might think he has to bet it. Once Rodriguez has gotten to this point, he's getting such good odds, he just has to call and pray he's good. Pray to the Yahtzee gods, I guess.
I'm all in.
Wow, he shoves! And Hillary folds.
I would normally chastise the chest thumping, but he just sharked a shark.
What do you have?
I got the jack.
You had a check?
Yeah. I have jack 10, but I don't want to raise pre-flop.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I just want to make the call, but I'm confused.
Okay.
Look at this guy metagaming!
But then appears that flop.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Sorry?
Where are you from?
From Spain.
Spain.
Barcelona.
He might be from Spain, but my guess is this is definitely his first rodeo.
Rodriguez has raised from under the gun +2 with ace-9 suited.
Why not? He's like the chip leader.
Luis Rufas and Hillary Sahamias both fold. Mikolai Zavadsky has kings.
Oh boy, will Zavadsky succeed where many others have failed. He knows he's probably going to get action out of Rodriguez.
3 bets from the button makes it 75,000 total. Eddie Tazbas will fold his small blind. Fatima de Melo folds the big blind.
Come on, Samuel, make a liar out of me.
Call.
Nope.
He calls and will play the flop out of position.
With ace-9.
Well, he hits second pair on the flop. Checks to the razor.
Now, I'm a big fan of betting again here, probably on every street unless things go really wrong on this board.
Zavadsky continues for 105,000.
Now, we know Rodriguez is probably calling with his pair, and that's not the only pair he's got.
He does call. 400,000 in the middle. And the turn is another 9.
Holy Zavadsky, this guy is in trouble.
Rodriguez checks a second time.
Especially with the king of spades in his hand, there's no reason for Mikolai to stop betting.
He fires again, 225,000.
All in.
And Rodriguez shoves!
Now, other than getting absurdly lucky, Samuel played this one great.
Putting Zavadsky to the test.
And this could be where telling everyone he had jack in the last hand might come back to bite him in his burro.
It's going to cost Zavadsky everything he has to make this call.
Probably the most stupid fold I will ever make. But
A good fold from Zavadsky. And Rodriguez shows the 9.
How thoughtful.
yes, I thought you can be so good that you can have the 9. Wow.
Thoughtful, though I don't know I love the strategy of showing the 9. Still well played by Rodriguez.
He's now up to 3.7 million in chips. Back to the main feature table. Samuel Rodriguez raised with kings under the gun. got 2 callers. He continues on that flop for 52,000. Eddie Tasbas with top pair.
Pretty solid top pair.
Will raise. Makes it 115,000.
All in.
Piesuelo's out. Rodriguez shoves.
This guy is an all-in machine. Will he finally get looked up?
Yeah, I call.
Yes, he will.
Call. Open, please. Wow.
And Tasbas is drawing pretty thin. He needs a queen. And he needs it on the river. Tasbas drawing to 2 outs. Doesn't hit.
Good luck.
More chips for Samuel Rodriguez.
Good luck, guys.
And the exit of Eddie Tasbas in 31st place.
Nice run, huh?
Nice play, too.
Keep it up, man. Playing good. Good game, sir.
Nice having you, man. Good run.
Nice to be here, man.
Eddie Tasbas did not win this tournament, but I did see a lot of growth on his face.
We're heading back to the feature table. Action is on Samuel Rodriguez. Another pocket pair. 8 under the gun, and he raises to 36,000. Ilari Sahamias with ace queen. And he will 3-bet to 100,000.
Crucial re-raise against the perceived fish. You've got to make every in-position big hand pot as big as possible.
Rodriguez will call, and he'll be out of position again.
See if Sammy comes out on the winning side of this one. It's a race if they see all 5 cards.
The flop gives Sahami's top pair and Rodriguez a set.
This guy runs so good, he must be from Pamplona.
He checks.
Ilari would typically continue here, especially with top pair.
Wow, he checks behind.
It is a scary flop texture.
4 of clubs on the turn. And Rodriguez now leads. He bets 130,000.
I don't see how Ilari can get away yet, if at all.
Top pair, top kicker. He will call the 130k.
Good thing he pot controlled on the flop.
The river brings the 10 of spades. The board now looking very straighty.
Action killer.
They both check. And Ilari got away with losing the minimum there.
Somehow. Sam is just owning everyone. Dunning-Kruger effect, y'all. Google it.
Rodriguez closing in on the 5 million chip mark.
It's the luck of the beginner.
It's your first tournament. Nice.
Welcome back to PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're live from Casino Barcelona on Main Event Day 5. We have 26 players left vying for that 1.4 million euros up top. I'm Caitlin Komeski, joined here by Fenton Hand.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me.
We have a great feature table here. We got a lot of big stacks. We got Peneda and Caro that just were fighting right before the break, that Jacks versus King spot. Chips moving around. We got Foggin, Houghton, Eychenne, and McEwen in there mixing it up. We should have some phenomenal action as we run deep in this tournament. Fenton, what's going through your head when you make it this deep in a spot like that?
I've never made it this deep in a spot like this, so I would not be able to tell you, but I would be lovingly looking at the EPT trophy every time I walked through the corridor at this point and looking at the 1.4 million euro.
Well, thanks for using your imagination there. Your time is coming, Fenton. Here's a look at the payouts. Again, that 1.4 million euros up top, 6-figure payouts for all top 10 finishers. We got a huge money. This is the 3rd biggest EPT of all time, nearly 10 million euros in the entire prize pool. Beautiful sunny day here in Barcelona. Let's return to that feature table and see what these guys got in store for us in the Act 3 of the show. So Fenton, you've been having a lot of success in the online streets of lately, though. I feel like every time I Twitter you have an update about another deep run.
It's been going pretty well. I can't complain. I was pretty confident coming to Barcelona, playing against all the guys online that I'd come here, run up some stacks, make some good content, and I absolutely whiffed every single tournament I played. My wife is calling me 007. It was 0 bags, 0 cashes, 7 days. It was quite the put down.
But you enjoyed the weather and some time with your family, and I saw you making new content. You're a mini vlogger now.
I tried my best. I didn't get to explore too much in Barcelona, but it's always one of my favorite stops, mostly because, like you just mentioned, third biggest EPT of all time. I wouldn't be shocked if the other two were Barcelona. The Spanish guys, the French guys, they all come out in numbers, and the tournaments are just so good here. They're so much fun. PokerStars always run them so well, and even though I didn't run it up this time, I still had a good time.
There's always Malta coming up, and then Prague in the winter. There will be more chances for EPT Glory and a spade this year for Fenton, so watch out for him, y'all. All right, we're back on this feature table. We've got Peneda, who is just one of the crispest looking poker players I've ever seen. That is a well-groomed man, and I appreciate it, frankly.
The Europeans. So even though I'm considered European as Irish, we don't consider, like the Europeans are like on the continent, so those guys tend to look after themselves pretty well. They got the advantage of, going out on their lunch, getting the sun, but yeah, some of the guys very snazzy.
Yeah, they are no stranger to an esthetician, these main continent Europeans. You can tell.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, you don't even know what that profession is for sure. Are you familiar with very many of these guys? We got your countrymen, well, not your countrymen, but
could we,
a great British.
Can we get HR in here?
We can group Irish and English
small blind
together,
of 25,000, big blind 50,000, big blind ante
There I was
50,000.
thinking we were going to get on well, but I know Mark well.
Please begin to deal.
He is a really fun guy. He actually, massive football fan. You can see him sporting the Newcastle tracksuit top, and the last time I seen him, he was giving it large at the Irish Open because my team was playing against his. Me and my dad were there. His dad was there. We were eyeing each other up as the game started, and my team, Aston Villa, beat them. I think it was 5-0. So, listen, he might win an EPT, but me and my dad had a better day out at the Irish Open.
That seems fair. That's a very smart fit as well. He looks like a Guy Ritchie character to me. All right, coming back to the new blind level, 25K, 50K, 50K, 26 left. Current payout at 40,000 euros, 50.
How is the general play been in terms of, do we feel like most of these players have been in a similar spot before? Has it been super aggressive, or has there been any tight folding?
I will say in the levels that I've covered so far, I've seen no 3-barrel bluffs, and that was sort of a lesson for me. I'm like, oh wow, these elite players are really measured. We don't see a lot of follow through that when they know where they're at. They seem to be very measured in their play. We haven't seen a lot of flatting pre-flop. I think we've been seeing more 3-better fold spots from these players. So
yeah,
interested
no
to see
matter
how
what
things
level you
develop.
play at, once all the chips go flying, they nearly always have a good hand. And as you can see, 90-minute levels, these guys have plenty of time to be patient. The average stack in EPTs, even with less than 4 full tables left, is almost 50 big blinds. It's something that I'm certainly guilty of when I'm playing main events. I occasionally try to force the issue and run it up turbo early doors, but there's just so much time to be patient.
Absolutely, this is a great structure here of the tournament. That average stack at 50 big blinds for the duration of play.
This is an open that you could see players go both ways with the King 10. It's a hand that you won't want to raise every time, but it's going to raise this time. And
always nice to be blocking ace, king, and kings, except when you're not.
Yeah, as Joe Stapleton would say, I don't believe that those blockers are real. I'm not sure. Mark, very possibly familiar with his fellow countryman. Unfortunately for him, Houghton is not going to have a hand that can really put up much of a fight. But the big blind, okay. Brzezinski just making sure he gets that airtime and that balance to fold those 6-3 offs. That's a level I'm just not quite at yet. I would be shocked. No matter who you are, I would be shocked. You would have to really feel like your opponent is out of line and coming after you to do anything here other than fold.
Not a 4-bet bluff candidate ever?
Not for me. No, it's just you know, it's a very weak hand to open anyway. Most people would always raise if they had King Jack and never raise if they had King 9, because if you're one of these kind of bordering on lower stacks, but certainly not more than a million stack. You know, he's got 40% of an average stack. Raising King 10 off, I think it's going to be fine, but I wouldn't be risking my tournament life. And you know, with the 20 big blinds, the way you're going to want to 4-bet bluff there is going to be extremely selective, and probably want to have, you know, an ace in your hand if you're really going to do it. It's very difficult to bluff there ever. You know, people aren't going to get out of line. You don't really want to be clicking it back with too many hands, so you don't need to bluff too often. If you start doing it with King 10 off, you know, you're going to be in big trouble. This is interesting. Like, what are we playing here? We're playing 6 or 7-handed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Maybe 9-5 suited's a little wide, but if I've got chip lead and there's 26 left, and I think people are starting to tighten up, like, I wouldn't be immediately folding 9-5 suited. I'd be starting to raise it, and if someone decides to play back at me, then sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the chip leaders, except for maybe with the exception of Rascar yesterday at certain points, really take advantage of the privilege to open wide, like you're saying, as the table chip leader.
So we got our first interesting spot of the level. So with ace queen off, some people might overcomplicate this here. And of course you can occasionally do something other than shove, like you might want to raise, but what you'll see happen is when you shove a hand like ace queen off, you will get to stack ace 3 suited and they will have to call, whereas if you raise, sometimes they get to just flat, you don't stack them, and it also protects you because you want to be able to shove the spot with a pretty wide amount of hands, and it means you have a good one.
Now this is kind of interesting. There's a little history here. In the previous level when I was watching, Eychenne shoved ace 6 suited from the button and got 2 folds from decent hands. Houghton folded ace 10 off incorrectly.
850, yeah?
And also there was a fold of queen jack off in the big blind. So perhaps
I'm
Houghton
there,
has gotten
okay.
word
So
of
that's
that
8,
tight
this
fold.
bit.
Doesn't want to make that mistake again in this spot.
For me, it's quite a lot of chips, but a suited ace, blind versus blind for 17, when the average stack right now is 2.5 and you've got 800k, very difficult for me to ever want to fold here against anyone who you don't believe is just outrageously tight.
Close.
It is close. I wouldn't sit here and criticize someone for making that fold with 1.4 million euro for first. They might just prefer to be the player that's shoving. And like, I mean, he made the right fold. Maybe he saw it in his eyes, you know.
All right, I'm being told we actually have a recent elimination on one of our outer tables. Finishing in 26th place, we have, forgive my pronunciation, Tales de Fueguerdo. He is going to be taking home those 40,000 euros and another deep run here, which leaves us with 25 remaining players in this field.
I salute you for attempting to pronounce the name. When I sit here with James Hardigan, he'll eyeball me, I'll eyeball him. Tension will get really high because I know he knows how to say every name. And he'll keep looking at me, but like, "Come on, say it." And I'm like, "I'm not going to say it, James. I'll keep staring at you, but I won't do it."
Got away with it.
I know. I need to fake it till I make it with these names. I'm just a simple Southern gal from Texas, y'all, doing my best with these exotic names for me.
My second ever EPT was at a stop where we no longer go, so I don't even know if I'm going to say it. But every name was like, oh God. You know where it was. Yes, Chris. I don't know if I can say that. It was Sashi, and I didn't know if I'd get in trouble, but every single name was Russian, and James just stared at me for 4 hours straight and laughed. We're about to see a re-raise, and we are about to see an all-in, and we are about to see McEwen most likely busting unless he can pull off a unlikely escape act. There's just nothing he can do. He's got ace-king suited, he's got 20 big blinds.
Goodness gracious, what fireworks.
When I've got ace-king suited here and I see someone going for the mini 3-bet off 20 big blinds, I'm so excited because I'm like, well, I've got an ace, he can't have aces. I've got a king, he can't have kings. I'm gonna get a easy pickup here. They're gonna be re-raising and folding.
Drooling. Oh my goodness, we have a third hand in the mix.
This is quite interesting because this is actually a pretty standard put it in the bin. And I'm not just saying that because we can see aces, because you gotta, the way we're going to see re-raises on the button here is with a very, very polar range. So it's either going to be aces, it's going to be kings, or it's going to be something like ace-5. When you put in 9s, you are entirely dead versus the value. So like what you want to do here is have a suited ace yourself if you're going to semi-bluff, so to speak. I'm not saying you want to bluff at all in this spot, but I would much prefer, if I believe that this player is getting out of line, just have ace-jack suited here. I would fold that, but I would prefer have that hand because, again, if Houghton puts this in against the value, he is just dead. Like, done. I feel like he'll sniff this out. It's not a fun spot, right? You've got 20 big blinds. You just had ace-3 suited, blind versus blind. You were put in a really tough spot. You made a tough fold, and now 2 hands later, or the very next hand, he was in a big blind. Yeah, the very next hand, he's got 9s with 20 bigs, and there's this action. And sometimes you can feel like the world is against you, and you're getting these tough spots, but it's a good fold. It's a good fold.
Well done folding the 9s. Let's see if anybody else going to come up. Nope, back to McEwen. All you can eat.
Oh, that's a good fold from me then.
Houghton congratulating himself.
I always flop a set though.
Houghton bracing himself to see that 9 on the
From
flop.
the 5 cards, I'll have the winning hand. Bite me in the ass.
This is the real British outlook on life. You know, we can't just enjoy we've made the good fold. We got to kind of hope for the pain. You know. All right, ace,
We've all
king,
got the
and
same
big
stack,
trouble.
all 3 of us.
Can McEwen make good on that 11% equity? Pull off the hero.
What life? The bottom.
10,000 more.
We're being told that we have lost a player, so no matter what happens on this table, we will have a broken table at the conclusion of this hand.
7, 8, 9. I got 1
Ooh,
million.
1 spade on the flop.
Yes.
Scary window card to see with the ace is the jack of spades.
10 of heart, I'm fine.
And with the deuce on the turn, it is all over for McEwen. He is going to finish in 24th place.
Hi. Yes.
Well done to the Englishman.
I think that was your fellow countryman, no?
He's flying the...
In my
His flag's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he's an American. Well,
you would have.
God bless America.
You would have rooted for him a little bit harder, wouldn't you?
I would have. I'm an absolute loyalist.
I'm very unprofessional when it comes to an Irish man deep in an EPT. I'll be fully on board. So I guess we're going to do a little bit of rebalancing.
No, it's me. Yeah. Ace on the bottom.
All right, let's take a look at our 25th place finisher, I believe. Yes, this is Faraz Mangro, who's going to take home 40,000 euros, finishing in 25th place. Congrats and good game to Faraz on his deep run here at EPT Barcelona on day 5.
Okay, can you sort out?
That is an absolute banging hat, I will say. I would like to rock that deep in an EPT. I know you got to get deep in EPT first. The hat's not as complicated, but I would enjoy putting a hat like that.
Jacks.
What other kind of hats do you like to experiment with? Have you ever tried on a Stetson or a beanie cap? What do you call them? Stocking caps here?
Beanie cap. Yeah, beanies, caps. I got a few cowboy hats for special occasions.
Here's a look at that table that we're going to be breaking while we take this brief pause.
Hold on
See
a
some
second.
of our
Tobias
heroes
is
from
still in this
yesterday.
tournament. He only plays 7-card games. What is he doing there?
Well, apparently he's got other skill sets in the tool bag other than the stud. Are you much of a mixed game player yourself, Finton?
I have dabbled in the mixed games, and whilst playing deuce to 7, I made a full house, and I thought that was a good hand. So I stood pat, I believe is one of the tactics you can employ. My opponent was quite scared because, you know, I'm pat. And he kept breaking, and I won with like ace, king somehow. I can't remember, but it's quite a funny clip on Twitter. So long story short, not too much expertise in that front.
Goodness gracious. Deuce to 7 single draw was the first mixed game that I learned to play. I had gotten kicked out of a Hold'em game for hitting and running. I still had a job at this point. And
Okay.
so I was like, I have to leave by 9, and I was always winning at 9 o'clock. Lucky for me. But to get back in good graces with the game runner, I did learn how to play Deuce to 7 single draw. And then more recently, I've learned the stud games and the limit games. And I think the best part is it's just so much more fun to fold a book of cards.
Really?
Than to fold 2 cards. Like they make a thud when they hit the table. There's like a little splash. It's just like it makes folding more fun. And poker is primarily folding no matter what game you're playing. If you're playing it halfway decently. Not if you're Tonka,
No,
of course.
the man does not do a lot of folding.
No, the only coaching I got on mixed games was like, okay, when you're playing limit games, you just like have to play tighter. Like that's the main heuristic I'm going to teach you with limit games. So when I ran into Tonka yesterday, I'm like, Tonka, how do you survive in these limit games? You're tightening up in the limit games, right? I was told you have to play tight. And he's like, nah.
If I could bet on one person to, let's say we just all met up and you just invented a game on the spot, I would always take Parker.
We're going to take a look at the PokerStars Live League. You play tournaments in 2025 to earn points. They're going to be 3 different tiers, a high, a medium, and a low, prizes with top finishers, and a chance to join Team Pro. You could join me and Fenton. You could wear a patch. You could do commentary. You could razz Tonka for playing too many hands. I mean, the options are limitless. I think they're going to show us a look at some of these leaderboards. You see any names on here you recognize?
Yeah, so this is the high leaderboard. So a lot of those guys are around the circuit all the time. We saw Leon winning the 100K this week. Obviously, we got Jesse Lonis, the self-proclaimed greatest poker player to ever live. I know Alison very well from playing online. Ponikovs is incredible. We got our teammate Jason Coonan there, David Kuhlman. Lots of names that you will know very, very well.
Leon was front and center for the comedy show, and I got to deliver a lot of my comedy songs and jokes right to Leon. And one of my punchlines is, I'm going to figure out pot odds. And then I just looked right at him. I was like, do you know how to calculate pot odds? And he's like, nah, little so-so.
I would imagine so. We see our very own Kenny Hollard in there on the medium leaderboard, and I know a few of these guys as well, very well on the low leaderboard. I don't know Stein up the top, but David Doherty won UK IPT Player of the Year last year. Thomas Clack is forever on the grind around the UK, Ireland, and Europe. And then Andreas has streamed in the past, and just a few more of these guys who, in my opinion, all would be very worthy winners of becoming a Team Pro. I'm not sure exactly how they decide. Maybe just like, I think it's an interview process, right? Okay. So we've got confirmation that I will just get the pick. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. I didn't know you had that much power.
And a special shout out and get well soon to David Doherty, who I think had a minor medical issue. I saw him post on his stories to the hospital. We definitely want him to be on the mend as soon as possible.
I love David. Really, really nice guy. Get on really, really well with him. But I really just don't enjoy playing poker against him. So I didn't miss him that much in Barcelona. He's always sitting on my left, smiling and making my life miserable.
Hold
So
up here.
I enjoy having a beer with him, but he's tough to play against. So I listen.
Okay, so Fenton wants you to stay in hospital as long as possible. I'm rooting for you to get better,
if he
though,
misses
David.
Malta, I won't be crying.
All right, we've got a new player coming to our feature, Alexandros
Alejandro,
Mishas.
let's go. Oh, sorry.
I think I pulled that one off.
You were about to roll that or that I can't do, so I was just ready. I thought you might break out into full Ali Alejandro song, but I think Chris would be looking at you because of copyright and stuff.
I think people will buy my pronunciations more of these European names if I have like some little castanets or
just commit to
a
it.
musical element.
It's exactly how we all pronounce our names as well. So
Foggin really does look hard as heck with those sunglasses and that jumper. My goodness, I wouldn't want to run into him in a back alley.
He's a little sweetheart, though. He might give that impression, but he's. I've only probably talked to Mark like 5 or 6 times, and every single time, and he's just very endearing, charismatic, lovely chap. All right, Houghton has found a hand that won't be folding no matter what waits for him after a raise.
Yeah, no ambiguity in this spot for Houghton.
175,000.
You much of a live reads gal? You ever staring people in the white of their eyes?
I should be because I'm a woman, right? And they always say women's intuition is the thing. I mean, some of the basic ones, if you see, you know, a barbecue dad breathing heavily in his chest, he usually has a big hand. If you see someone with a shaky hand, we can kind of
I don't have any of them, so I
there.
appreciate this.
Well, feel free to use those too.
Okay, thank you. I've made 2 live reads ever. One, unreal. Just got it completely right. Nothing to do with the fact that it was a 50-50 and it had nothing to do with it. And second time I got it so wrong that I've not done it since. Unfortunately for Eychenne here, Caro, unless he's feeling the most out of line since Tonka P playing Limit Hold'em, we're going to see a fold here. He's bet really big though, which is very less than standard, I would say. You just if you're going to bet, you can just bet 1 big blind on these boards. Just not much incentive to want to bet big, because when you open up the button off 20 big blinds, you know, the big blind is not going to have an ace very often, and like you don't want to start pummeling money in against a 10 for your opponent. So like you just keep it small, make it tricky for them to defend the hands that don't have a backdoor flush draw, whatever. It's just you don't want to make it's just about not making it too easy for your opponents, you know? Make them be in the tough spot. Put it on them. Just pass the baton as quick as you can.
So we have a few sunglass participants here at the table. How do you feel about wearing any type of face coverings, hats, sunglasses? Do you partake?
I'm out. Everything, I'm out. I'm out. No glasses, no scarves, no music. I enjoy it as a social game. I enjoy to chat to people. I enjoy to look at people. I don't mind people wearing glasses, especially on the feature table, because it's bright. But if I had my way, we'd all max t-shirt.
No, typically if I'm with you. I like to make eye contact with people, play. It's a social game, all that. If you see me wearing sunglasses at the table, I'm probably like crying. Like literally, I need a moment to myself. Someone's been mean to me off the felt. I'm in my head, and I just need a moment to regroup.
I think if I was super hungover, I'd throw on the glasses maybe.
That's another way, yeah.
All right, so we see Houghton opening the 9s, going for a slightly bigger size, which I don't mind. If you're going to be opening a tighter range, which he might be aware that he is, then sizing up again is absolutely fine. And Foggin with not much going on the flop. This again is where you just don't. This one not so much as the last board, but you just don't want to bet too big on this board.
Let's see how he sized it.
If he went big on ace 10-10, I don't think he goes small here. Yeah, he goes a little bit smaller. It's interesting. Just because 9s need more protection, and this board's not as good for you as the last one. But if you're going to... I feel like if Foggin raises here, you know, trying to bluff, Houghton's just like, I've got 9s. The board is 7-7-3 flush draw. I will be all in. And it does look like he's going to make the fold.
Houghton going to take down another one. He's chipping up all the way to 28 big blinds at the conclusion of this hand. I see a question in the chat that I wanted to get to. Today, are they playing still? They remain 16, or is there a time limit? We're playing 5 levels today.
Left foot, right foot, header, back of the net. Let's go. Perfect hat trick.
Yes, and my production team asking me to remind y'all that glasses and a cap are okay, a cap and a mask are okay, but you can't do all 3 at the same time.
Oh, I see you don't do requests.
I had not played very much live poker this year for multiple reasons, but I hadn't played since Irish Open, hadn't played previous to that. I'm usually very calm at the table. Don't feel a lot of pressure no matter like what's going on in the pot. Day 1 of playing here, just rocking a t-shirt. It's like the lowest stakes tournament I played of the entire trip. It was the PokerStars Open. I was in a pot that was about 7 big blinds, and the pulse in my neck felt like I was going to die. Like, I just guess I'm not as used to it as I have been, and my pulse was just going crazy. Like, the pot was irrelevant, but the guy was just looking at me, and I just lost all control of, like, obviously you can't control that. If you have that pulse, I don't think people can do anything. So if I had got deep in a tournament this trip, I would have worn what Marc is wearing, like a zip up just to protect my neck.
A little bit of a turtleneck or a scarf, yeah.
Even though I feel like it wasn't because I was bluffing, it wasn't because I had a strong hand. I don't want people making reads upon seeing that, you know. But I couldn't believe it because I haven't had it since I was like 18, 19, and it just came back.
Got a 3-bet pot developing here. Eychenne 3-betting the king, queen off. Do you think this just gets through a lot?
I don't think you ever get away easily against a Greek man playing poker. I think we're going to see a 4-bet. Nah. He's let me down. I don't know. The Greek guys, I love playing poker with Greek guys. If I was going to identify as a poker player from another country, it's Greece, or if the Brazilians would have me.
And just to circle back on that other question, we are going to play the 5 full levels today. The only way we would stop earlier is if we got down to 12 players remaining. So if we get to the end of 5 levels and we have more than 16 players, we will likely stop.
I do think folding with ace jack there is the more standard thing to do, like occasionally 4-bet, but if I would, the amount I've played with Greek poker players, like usually when they get re-raised, like especially when you're just at the table, like they'll let you know that they're the captain. You know, they're not messing around.
I didn't realize that Greek players had a reputation akin to the Brazilians. This is how I view Brazilian players as a demographic.
For me, like the Greeks make the Brazilians look like 60-year-old like UK poker players.
They got their pigtails and their lollipop. They're skipping
chill.
down.
Yeah. And I mean that as a big compliment, just in case there's anyone from Greece watching and you take this as an insult. I just want to say I mean it from the bottom of my heart. That's the biggest compliment I can give.
Have you ever been caught trying to take a picture of another player to get, like, you ever send pictures of people at the table? You're like, oh, this person's table clapped and I'm trying to get a read on them. I'm going to send it to my group chat and see if anybody knows them. Last time I tried to sneak one of those photos, it was in a ladies tournament. The gal was just looking straight at the camera. And my friends were roasting me so bad. They're like, how did you even send this to me, Caitlin? Have you no shame? I'm like, what? I'm complimenting her. She's being a pain in my ass.
No, I try not. I haven't been caught anyway. You see 10s getting folded here from Alexandros in the big blind, which it's an awkward stack he has where it was big stack versus big stack. Those are the kind of spots, like previously we saw the 9s going in the bin when it was short stack versus short stack. But when it's big stack, re-raising against big stack, sometimes you find really, really nice rejam opportunities because those guys just go a little bit too wide and a lot of ego involved. But I think when the player opens under the gun to 10s, you have to go in bin. But I'd like to know what he would have done with jacks, because he would not have folded queens. And it's always interesting to see where the line is for people.
Right.
Peneda has been, not making any sort of tight folds, but this is the first time I've seen him getting in a mix since we got on the boot.
Yeah, using that big stack here with the off-suited ace in early position.
See, I would raise his hand, but if I had that 9-6 suited he folded or whatever it was, like I'd prefer have that.
You prefer to have like suited gappers just because of the implied odds, or just like with an off-suited ace you're more likely to be dominated, or what you're thinking there?
So it depends on the tournament you're playing. But when we're playing an EPT main event, the average stack is 50 big blinds. Now, of course, there is a couple of short stacks at the table, but if we run through the list there's the short stack right now is 28 big blinds. And for me, if you end up getting in pot with the bigger stacks, I just want to have the hand that's going to allow me to put a hell of a lot of chips in post-flop. And with ace-7 off, like, that's kind of tricky. Like you can't really get many runouts where like it's like, ace-7, let's stack off here for 60 bigs. But with 9-6 suited, you can. And, as we get shallower, a7 will become more valuable. Stop people shoving on you, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, it's just interesting for me. Because, like, he folded the 9-6 suited from a similar position.
Yeah. I wanted to see the turn and the river. Imagine, same run out.
Brzezinski just playing the standard hand and picking up some pots. Nothing crazy so far. I don't know if, by the way, like I'm saying that about 9-6 suited. I don't know if I'm right. It's just how I view the game, but it could be that a7 is far superior for whatever reason.
No, Fenton, when we give you a microphone, we deputize you as the president of all poker knowledge.
Listen, I love.
You got to stand behind it today. I'm standing behind these European last name pronunciations.
I love Twitch chat. I won't get started on YouTube chat, but I love Twitch chat, and I'm not too worried if those guys don't agree with me, to be fair. I love you guys, but come on.
This is our second level of the day, answering some of the questions in the chat. Second of 5. We will stop if we get to 12, though.
So Jack 9 here will be interesting. So Brzezinski is one of the kind of more middling stacks, but he hasn't seen much from Alexandros so far. I think Kevin in the big blind hasn't done anything incredibly tight whatsoever. I think, you know, he's had really tough spots with the 9s. I would have also folded. He had the ace 3 suited, but I'd be pretty tempted to open Jack 9. You could say it's borderline, but as long as you're not folding Jack 10. I don't know. I'm always looking for an excuse to try and put chips in the middle rather than fold. And I feel like sometimes when people get deep in these tournaments, they're looking for reasons to fold rather than put chips in the middle.
Oh.
Do you like the just call here from Houghton with the pocket 8s?
Yeah, so this is the kind of spot where with these kind of more middling pairs, if you're to shove, you're not really going to fold out too many hands that you do badly against. Whereas if, say, you have pocket 2s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, like, you might fold out some more stuff like king 6 that raise folds, but like, I like calling these kind of middling pairs. Some people will shove them, you know, but for 30 bigs, you don't really want to 3-bet call 8s unless you're against a really aggressive player, so I would take a flop. But now we can't fold this flop. The flop's not good. But you can't flat 8s here, and then on ace jack 7 with a diamond fold. It would kind of defeat the purpose of what you're trying to achieve pre-flop. You're trying to keep in the worst hands, and it's an interesting turn because the 8's now not the best hand, but also they all of a sudden are one of the worst hands that you will have because you've flatted pre-flop, it's come out ace jack with a 7, you've called a bet on the flop. So if it checks to you here and your opponent checks, you could possibly bluff.
King queen of diamonds any good?
Okay.
The equity of his gut shot and his flush don't warrant a check ever?
Can get a read from you. I've checked.
Okay, once you say is king queen of diamonds any good, it's very difficult to now bluff your hand and check. Like, it's real. Like, you're kind of trying to get them to showdown for me. This most likely will go check, which I think is fine. Like, once you check the turn, I wouldn't want to turn 8s into a bluff. You just hope that your opponent has a king 7, maybe checks a king 9.
Check. One pair.
10.
A frustrating one to see. I don't think, like, look, we're sitting here with the cards. We can see he has a 10. We can see he would immediately be put in a tricky spot, but he's also going to check the turn with some very strong aces that can't go 3 streets. Might look to go for a check call with the weaker one, so I don't blame the 8's just showing down. Will win there plenty. It's also a bit of a disaster. It's not going to happen very often, but if he bets 8s on the turn and for whatever reason got raised, it would be tragic. Even though it should not really ever happen, it might. Have you ever run deep in any of... You ran deep in some stuff during the summer, no? Didn't you nearly win a mixed games?
Yes. My deepest run of the WSOP so far has been I got 32nd place in the 8-game mix. My first time playing live mixed games.
That was when Marls jinxed you, right? Didn't she, like...
Yeah, the moment she came to rail me, I did bust. So she will pay for that eventually.
Yeah, I'd be getting a little equity calculator out, working what your ICM value was, and be like sending her a little invoice.
No, I definitely ran very good to be in that spot. When I was deep in day 2, we were on the no limit hold'em card of the rotation, and there was an early open, and I had 30 big blinds and ace king, and I made a rather ambitious power yeet with my ace king, ran into 2 kings, and just banked that ace right on the turn to have like 200 bigs.
Sounds fine to me.
Middle of day 2.
This is interesting from Brzezinski. Electing to go with a smaller size here versus a chip leader. I don't know how everyone else is playing the game, but if I have king 10 suited and almost 100 big blinds, you won't catch me folding for 5 big blinds. I think sometimes people misunderstand the concept of these smaller sizings against chip leaders. You can't really exert that much pressure on Caro right now. You know, he has all the chips. You know, he's not the player who can't take flops out of position. And good luck winning the pot now, Brzezinski. I think it's, you know, as you get shorter and everyone's playing this like cage game of being scared to bust, yeah, sure, you can exert pressure with the smaller sizings. And 5 big blinds versus under the guns, whatever. It's gonna be fine. I'm not trying to say it's bad.
So what's the solution then? Would you have preferred a fold out of Brzezinski or God forbid a power yeet?
No, I just if I was going as wide as ace 10 off versus him here, like I would probably just re-raise bigger personally. If we're gonna go smaller, I just think I'd use a different hand class. Some people would again disagree with that, but that's just how I would feel. I also like I'm not sure like if we want to go so small on the flop either. You know, like the hands that we have re-raised pre-flop, there is some that want to bet small. But for me, does he just call?
It looks like it, yeah. You're surprised not to see the raise with the flush draw there?
Yeah, I think when you have ace high diamonds here, a lot of the time we could check call quite comfortably, especially if it's ace 10 or better. But for me, if you check raise king 10 here, you just have an immediate opportunity to put ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 in the bin, king queen suited with no backdoor, just in the bin. I would enjoy playing for it personally. I could be wrong, you know, it's kind of deep. It's 35 bigs, but I would never get myself in a situation with king 10 of diamonds here where I make it easy for my opponent to show down ace king, ace queen. I feel like that's just a disaster, and you're going to be left on the river with a pretty poor candidate to bluff if you don't improve. It's also sometimes like they're just going to bomb pot on the turn, or you know, and you're just not going to get to continue.
420.
Oh, he's gone for a bet with ace 10. So now I think Caro, it's so easy, right? We can see that he's got ace 10, so I don't want to be results orientated looking at the cards. But I still would be pretty tempted to put a lot of pressure on here. But he might have kind of put himself in a position now where he can't raise the turn for fear of now getting it in against, you know, queens plus, ace jack plus. He just has to decide if this is the size and scheme that Brzezinski would have taken with those premium hands.
Yeah, jack of spades on the turn, giving him the straight outs as well.
Like I'm going to bed crying if I don't win this hand with king 10 of diamonds and he shows me ace 10 off. Like I wouldn't sleep for a week if I don't win this hand.
Ace of hearts on the river, gonna brick Caro's draws and make top pair for Brzezinski.
Obviously, it doesn't matter what happens here. Caro's just going to fold unless he thinks he can rep ace x of diamonds, and we're going to be in an insanely weird spot, which he looks kind of... Oh God, I would be...
Pot has ballooned up to nearly 1.8 million here on the river.
It's interesting for Brzezinski. Does he want to put more chips in here? It doesn't matter what he does against Caro's hand, but he doesn't have like the ace of diamonds in his hand. So like he could be up against here against, you know, ace queen of diamonds or something. But can pocket tens call? Can king jack of diamonds call here? It's a kind of interesting spot where I think I would personally want ace queen or better to put chips in, but I feel like most people, if you triple barrel off here, are not going to pay you off. But it is half pot, so they might find themselves in a spot where a jack, where they call, but like, fuck, it's difficult to find enough bluffs compared to the amount of aces people will have. I'm heartbroken for Caro, you know? I'm sad for him. Like, I would be having a mini little funeral for this king 10 of diamonds.
Goes check, check on the river.
Did he
Aces
muck?
and fours will win.
Did he just muck his hand without showing? If he muck? I know he showed, okay.
He showed.
King 10 of diamonds could win. You know, like, it's unlikely, but someone could have queen 10 here and not bluff, which, you know. I don't know, man. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm real sad. Hey, look, he looks like a genius if he just has, you know, ace king or whatever, but I'm sad.
We'll put a pin in that. We're going to join some outer table action right now where we have Palevic facing off versus Rascar. We're going to join the action on the turn on a board reading 9 of hearts, 6 of clubs, 4 of clubs, queen of diamonds. Palevic has bet 500K action on Rascar. Rascar came into day 5 as the chip leader, was chip leading the feature table almost all of yesterday. All right, Rascar calls. Snap call from Palevic. Rascar tables 10 of hearts, 8 of hearts for a gut shot only. Palevic has ace of hearts, ace of diamonds. River is the jack of clubs, and Palevic, in a great spot, is now eliminated. Rascar chips all the way up to 8.2 million to be a massive chip leader in this event. Well over 100 big blinds, and Palevic is going to finish in 23rd place. Wow, what a river card.
That is as rough as it gets.
Goodness gracious, he's gonna go home with 40,000 euros. Was just in a spot to be a massive chip leader in an event with 1.4 million euros up top. Can't help but just ache for Palevic's luck in that hand.
Did he have a flush draw, or he just had a
Pure gut shot. Pure gut shot. There's clubs, 2 clubs on the board.
I had the double gutter. He had the double gutter.
Double gutter, yes.
Okay. It's still nasty work, though. That is still nasty, nasty, nasty work.
Rather be lucky than good.
I'm a big believer in that. All these guys talking about studying their sims. I'm trying to find like witches in my local area that will just like rub my temple and I'll win a W cube for the first time in 8 years. You know?
You got to talk to Jesse Lonis about the angels. He's got a direct line to the heavenly bodies. We got to figure it out. Get him on the call.
I've been DMing him. I've been calling Andrew Lichtenberger. I've been getting on to all the guys who believe they can control the cards with their head and their brain, and no one's responded to me.
Well, if you want, you can join my astrology group chat where we talk about everyone's sun, moon, and rising sign, and then we aggregate that information to help us run better. Okay, fair enough.
Am I able to leave? No, I'm joking. My wife on my day one of dating told me that it would never work because I was a Virgo.
Honestly, respect. I get exactly why she said that. Male Virgos are
Hold on.
You think you know everything. You can't hold back feedback from anyone.
12th of September.
Yeah, it's coming up then.
12th of September.
Coming up. Oh no, our producer's a Virgo
me and Chris
too.
just fucking toxic boys.
Oh, I'm deep in enemy territory here with my fellow Earth signs.
Did someone swear there? That wasn't me. Not the first time ever on the commentary.
All right, y'all. Back to the featured table at the 50K big blind level. 22 participants remaining. We don't know how many Virgos are left, but at least one in the booth.
Caro just sitting there looking as upset with himself as I'm upset with him. He's a Spanish man and he didn't make someone fold ace 10. I'm truly upset.
You're not going to let that one go, man. He had a path to victory.
I never criticize people in the booth. I always take the neutral side as much as I can, but I'm just sad for him. You know, I'm just upset. Caro should have 5 million chips right now. That's 100 bigs. And now he's got, what is it, 67? I don't even know how he still sit there.
Just a reminder, with that elimination, we are now at the new pay jump level, 46,000 euros to the next eliminated player. Ooh, 10 high flop here.
So both players going to be pretty happy. Be interested for how Caro decides to proceed. I would not want to be pure betting at this point versus big blind, not a big stack, but with king 10, I'd want to bet on the kind of chunkier side, which most likely will eliminate the want for Brzezinski to raise, if I had to guess.
Maybe he can redeem himself with his king 10 play here.
160,000.
Yeah, he's gone for a little bit over half pot, which is, you know, it's not going to make much of a difference. The flop size, as much as we kind of bang on about a lot, it doesn't matter that much, but it's pretty straightforward for Jack 10 to not want to start building a potential all-in pot here with a single pair versus a player that covers him. So happy to see a turn, and you know, some turns are going to get pretty expensive for Brzezinski. That is not one of them in the sense that it's going to be potentially stack threatening. Jack 10 all of a sudden, you know, pretty happy to navigate the showdown as cheaply as possible, but would imagine without a diamond will get away sometimes. It's also interesting for Caro. He's now got the top of the 2 pairs, which makes it a little bit more complicated for Brzezinski to, you know, want to continue with much worse hands. So I would bet here, but I don't think I would bet very large. I want to still be able to bet a 10 with a diamond. I want to be able to bet jacks. I want to be able to bet kings without a diamond. So I wouldn't go too big. You got to remember we've got a pretty wide range when we open on the button as a big stack, so just want to keep putting some chips in. This is a tough spot for Jack 10 without diamond straight away. I would guess it's not worth all that much, but probably just about sticking around. But you just have to, like, how are you going to win on the river? You know? There's so many natural bluffs for Caro. You know, if he has a Jack 9 and Queen 8, 5-6, these are hands that just aren't going to show down, and Brzezinski is also going to be dead a lot. You know, he's not quite, I know he is dead right now, sorry, but if he does make a disciplined fold, so I think that's a pretty snug, smart fold, deep in an EPT that sometimes you get a bit married to your hand, but you just don't want to be putting in chips when you can be drawing dead. You know? Sometimes you will, but you just want to avoid it when you can.
All right, we are going to join some outer table action yet again. Our brand new massive chip leader, Yohan Rascar, in it again. He's in a hand with Hiroki Karatsu of Japan. We're joining the action on the river with a board reading 9 of diamonds, 6 of spades, 7 of hearts, queen of diamonds, 4 of spades. Karatsu has bet, and then Rascar has put him all in to call. Karatsu makes the fold, and now Rascar is just absolutely dominating this field, dog walking him, Fenton.
Yeah, he looks like the kind of guy who's going to be slinging those chips around. Given the check raise with the 10-8 in the last hand, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a 5 million chip off flying on that outer table pretty soon.
So we currently have over 5,000 viewers on YouTube. If you're watching, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. We're so close to 2 million subscribers and would love to hit that number here in Barcelona. Please help us do it.
When I was struggling to hit a milestone on YouTube, my mum printed out flyers and walked around the local town.
Oh my gosh, bless her.
I know.
Was it effective? Did you get there?
I got 4. She handed out like 5,000.
Hey, she moved the needle. We got to have respect for our mamas.
Yeah, they weren't even from Ireland though, so I don't know if it worked.
Make sure to also follow us on Instagram, where we're close to 1 million followers.
So many people.
At PokerStars.
People love poker, and why not?
People like to say this game is dead, but I think she's just waking up.
Oh man, looking at 1.4 million for first, I honestly I hope at some point, like, you know, I could play poker for the next 20, 30 years and never get this far in a main event. They're few and far between, very special. It would just be so much fun.
Honestly, it sounds nonsensical hearing you say that from where I sit. You know, I'm more of the pure content creator, and I mean, you've worked so hard on your game. You've accomplished so much. I think it would actually be insanely unlikely for you not to be in a spot like this in the next 5 years or so.
Maybe. I'm going to try my best, but I feel like if it happened to me when I was younger, I remember one of my good friends final tabled EPT London approximately 10 years ago, and he had just come off a big heater where he won a UKPT. He came second in the Irish Open, and it was just kind of like we expected it. We were 22 years old, 23 years old. And we were like, this is just kind of what's going to happen for us, you know? And like,
it's always going to be this way.
And it was like £650,000 for first. He like got third and just won so much money. And we were like, this is just poker. And like, I don't think we took it in, you know? We enjoyed it, but I don't think we really took it in like how special it was. Whereas now, Caro coming after out in here with the ace-9, and really, really tough spot. I would, even though I can see that Caro's ace-9, I'm still folding ace-jack here.
No, I had a very similar situation in MTT poker. The very first year of playing tournament poker, I had 2 large 5-figure scores. I finished second in 500K guarantees within 6 months of each other.
And you were like, this is poker.
Yeah, I'm like, well, it'll just always be this way, yes.
No, it's quite difficult. Last year I had a big run in Barcelona, not in a main event, but with a lot of money up top in the mystery bounty. I think it was 350K, and I got 3rd place. And like, I really loved that and enjoyed that moment. Whereas I think when you're younger, it gets lost a little bit. Houghton might feel like he's being played at and decide to make a stand here, but we're playing big, so he's got. He's going to see a flop. Okay, so this is complicated with ace jack, just because Caro is going to bluff him here a lot with a lot of suited ace x, and for me, even though nasty work, nasty work.
Top pair versus the flopped nut flush, also known as the stone nuts.
Yeah, we're going to see Caro bet extremely small here, if bet at all. I would guess we see something in the region of 75. I can't bet that. I guess I can. 75k.
Yeah, and Houghton with just leaving himself 15 big blinds behind.
What a flop for the ace nine of diamonds. Caro might be tempted to check this specific hand, even though generally he would just want to bet really small with all of his hands here. It's funny that the check actually might cost him, because if a fourth diamond was to roll off, it'd be big trouble. Impossible for him to get away from this, but if I'm in this hand, say I got here, well, say ace jack suit, ace jack of spades or whatever, all sorts of alarm bells are going off for me when someone checks this flop. There's just you don't need to check. You just bet really small, because you'd expect Houghton to have suited hands that are either going to be flushes or auto folds. You know, if he's king queen of spades, we only have to bet one big blind with range to make him fold it. So, the way he's rubbing his chin, I'd be so scared.
Looking like the Count of Monte Cristo over there.
When you check back this flop, you can't have a tough spot, because it's either you give up or you've got the nuts. You know, you've got jacks or you've got a flush. You know, hilarious that he has a flush and trips. It's the only hand Houghton could potentially get paid off here that would maybe make sense is if like Caro had tens or no diamond, because that's the only kind of hand that is like, oh well, I don't benefit so much from betting, you know. But with 40% of the pot left and top pair, I think Houghton's just going to be all in here, and there's just nothing he's going to be able to do. It would be an insane soul read if he gets here with ace jack and somehow does not put in his final 11 bigs. You just have to try and consider what you can get called by. Like, do you think ace king or ace queen with a diamonds checking back on the flop?
All in.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. GG, mate.
Gonna be lights out for Houghton here, finishing in 20.
Turn your cards over quickly. You've got the nut flush, mate. Come on. You block the trips.
And trips for good measure. Again.
Put the man out of his misery
Nice
and just
catch.
turn it over immediately. Come on.
Foggy, get the lot.
Go game, bro.
Yeah?
Unlucky, man.
Houghton going to be taking home 46,000 euros for his 22nd place finish here. Well done and good game.
Houghton had
Englishman running
a
deep.
bunch of tough... I've only been here for less than 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And Houghton had the toughest spots on the table by far.
The microphone,
he had
The nines and the cold
the
four bet
nines, he had the ace
opportunity.
three of diamonds. The thing with these spots with ace jack pre-flop is that sometimes people are scared to pull the trigger because they feel like, you know, you might ram it into the nuts, but it's actually generally lower variance against these aggressive players if you do. I would have, you know, not trying to make Houghton feel, I would have folded pre. It's a tricky hand, you know. But Caro, after folding with his diamond flush draw, decides to just flop the nuts and make it a little bit easier for himself. And he does get to that 5 million chips that I was mourning for him.
Good for 100 big blinds here on the second level of day 5 of this main event here in Barcelona. Foggin now going to be the shortest stack on the table, but not short by any means. Still sitting on 36 big blinds.
Was Caro the player that you were telling me on the break?
The qualifier, yes, he is here. I don't remember, I think it was a $250 qualifier that he made it through. We also had a $25 qualifier that got a pretty large 5-figure score yesterday as well, running deep in the final 4 tables. But
So he's meant to be playing the spin and go challenge as well?
He is meant to be playing the spin and go challenge, so we may have to call in an alternate to reach our 81 players that are going to be playing in that
Chris,
spin
if you
and go
need a guy,
championship.
how much money's up top of that spin and go challenge again?
100,000 euros, yes.
I know a guy. I'll take the free roll.
It's so generous of you to make yourself available.
I'll give Caro 3% of whatever I win as well.
Hey, we're wheeling and dealing over here. All right, so we put Caro in the last round tomorrow to give him the best possible chance of being available to do both.
I'm guessing he hopes he's not available.
No, I'm sure he would much rather make 10th place or better for more than 100K.
One bet, 120,000.
His stack is worth so much money. When I used to do commentary with Sam Grafton, and he would talk so excitedly about the fact that these players are concentrating on the fact that they're playing poker for 1.4 million. But what sometimes gets lost on them is that every pot they play, that's like 1 million chips, you know, is like a €70,000 pot or €100,000 pot. And it's like you're actually playing such high stakes in every pot. Sometimes people maybe only consider the pay jumps when they get to the final table because they're like, oh, well, the next pay jump's only 7K or 10K or whatever it is right now. But actually, like when you play like a 3 million chip pot right now, it's like, it's a 6-figure pot that you're playing. That aces pot on the outer table?
Yes.
I don't even know how much money that was worth. That was worth like a small house in Dublin, that pot.
Do you think it's better that the average player detach themselves from the ICM value of their chips?
To a degree, as a poker player, you do have to have a weird relationship with money where you can't get caught up on the fact that if you play all day and have a losing session, you could have flown the family around the world or whatever. But I try to enjoy it because I think the opportunities to play for this amount of money are few and far between. And as long as you're playing within your means, of course, if you win loads of money, it can change your life. But as long as the money you're losing doesn't, then it's just so exciting. Like, I just think it's fun. I just think it's so silly that we get to play poker for 6 days and then some guy's going to win 1.4 million euro and just have this like unbelievable life experience where you said there's 5,000 people watching on YouTube, people watching on Twitch, all his family celebrating at home. I just think it's just so much fun. And that's some of my friends, they know they are. They moan when they take a bad beat, and I'm like, come on, we're playing a game for 7 figures every few months for fun. Like, how can you be upset? Like, how can you be sad? It's so much fun. It's such a great game.
Another 3-bet pot developing here. Caro really using those chips at this stage in the tournament.
It's pretty. I'm like, you won't catch me folding 5s for this size. 7 big blinds. Let's see the community cards. Let's try play the matchy. Like, we ain't folding this. You just, I don't know. You just. Sorry, you told me that Caro's a qualifier, so I should actually take that into consideration when I'm saying he should just check raise, get in with King 10 of diamonds. Hey, buddy, play the 250k pot there for us. Like, it's a whole different ball game. It's a great flop for him though. Like, flops a double gutter, can make the nuts, and just we can see that he's against 5. So any bet's going to win the pot here. I can understand why you'd want to check this flop because the way you maybe would consider the button to be calling is very condensed around this region, but for me, I just bet. If we're for 3-bet ace jack, we're gonna have some king jack, we're gonna have 10s, we're gonna have 9s. We're gonna have plenty of hands.
It looks like a pretty chunky bet from Eychenne.
This pot could get pretty messy for both players. Because Caro has a non-decision on the flop, I don't believe. Like, you don't want to check this flop and then run ace jack. You want now we're seeing the turn card.
Are your under pairs on this wet board in a 3-bet pot? Is he ever checking back the 5s here?
I would be a little bit. I would play it slightly different. I would bet when I have a diamond sometimes and check if I don't. It's just I don't know if that's the correct strategy, but it's just for me to control how often I go after it. I would pick with a diamond, but also I don't think you need to bet very big because the hands that you're actually looking to fold out are hands such as ace-6 off that re-raised against you, or maybe like ace-7 suited. So like the hand, you can't really force a hand that's connected with queen 10-9 into a tricky spot with too many bet sizes. Like if he has a pair and a straight draw, like there's not much you can do. So I would bet small on turn and bet bigger on. Bet small flop, bet bigger on turns. But that again, this is how I think. I could be wrong. This is Caro might feel like he needs to bluff. He might think that it looks like he has ace king. You know, and he might want to try and make a queen fold here, which is quite interesting. If you've got fives, it's a real difficult story to tell when you check the turn. Of course, you can have some full houses. You could have a king. It's not impossible. What would you do with ace jack? You've got yourself to the river. Are we putting some chips in, or are we just tapping the table and hoping we win?
I tap the table and I hope I win, but I'm a fish relative to these elite players. What I do is rather irrelevant.
My only fear with, honestly, so what I consider, right? We have a jack, right? Jack's second pair here. The only queens that we really can be up against, as is the widest going to go, is probably queen 8 suited. King queen's a straight. We're not making that fold. We have an ace in our hand, so it's a little bit less likely they have ace queen. So I'm just with this size, it feels like we're targeting exactly a queen to fold, and it's kind of difficult for him to have too many. But he wins the pot. I don't think it was a value bet. Sometimes people will just bet to stop them facing the bet. You know?
Set their price. We call it setting their price. All right, we're going to join outer table action once more. The former footballer Jimmy Kebby has moved all in pre-flop. The decision is on our Brazilian friend João Weber. And the Brazilian makes the call. Kebby has ace of diamonds, queen of clubs. Weber has 8 of clubs, 8 of hearts. We got a good old-fashioned flip here. Flop coming out, 10 of hearts, deuce of diamonds, 8 of spades, deuce of spades on the river, queen of spades, or excuse me, deuce of spades on the turn, queen of spades on the river, and unfortunately, Jimmy Kebby has been eliminated in 21st place. He's going to take home 46,000 euros, and he's not going to walk away without any new fans. If you are a fan of his football play, you got to have respect for how deep and how well he has played in this tournament. He played for both Reading and Crystal Palace as a footballer. Congrats to him on his deep run. We are now down to 20 players. Current payout is going to be at 46,000 euros for a few more eliminations. The 17th finishing player will get that next pay jump.
Jimmy definitely didn't earn 40k a week. No way. When did he play football? No way.
He was born in 84, I think.
15k tops. It's huge. No, I don't know. Reading and Crystal Palace could have potentially been in the second division as well. I mean, he could have been. I don't know what these guys are. Okay. Sorry, Jimmy. I probably watched you play football throughout my younger years. Okay. He played for Crystal Palace. My team is playing Crystal Palace tomorrow, so maybe me and Jimmy might meet up at a bar and be rivals. You never know.
Crystal Palace sounds like a part of a Candyland board. That's a town y'all have?
Again, I'm not from the UK, but it's not a it's
not what I think it is.
It's a. Do you know what? I think it's a nice part of London. Some people might not agree, but it's a fun part of London to be in.
All right, Foggin and Eychenne facing off in this single raise pot.
Foggin with a reasonable amount of backdoor possibilities, but just not enough to be putting up a fight to a player that covers him right now. Just a little bit too messy.
Ooh, and in the background now you can hear Mr. James Hardigan announcing the start of the Spin and Go VIP spinoff. Now you can watch this. We are simultaneously streaming. The stream is going to be on the PokerStars YouTube channel. We've got some amazing VIPs. Jason Kuhn is in there. We've got Rory Jennings. We also have boxing announcer Ade Oladipo. This is his second time playing poker ever. He's incredibly enthusiastic and charismatic. Can't recommend watching enough, so definitely check it out.
Sorry, who put Rory Jennings on the list and I didn't get to play this, Chris? Could I have an exact name, please? Could you tell me? And I heard special VIPs followed by Rory Jennings. It's not the world it once was, boys and girls. I just want to know the name. That's all. Also, as much as the Spin and Go Championship is on, don't leave. Stay here. Me and Caitlin are doing the EPT.
We got it on
You can
lock.
watch both. Everyone's got dual screen at this point. You can get one on your phone. Go on, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am being sent a little correction right now. I said next page jump at 17th. We are actually on it right now. The 20th place finisher is going to get 53,000 euros. Pot developing right here. The Joe and James in the big blind. I have since learned the correct suits of the Joe and James. Jack of spades, Jack of hearts, Joe Stapleton, James Hartigan.
And we got him, right?
Yep.
Gattuso from Argentina going to be all in.
Yeah, he's back on our feature. Definitely been one of the bigger stacks for a lot of this later stage play here in this main event. Got into a spot yesterday where he folded ace king off blind v blind versus Leo for 50 bigs. He opened and then Leo shoved on him for 50 bigs and he folded the ace king. You ever showing ace king to your opponent there?
I actually do have a little bit of insight on this one because I'm good friends with Leo.
Oh,
it was slightly different. It was button raised, re-raised in the small, and Leo piled it in the big blind. No, I wouldn't open face fold. I also would not fold. I would just hate my life and call. But you know, Leo had the jacks. Could have easily been the ace queen. But yeah, I wouldn't be folding there. But listen, I've not been in this spot. You know, I've not played for 1.4 million euro. Like, would I make? I folded ace king in the day one of the mystery bounty versus a 4-bet. So
goodness,
yeah,
I didn't know you were capable of that sort of thing.
Neither did I.
Your Virgo is really showing. My goodness.
I'm not a hand history teller. You'll never really get me sitting here and talking poker hands of my own. But there was one hand in the EPT second chance where it went raised by me. A gentleman re-raised me. Two players to his direct left both call. So we got a cold call 3-bet pot. I 4-bet. Original guy gets out of the way. Two players call. So we've got a double cold called 4-bet pot. I have kings. It comes out ace high. I end up folding. Matey boy, who flat at the second, had 5 high and had shoved the ace high flop. The other guy called with second pair. And when I tell you the table didn't stop laughing at me for, I would say 15 minutes straight that I folded kings. Because apparently the second chance, which I believe is a new tournament. I don't think we had it until this year at the very earliest. Apparently everyone who plays the second chance is tilted because they're not winning the main. So you got to just get in. I didn't know. So we do. Sorry, we have.
Well, you're prepared for next time.
Yeah, that's it exactly. Malta, you don't want to be on my table in the second chance. I would say overall, pretty big flop here for Foggin. Might be the kind of spot where he doesn't want to bet all of his pairs, but when you've got fours, pocket trays, they benefit the most from making a hand like King Queen fold, Jack 10 fold, and also they have the backdoor straight draw. So I'd be pretty tempted to bet, but I don't blame him for checking. King Queen is somewhat interesting. Could be tempted to bet with the diamond in his hand here, and it's going to be a difficult spot for Foggin immediately.
Little side note, the player from Greece sporting some of that new merch that we have here on PokerStars. If you're on the ground in Barcelona, make sure to stop by our merch shop and get some of this new swag. We got a lot of great new apparel opportunities there for you.
I do feel like we need to see... Okay, I mean, the thing with the fours is, like, you do prevent your opponent from having as much as the ace-4 and stuff, but I would have been making the bet twice.
You got to 2-barrel me if you want this one.
Yeah. Of course, sometimes you're just going to be against a 10 or better there. You're going to be against something like, you know, say Queen Jack with diamonds, and, you know, your equity's not going to be amazing anyway, but I do prefer to be a little bit stickier. People will watch the broadcast, they will get told hands, and even if this costs you 4 big blinds on this turn, like, it will prevent people from going after you too much, I believe. Like, there's players I'm playing against online who I know, if I'm going to need to win the pot, like, we're going to have to empty the clip, which will stop me from, like, putting the first bet in sometimes, you know, because they're just extremely sticky opponents. And I don't want to make it too easy for people if I can avoid it. But the fours is, like, you know, it can go either way, I'm sure. He might have reads I don't versus our Greek friend as well.
Eychenne raising up the Queen 10 offsuit under the gun. We think this is a little loose. This makes sense. We unblocking the hands that we need to be unblocking. What do we think?
I think it's loose with his stack size. We're playing 7-handed. You have plenty of bigger stacks, you know, to your left. I would maybe fold this one, but maybe Eychenne feels that this table's playing passively enough that he can get away from it, or get away with it.
7 high rainbow flop misses both players.
I'd be pretty happy just to put a reasonable bet in here with Queen 10. You might not want to bet always. I would mostly bet, but Queen 10 is just worth dust, and you do have a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, don't care if you get raised.
Yeah. Like, I would just bet, you know, 200, 150, 200K. He went even bigger. He wants to just play a size that he can get it in on turns if he wants, I guess. Did he have 30 bigs? Yeah.
Just go all in.
All right, and we have a recent elimination on one of our outer tables. I am sad to report Leo Worthington-Leese is going to be finishing in 20th place. That's good for 53,000 euros.
Oh, I'm heartbroken.
You didn't have a piece, did you?
No, he's one of my good buddies. I play squash with him. I was hoping to get to do commentary. He had such a big stack, man. He had like 3 million chips.
Heartbreaking. And we are here with some more outer table action. Karatsu is all in versus Joao Weber. Karatsu has 6 of diamonds, 6 of spades, and is behind Weber's aces. Flop coming out, 3 of hearts, king of spades, 9 of hearts, turn 7 of spades, 10 of spades, river, and Karatsu is going to be gone in 19th place. Also finishing for 53,000 euros. And just like that, we are down to 18 remaining participants. Next pay jump going to be at 17 remaining participants. They get a pay jump of about 10,000 euros. Congratulations to the player from Japan. Great run, well played. Congratulations to you. And now we're back to our feature table.
I would also raise aces. Good job, Caro. Good job. Do you know how me and Leo became friends?
No, please enlighten me.
Multiple people stopped him in Prague and thought he was me. We don't look that similar, but that was how our little romance blossomed.
You know who I get confused with in the poker community? Some people confuse me and Nikki just because we're together a lot, of course, but who I actually have somewhat of a resemblance to is Katie Lindsay, who represents America's Card Room, and the beautiful blonde.
Katie Lindsay?
She's such a snappy dresser.
I know who Katie is, but she has blonde hair.
I think we're both extroverted and we're both vivacious and voluptuous, and that's enough for most people that all white girls look the same too.
I love playing poker with Katie. She's always just so much fun on the table.
Oh, just a gas and a half.
But similar looking, I just don't see it.
We have nice round faces and kind eyes. Okay. I take it as a compliment. Don't take this away from me.
No, sorry, I'm not trying to. Caro decided to check, I believe, on the flop. Getting a bit sneaky.
He did indeed check that flop.
And now he's got the nut flush. There's something going on with the diamonds in Caro. Are we 100% sure he's giving them back? He had the ace 9 of diamonds. He had the king 10 of diamonds. He has the aces with the diamond.
Diamonds are a qualifier's best friend here on day 5.
So on a paired board, you're not going to see Peneda raise with worse than a full house versus many bets here. So you kind of need to set your price. You don't have too much opportunity to bet small and induce a raise very often. So I would probably go a little bigger just because I'm a greedy. The only thing I will say is Caro's size might actually work against 10-9. He could get paid here.
No dice. Peneda is not going to give him any extra value with his pair of 10s. You have a compliment in the chat. Adrian from the YouTube chat says, Fenton's commentary is elite.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I have to agree.
Thanks. It's very
Doing
kind.
very well here in the booth. We
I'm
got
here
him for another level.
No one told me that. I'm only joking.
Thank you to our 5,400 viewers on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. We're trying to make that new benchmark. We need subbies. We have our high school reunion coming up. We're trying to, stunt on them fools. Help us out a little bit,
I've unfollowed PokerStars on YouTube because I want to be million. So I'm just waiting. I have a little tracker set up. I built this app using AI recently, and like once it hits the one before, I'm gonna.
That's so much effort.
I know. I'm a loser.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. Hopefully I get the alarm today. It's be a big day.
There's no prize. You just those bragging rights are really important to you.
I just think being the millionth is it means something to me. Okay. There's no prize, Chris. You told me in Dublin there was a prize. Yeah, you told me there's a prize.
Chris is.
You can bring me for dinner, Chris, and we'll call it quits.
Kiss him on the mouth. Just give him a little mouth kiss.
I think that might have been it. Yeah. You'll have a prize for me in Malta, Chris. So, it looks like we have raise from Gattuso, and Caro's put him essentially all in with ace-jack. I don't think we're going to see a call. I'd be very surprised with 18 players left in an EPT with 1.4 million if we decided to die with ace-9 suited.
Yeah, I don't think we put our tournament life on ace-9 suited when we're open folding ace-king the day before.
Have you ever played with a shot clock?
I have made it to a day 3 of a 10K where we had a shot clock.
I've never ever gone beyond the 30 seconds, which is definitely not good strategically, but I panic. Like I've never used a time bank. They scare me so much. I just see it ticks to 5 and I'm like I don't want to think about it any further.
Well, I'm so out of my depth that the only time I knew to use a time bank is when like a pay jump is approaching and I'm the short stack. That's the only way I'm like, oh, now I'm supposed to use them.
That's strategically beyond me.
Caro still sitting as the table chip lead of this table.
That's a beautiful hand.
Ace queen suited, just gorgeous.
What's your not ace's favorite hand?
10-9 suited.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's gorgeous. Pretty. Smash the middle of the deck for me one time, Dila.
Please don't shove. We don't need a time. Just have a little raise.
Just have a little raise.
Just put 2 big blinds in the middle and don't be playing with your chin like a Bond villain. We just have a little raise. He did just raise fold ace-9 and he might not want to raise call ace-queen and then eliminate that decision from his process. But you just don't give people the opportunity to put you all in with a worse hand. The very last hand we saw ace-jack shoving, which is fantastic if you have ace-queen. It is so nice. You can get it in as a big favorite. When you shove here, you ain't getting it in as a big favorite. Jack-9 off was the true story. It's weird that it came up right now after asking that. I won my first tournament with Jack-9 off, and so did my best friend. So we were fully set on getting Jack-9 off tattoos, and I'm glad it passed. Like I have infinite dumb tattoos, but I'm glad that one passed.
I have the worm tattoo, I'm afraid to say.
The worm?
The ace of spades on my right forearm, yes.
Did you were feeling it?
No, I was intoxicated. I am very shocked that they put ink and a needle in me.
I have so many stupid tattoos. People don't normally see them.
I mean, what's the point of a meaningful and, sentient tattoo? We want dumb tattoos only, please.
I'll give you a free roll. If you can name the hand I think is the ugliest hand in poker in one guess, I will give you €100.
Ugliest hand in poker.
I'll write it on my phone just in case you think
Well, I
that
feel like
would-
you're a smart ass, so it has to be something non-intuitive.
No, it's aesthetically the ugliest for me.
Oh. But is it not a comment on the strength of the hand?
Okay, hold on a second here. You're
Okay,
getting a free
sorry,
roll. We're not.
sorry.
It's not an interrogation.
All right, I'm
Hold on.
gonna-
Let me write down because I don't want you to think that I've scammed you. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on a sec.
Aesthetically ugliest hand.
Wait a sec. Don't look. Come on. That is so scummy.
didn't.
All right, go ahead.
Jack 3, Club Diamond.
Oh, do you know, you didn't need to be so specific, but you were so close.
Oh my gosh, it's Jack Deuce off, y'all. The Choctaw Nuts.
Jack
We call that the
Deuce off.
Choctaw Nuts in the
That's-
south of America
that-
where I play.
That's, that is, I don't even know where that is.
No, it's disgusting.
You were so close. When you said jack off, I thought I was in big trouble.
I can't believe I was that close. I'm pretty impressed. All right, we got another pot developing here. Gattuso defending his big blind with pocket sixes. Caro flopping a goot shot.
Do you know what's worse? You might actually be right. Like Jack 3 off might actually be aesthetically uglier. 10-8 of spades is right up there for me, like suit included as prettiest. I like something that can make a sneaky straight. You know, you got your 10-9 suit. There's 3 in a line on the board. It's just, everyone knows. I like a little sneaky straight, like a little 5-7 suit.
I love 3 betting with a suited 10. People never put me on it, you know?
I got absolutely owned at the Irish Open where I tried to make a lady fold a hand that she very clearly
You tried
had.
to get, oh, stop right
Yeah,
there.
no,
You
no.
tried to get a lady to fold a hand?
No. But she goes to me, you just know what I have, and you're trying to make me fold. Bang. And like this is before she calls. The pot is huge. It's on the direct bubble. She played really well, but in this spot, like everyone has the same condensed amount of hands, and I tried to make her fold it, and she just goes, "Yeah, you think because I'm a lady, I'll fold." And it wasn't because she was late; it's because I thought she had the hand she had. But she said it to me, and my wife is there fangirling this girl as I lose all my chips, clapping her. She made a great call. Like it was a really, really good call.
Yeah, I mean, as a somewhat of a ladies event specialist myself, I could have told you. I think because so many women come up in the game as beginners, and they are targeted. It's not imagined, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of people will assume that they're going to be over folding, so they get pushed around a lot. And some of the early overcorrections that women can have in their game is they become
sticky.
stations.
Yeah.
They
I
get
mean,
real
it
sticky.
probably
Correctly
works.
so. And
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of time, that's where we see our first early improvements as a lady.
Difficult spot for Gattuso on the turn here. Might just be small enough that he's going to force Caro to put the final bet in. And Caro, for me, if he does not improve, has to bluff this one. It's easy to see that Gattuso has sixes and say that. On this river card,
interesting.
You want to be getting your little red triangle. You want to be placing it on the middle of the table, and you want to let the dealer do your work. But you cannot check this. And I understand that he's a qualifier, and if he checks, I'm not going to give him grief. But if you want to be the chip leader in the EPT in this spot, and you get to the river with 10 high, the betting discs must enter the middle of the table. I also believe that all of the betting discs would want to be going in. You bet so small on the turn that your opponent can't really risk not raising a 9 at some point that you just have to pull the trigger. And Caro qualified for, I believe he said $25. It's
$250 for Caro.
Vamo. He's pulled the trigger. Go on to Caro. All the King 10 of diamonds is entirely forgiven.
Neutralized, Caro.
By the way, if Gattuso calls this, it would be an insane decision, in my opinion. But if it doesn't add up to him, maybe he does not believe his opponent would play the size on the turn he did with a 9, and now he would not shove a king. It would be one of the most impressive calls I've seen in an EPT. But I wouldn't expect it, and I don't think he should make it. So, like, good fold, even though he's, it's hard to say good fold when he would have won, but vamo.
Well, congrats to Caro. Finally impressing Fenton.
Which
is probably good for at least, I don't know, 500k euro.
No. I'm not finally impressing Fenton. It's I just wanted the chips for him, you know.
All right, we have a hand developing on the outer table again. The very active, massive chip leader, Yohan Rascar, is facing off versus Tobias Leknes. We're joining the action on the river on a board reading 2 of clubs, 8 of spades, king of clubs, 9 of spades, 3 of diamonds. Rascar has bet 800K on this river.
Tobias not a big folder. I'd expect to be seeing some cards turned over here. I've not seen any action. I don't know anything about the hand. But Tobias is not a man who's going to go into the tank faking it here. I reckon we're going to have the cards turned over.
All right, that is a call. Rascar has ace of spades, 4 of spades for the bricked flush draw. Nice hero call from Leknes, who has 8 of clubs, 7 of clubs, 1 pair. Leknes is now up to 5.2 million. His online handle is Senkel92, and he has 13 W Coupe titles. Now, do you have any W Coupe plans coming up, Fenton? We streaming? What's the plan?
I thought you were about to ask me, do I have any W Coupe trophies? And it stings to my core that I don't.
No.
I have had many opportunities and many punts, but yes, I will be streaming every single day of W Coupe. I will be putting a full effort into finally being crowned a world champion. Benjamin Sprague has won a $5 W Coupe. And a turbo W Coupe, and he does like to go on about being a 2-time world champion.
That's a pretty prestigious event, yes?
The $5 W Coupe? Yeah. I mean, if you're a recreational and you enjoy a bit of poker once a month and you win a $5, I will salute you. I will stand up. I will congratulate you. I'll send you a personal DM with a speech about how well you deserve to be crowned a world champion.
Yes. Was this a Dusty trophy or something?
Well, myself and Benji made a little bit of content in preparation for W Coupe, where we travelled to Nottingham, and he brought his trophies in to gloat, to celebrate, to brag. And I've asthma. It was a risk to my health, these trophies that he brought to the studio.
Goodness.
Yeah, I know.
Can't believe he would put you at risk like that.
It's quite
Your
selfish.
best mate. How dare he?
I know. But yes, I will be playing every day, desperate to win. There's some rumors of some content we might be making together. I don't know if it's been confirmed. So
did y'all do a fantasy leaderboard yet? Isn't that normally part of the bag of tricks?
Something along those lines, but it might be a little bit more intense on the Finty versus Benji side this year.
Y'all do prop bets on the side?
I think there might be something in the works. Unconfirmed at this time. Just saying I will be winning.
All right, well, good luck to Fenton.
I've never won before.
Spraggy and all the other W Coupe players. All right, action has folded around to the small blind here, where Brzezinski is going to raise up his suited ace. All right, and that's going to get through on to the next hand. Again, we have 18 players remaining here on day 5 of this main event. Pay jump, they're going to get 10,000 more euros if they finish 17th or better. 11th place or better gets that 6-figure jump all the way up to 102,000 euros. Have just under 15 minutes remaining in this second level of the day. We're playing 90-minute levels.
It is pretty crazy with this structure that even though Marc Foggin might be feeling a little bit of pressure and Gattuso might be feeling a little bit of pressure with these shorter stacks, they just have so much time. It is a mental battle when the average stack right now is 3.5 million. You know, it's 70 big blinds and you're sitting there with 15, you're sitting there with 25, and you're like, you feel like you're getting cut away. But if you can detach from the average stack and realize that you just have so much time with the structure to wait for a spot, spots will present themselves. You know, of course, occasionally you just get dealt out of a tournament, but for the most part, if you don't make sloppy re-raises, or if you don't go a little bit too wide when you know you shouldn't, like, you will find the right opportunity to be aggressive. And then, of course, when it presents itself, if it's against one of the chip leaders, you do have to pull the trigger. But again, this is kind of me projecting what I do. Like, I'm sometimes guilty of just trying to force it when 90 minutes is so long.
It really is. And that's been a focus of my personal study in my game the recent weeks, is just looking at those ICM spots when you're short stacked. And my goodness, sometimes my just hair is blown back by how much we're folding.
Yeah.
Even when we have like 8 big blinds, I'm like, wait, I'm folding ace high here versus a single raise? What?
I know.
In the big blind, or, whatever the particular spot is. So much money up top. You gotta have the patience and the discipline to wait for that good spot.
First time we've kind of seen Misha's getting in the mixer and winning a pot.
Top pair takes it down.
Do you know what I'm terrible at? Like, if you were to take the EPT field,
I thought you were gonna give me a chance to guess. I was all
you can
excited.
tell me. You can tell me. You can have a guess. But I'll tell you right now, I'm bottom 5% of an EPT field at this, and it's part of the game.
Oh, it's part of the game. Okay.
If you just want to list things
Table talk. I can see you being bad at. I can see you being bad at like maybe 3-bet pots out of position.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of starting to sound like my Twitch chat, who often say, if I could just get better at 3-bet pots, single raise pots, ICM, chip EV, heads up, and ICM, then I'd be okay at the game.
You'd be aces, yeah.
I am the worst chip stacker that's ever played poker. Once I get more, people think I'm kind at the table. I offer to change all the time because I'm just trying to have less chips. I cannot stack my chips for the life of me. And I know, of course, I put them in 20s. I try to keep them neat, but they just get in the way for me. Interestingly, Gattuso has the King Jack suited now, and for me, if I was going to rip one of the hands, I wouldn't rip either. But when he had the Ace Queen of Spades versus having the King Jack suited, if I was going to wager all of my betting discs, I would prefer this one. And I know that might be a little bit confusing, but for me, if you shove with King Jack suited here, you'll make Ace Jack fold. You'll make King Queen suited fold. You'll make some pairs fold, whereas, you, with the Ace Queen, you kind of only get called by better as well. Sorry, you only fold out worse. Oh my God, he's getting put in the bin, but Ace 3 off. This is so tough now. This is a really, really out of line re-raise from Misha's, given the way Gattuso's been playing. No, it's not a crazy hand to take in general, but
do we think this is just exploitative versus the style of play we've seen out of Gattuso? Open jamming the 20 bigs in early position, open folding ace king. Like, is this player dependent?
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know how much they've clashed, but he's going to see a flop, isn't he? We're going to see a flop. In this spot, I would just stick to using a suited ace, because you're not going to be going after him very often, and if you do it with Ace 3 off, you're just going to be getting super out of line against a really, really tight range, and you don't really want to be flatting very often either. Now, maybe Misha's has his reasons. Like I said, they could have clashed before. He could have seen the Ace King. He could have seen the open jam and feels that if he's not up against aces here, if he's not up against kings, that Gattuso's just going to have too many folds. It most likely is going to work out here for him. It's a very tricky spot for Gattuso. My heart bleeds. You've got 2 overcards. You've got, could be the best hand, but it's just so tricky for you to continue. It's another one of those spots where, even though it's scary, if you think you're being messed with, if you pull the trigger pre-flop, especially with such, if your opponent's like 3-bet calling is wide to say like 8s, 9s, Ace Jack here, this hand's going to do pretty well against that range anyway. But this is becoming extremely complicated for Misha's, who now has half pot left with Ace 3 off and could just be against aces. Could be just against like a hand like jacks that didn't put it in pre.
Yeah, you can't imagine he thinks he's ahead here.
The one thing that is working in his favor is he now has turned a gut shot, and he might feel like he can make Ace Jack fold. He might feel like he can make Ace 10 suited fold. It's no fun shoving with Ace 3 off here on this turn. But if you could make those hands fold, it's so huge. Like, if he just thinks he's up here against, Ace 10 of diamonds, well, that one's not going to fold.
He is going to check with Gattuso having just 9 big blinds behind facing this river, double paired board.
This is very difficult for Gattuso to think about in game. But he's not really going to get to this river with a worse hand. But the problem is I just don't even know if he can make ace high fold for half pot. So we might be in a situation where we just have to see check check. Misha's, unless he's thinking of attempting to fold out a chop, should be pretty happy to just take a showdown here. And it's going to feel like Christmas morning for Misha, as he thinks he's got 0% chance. So he's just trying to make another ace high fold here. This would be the funniest hand in EPT history if Gattuso decides he wouldn't bluff here with ace high and calls with king high. No.
No such luck. Field remains at 18 players, but now Gattuso in a bit of a sticky situation, sitting on less than 10 big blinds with 6.5 minutes remaining on this second level of the day.
I'm not sure if I'd be trying to fold a chop there, but he obviously had the best hand, so it was irrelevant in that sense.
Do you think the fact that he bet sort of indicated how behind he thought he might have been?
No, there's on the river, like there's no hand that folds that isn't ace high. You know, you can't get there with 9s and fold for half pot. So I'm pretty sure he's just trying to make another ace high fold, and we are going to see Gattuso all in next hand. With the big blind ante, it's just very, very crucial that you don't make a tie fold here. 7s is as standard as a shove as you will see here, but you really do not want to fold here and go through the blinds. It's just too crippling. I wonder when people take their time. Maybe it's just such a big spot. He believes, why not take an extra 30 seconds? I don't want to get it wrong. But for me, I would just be so paranoid that I might get called a bit wider if I use a time bank.
All right, he is going to put them in the middle. Triangle for Gattuso. Will anybody wake up with a hand to call? Oof! Misha's gonna think about it and get the hand with pocket 6s. He would be in a bad situation. Would he call?
I don't think he'll call 6s, and it's easy to say that looking at 7s, but he'll, if it was like 300k or something, sure. But it's an almost 10 big blind shove. You still have 3 more players behind. I would be surprised to see 6s called here. Maybe from the blind. Okay, he's gonna call.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, it's you know, it's a spot where everyone would call a couple of pairs higher, but it's you know, it's whatever.
It's close. 5s and 4s definitely in the mucks. 6s, 7s, 8s. We're thinking about it.
Yeah. Maybe him using the time bank got him called. You know, I was like, why would you use time bank? You might get called a bit wider, but he did get called a bit wider, and it's worked out well for him. Gattuso's operating on a level I can't comprehend. He's got me.
All right. Well, Misha's going to be quite a dog going to the flop here. Gattuso an 80% favorite to double up. King 9 tray. No help yet for Misha's.
I had a 6. I'm not pretty good.
Ace on the turn. Only 2 outs remaining to eliminate Gattuso. Deuce on the river going to secure the double up for Gattuso, who is now going to spin back up to nearly 20 big blinds here at the tail end of this level. Second level of the day. Again, we're going to be playing 5 levels today, y'all. In the event we get down to 12 players or less, we might stop a little bit early. So that would be the event that we don't complete all 5 levels, but do anticipate that 5 levels of play today.
After the break.
Thank you.
And this is the floor coming over to let the players know that they are no longer going to be the feature table at the beginning of the next level. We are going to be seeing a new cast of characters here when we come back from the break.
Mi hermana vive aquí en Barcelona.
En Malta hay mucho español también. Hay mucho
Sí,
español.
sí. Y también mi novia es colombiana.
Entonces tiene sentido.
Brzezinski showing off a little bit of his multilingual talents. It's a great thing about being in Europe. You never know.
Not with Irish and English people though.
Are y'all as bad as Americans? You're
can
English
just,
only?
At least you guys can enunciate all your words correctly and people can understand you, but people don't even think English is my first language. Oh, Mark is all in with ace-10 suited and Peneda is not going to be folding ace-queen. This is an unfortunate time to pull the trigger. Might ask for a count, but ain't going to be folding ace-queen suited. Marc Foggin is going to need a 10 or some hearts or he is going to be out in 18th place. What a huge pot. 2.7 million chips. Talk about money just in pots. This is just worth so much.
Goodness gracious. 55 big blinds here in the middle. All right, king of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, 10 of spades.
It is a post-flop flip. What an insane flop. Mark has got to avoid half the deck to hold.
Yeah, domination rotation, ace-10 out front, but lots of outs here to dodge. 3 of spades, safe on the turn for Foggin to double. He will need to fade all the diamonds, a jack and a queen to survive. 10 on the river, but it's a diamond, but that boats up Foggin. So Foggin is going to secure the double here. He now is sitting on 2.76 million chips. And we're going to get a little sneak peek at those baby blues and a little smile here. What a day.
I didn't realize that he won. I was just so concentrating on not seeing a diamond, I didn't even know that the board was paired. What an insane river card for Marc Foggin with 18 players left in the EPT.
Does he know he won? Does he not realize he's getting up? Oh, no, because it's so short to the break. There's only 20 seconds remaining, so hopefully he did know that he made a boat. I've definitely been in there when tensions are high and the adrenaline's pumping. Sometimes you don't always see it.
No, I know what a full house is, yeah.
No, but maybe you didn't see it.
No.
He's trying to save face. He didn't know. He thought he was out.
All right. I think this is going to be the last hand that we are going to see at this level.
Wow, that was
race.
That race, 1 minute out.
Heartbreak for Peneda. Of course, still sitting with a just below average stack, but that was to be in amongst the chip leaders with almost 100 big blinds.
You'd never know it looking at him.
It's fun watching Caro. Obviously, we mentioned he's a qualifier and playing hands, you know, somewhat unconventionally in a few spots, but he's getting in the mix. You can see the Spanish blood just flowing through his veins. Like, just let's get in some pots, let's play some poker, let's put it on people. And you know, flatting Jack 10 here versus one of the other big stacks wouldn't be the most conventional of plays, but playing pots in position against players when you cover them is just a complicated thing to fight against.
Flop comes out king high. 1 club there for Peneda.
I'd be treating myself to a little stab. My hand's not that good, but I just, you know, I don't care. Just have a little bet. Have a little bet.
What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly.
What am I showing up here that's
There's
worse?
also break equity. People are like, I don't want to miss out on my break here.
Of course.
You know, I make some disgusting folds if I'm like, if I can get an extra 2 minutes of break. You might catch me folding like a pocket pair that should never go in the bin.
5 on the turn pairs the board. Ace high still good.
Very, very bad strategically from my point of view, and you know, I end up just standing around talking to the same 6 guys every break anyway. But it's
your you time. All right, 7 of spades on the river. Going to put 4 to a flush out on the board, pairing Peneda 7.
Caro's probably got a bluff here, but it's not going to work. Unless he like goes chunky. But I just don't think it's going to work. No, it's just not going to work. I think this will get sniffed out pretty quickly. Peneda is just, you just can't be folding A7 with the way it's played. It'll actually be interesting for him to see the Jack 10. Just you gotta put a little bit more pressure on here. That was last time for break.
That is the last hand on this feature table. So these players are, again, not going to be on the feature table when they get back. They are going to be moving to the outer table. We'll have a new cast of characters coming onto our main stage. But we're not quite done just yet. These players are going to get demiked and enjoy their break. But I've been told we have not one, but possibly 2 recent eliminations. We're going to be seeing those in just a minute. Hold tight. And here we go. This is Alejandro Ramiro cashing for 53,000 euros here in 18th place. Good game to Ramiro. And we have another elimination. Martin Nielsen is going to also cash. Oh no, he makes the pay jump. He's going to be cashing for 61,000 euros. So those 2 eliminations get us down to 16 players. Again, we are going to be playing 5 levels today. Unless we get down to 12 players or less, we may be breaking a little bit later. But a lot of really exciting action here. We've made it to another pay jump. A few players have left the room. The redrawn will be done once the players are back from break. Any highlights stepping out to you from this past level, Fenton?
Just fun watching these guys battle for so much money, but lots more to come after the break.
Milia and these chip counts of where we're leaving these featured players. That qualifying for just 250 euros online, the Spaniard sits up top with a dominant 104 big blinds. We've got a lot of stacks in the 50 big blind range. Peneda, Foggin getting that incredible double up. And also Mijas, thanks for the pronunciation correction chat. Good luck to Mijas coming back. And Gattuso coming back to 15 big blinds. We've got a lot more action coming out for you today here from Barcelona. So stick back, hit that like button, and we will see you in a minute.
The blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante in play.
I think I saw Ilary sneaking in there.
Action's been folded to Aku Johan. He has 8-10 of diamonds. And he will raise. Makes it 12,000.
This is a name pronunciation table from hell. Good luck, James.
Karalampus Sivakos will call from the cutoff.
Nailed it, and apparently it's his first time at a TV table, eh?
Joni Jokamainen has King Queen on the button.
This is usually just a call.
He does call. Someone needs to wake up Yves Maison in the small blind. Thank you. And Michael Johnson in the big blind with 8-4 suited.
Better than 8-1? All right. Even though he has no shot at winning this hand.
He comes along for the ride. The flop is King Jack Deuce with 2 diamonds.
Even without seeing Sivakos' hand, it's pretty safe to say that Jokamainen is going to have the best hand most of the time. Johan gets to c-bet here and build a pot for his flush draw.
He bets 23,000. Sivakos is out.
Jokamainen calling, obviously.
There's the call, and Johnson folds. Heads up to the turn. Some early fin-on-fin action at our feature table.
Shark on shark.
Ace of diamonds. Johan now with a flush. Jokamainen with the nut flush draw.
Johan is going to want to bet this. He can get value and make Jokamainen pay to see another diamond. I just nailed all those names. I'm very proud.
Yohan Tauster bets 61,000.
Yucamainen has to call, but my guess is that he'll have to fold if the river bricks. If he improves the 2 pair of trips, he'll likely talk himself into a call.
Yucamainen calls. And with 223,000 in the middle, we go to the river.
Yucamainen drawing very thin.
It's another diamond. Yucamainen with the nuts.
Well, that puts a whole new paint job on things. How much value does he go for?
I'm all in.
Yohan Tauster shoves. Yucamainen calls and will double up.
That was a mistake. I think Yohan Tauster was shoving for thin value, but I can't say I'm a fan of the move. It's so easy for Yucamainen to have a king or queen of diamonds and almost never worse. I think the only worst diamond that should be in his range is like a 9. More blind on blind action.
Aku Yohan Tauster in the small will limp.
Believe it or not, Ilari is in position from the big blind.
He raises. Aku calls.
He knows Ilari could be raising back pretty light. What he doesn't know is that he's dominated.
The flop is 5, 6, 7. A pair now for Yohan Tauster. A gut shot for Ilari.
Ilari reverse dominated now.
Check, check. The ace of hearts on the turn. Sahamias with the flush draw. Check to him, he bets it.
I also like Ilari's check on the flop. It's a coordinated board that could have easily hit his opponent and did. More importantly, this is a great card to represent. Calling here is fine, but it's not a great spot. Aku might have to be prepared to station the river.
The river is the 3 of clubs. Aku checks.
Does Ilari fire again? The most likely hand Yohan Tauster was calling the turn with was an ace, and if that's the case, Ilari knows he's not getting him to fold it.
He checks behind.
6 good, and a rare case of Iskandi opting not to bet. It's like photographing Bigfoot. One for the old scrapbook.
So Yohan Tauster wins a small pot. Not too much of a dent to Ilari's ridiculously big stack. At our feature table, 1 fin has folded.
Glad Ilari could take time off from his plans of world domination to join us for this poker game.
He raises to 14,000 with ace-queen under the gun +1. Queen 10 for Joni Yucamainen in the hijack.
Pretty sure Ilari didn't raise to $1 million.
Yucamainen will re-raise. He 3-bets to 34,000.
Ilari's rep might get him paid here.
Hold it around to the button. That's going in the middle. Eddie Tasbas in the small blind. Gives up the 7-4. And Larin folds the big.
How much? Started like 5-20.
What do you think I should do, Frau Farbissina? Summers in Rangoon? Luge lessons? In spring, we'd make meat helmets.
He 4-bets. 80,000 total.
I only like this move if Dr. Evil's planning on calling a shove. This hand is way too good to turn into a bluff.
Yucamainen folds.
And Ilari gets to win another hand while maintaining that image of absolute maniac. He wins the pot and a pool of mutated sea bass.
Back to the feature table. It's been folded to Dennis Larin on the button. King-queen suited.
Now, before you think this is an auto raise on the button, which it is, just remember, this is Ilari's big blind, so gulp.
Plus, he's got Aku Yohan Tauster in the small, but Aku folds.
I'm sure Ilari will just, give this up.
King 5 suited, you gotta be kidding.
Not.
Sure enough, he will 3-bet to 32,000.
Now, in general, this is a good 3-bet. Ilari has the chips and the image to keep the pressure on a random button raise. Of course, we know he's dominated, but with this many chips, it's better to err on the side of aggression.
Larin makes the call.
So scary. I fold now.
The flop is Queen 6-3 with 2 clubs. Top pair for Larin. The flush draw for Sahamias.
Like Eddie Murphy's last 9 movies, this is a pretty huge flop for everyone.
A splashy continuation bet of 29,000.
Hard to push the chips out there when you're getting a rub down. It's almost like they're Master Blaster.
How will Larin respond?
Raise.
I think he means raise.
All in.
Wow!
All in.
And the massage girl smiled, did you see that?
No sooner can Larin get those 53,000 chips across the line than Ilari says, nope, we're going to play for the rest.
Once Larin raises, he should really be snap calling a shove. I know, it's gross, but what's the point of raising if you're not going to call? Were you bluffing with top pair, second kicker?
He looks back at the cards and he lets it go.
That is not good. It's like Ilari is some mythical creature at this point. He's getting looked up less than the number for 911.
Ilari Sahamias consolidates his chip lead. He's now playing more than 1.25 million. Action has been folded to Eddie Tazbas. He's under the gun +2.
Are we sure that's not just Chevy Chase from Fletch?
Yes, pocket 8s. And the Swede will raise. Makes it 12,000 total. Ace King for Dennis Larin.
Expect to see a 3-bet here. Yep, you getting 3-bet, Grizzly Adams.
How much is Larin going to make it? The answer is 33,000. Aku Johantalster has pocket 10s.
All right. Well then. Don't expect 10s is going to want to encourage a lot of action behind him. It's worth thinking about, though, because 10s could be beat with all this happening relatively early, and another raise could likely start a pre-flop betting war.
Johantalster will 4-bet. 61,000. Sahamias is out. Small blind folds. Big blind folds. Tazbas was the original raiser.
I think it's safe to say that continuing with 8s here would be a close shave at best.
Nice.
Things could get hairy.
He folds.
Sheds the 8s. Well, Ace King's not folding. Does he want to call and potentially miss the flop, or does he want to put in another bet and maybe get a fold, which probably won't happen, or just make sure he gets it in while he's still likely to have a lot of equity?
All in.
He moves all in. Decision now on Johantalster. It's a total of 275,000.
He could certainly fold, but 10s are considered a big pocket pair, so I think most of the time we're going to see a call here. It's just a serious decision and one that requires some thought.
Johantalster's already doubled up one player today.
If he calls and loses, he won't be out.
All right, I go.
He calls.
Like David Brent versus Michael Scott, this is a race.
Larin is the player at risk. He will need some help on the flop, turn, or river.
Johantalster looks pretty confident.
10's holding so far.
Over the first hurdle.
6 outs for Larin. No help for him on the turn. A 15% chance of the double up, a 15% chance of survival. He's out. The Ukrainian finishes in 83rd place. He'll collect 11,550 euros. And Aku Johantalster will add 303,000 chips to his stack.
Must be nice to win a race. Must be nice.
Action's on one of those fins. Ilari Sahamias, Jack 8 on the button.
Looks like Ilari is about to fire up the old laser beam.
It's a raise to 19,000.
Well, this guy's a card rack.
Evgeny Karchenko's just joined the feature table. He folds the small blind. King 3 suited for Joni Jokamainen.
This isn't the greatest spot to defend with King Trey, but it's not the worst either. Probably right on the line, actually. It's frickin' freezing in here, Mr. Bigglesworth.
Joni calls. We go to the flop. Is it my imagination, or is every single hand at this feature table fin-on-fin action?
It is not your imagination. Great flop for both players.
Jokamainen with top pair checks.
Typically, he wants Illyri to keep firing here and let him hang himself, but as you can see, Illyri's got plenty of equity in this hand.
He has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, and he's bet 23,000 on the flop.
If he can somehow turn a 7, he's going to make a very obscure straight.
Yoni calls. The turn brings a queen. There is the straight for Illyri.
That straight is less obscure, but still not a bad hand.
Goes check, check.
A little deception. Begin the unnecessarily slow-moving dipping mechanism.
The board pairs on the river, changes nothing. Yoni checks a third time.
See how much value Illyri goes for.
Big value into a pot of 96,000. He bets 100k.
The river over bet. I love this move. Illyri makes plenty of big bluffs on scary boards like this where he can have the obvious hand and you can't. Really tough for the king to fold.
He calls, and Illyri wins another big pot.
The boy is quite astute. I really am trying to kill him. These guys mentioned how Illyri's always beating them online. Well, I guess it applies to live, too.
They say when you get a 6-hour massage, you drink plenty of water.
Oh, Robbie, let's leave the feature tagging to the professionals, okay? Let me show you how it's done. 6-hour massage sounds like more of a personal problem.
Yeah, I preferred Robbie's version.
Yeah, me too.
Yohan Rascar's raised under the gun with deuce 3 suited. Illyri has flattered with jack 10 suited.
Like texting a girl after midnight, that opening raise is a little out of line.
Yohan with queen 8 isn't going to play. King queen on the button for Michael Johnson.
Come all in.
And he shoves.
That's likely to pick up Yohan Rascar's dead money.
Both blinds fold. It's back on the original razor. And Yohan Rascar will indeed fold.
How much is that? Illyri is deeper than the Titanic, so he could easily gamble here if he wanted to.
I think it's 84.
84?
No, 79.
Oh, sorry, 79. Forgot, I paid big, small blind.
Nice try, buddy.
What's 5,000 chips between friends? Illyri calls. And smacks down the jack 10 like a boss.
All right, now, most people take the shades off once they're all in. Maybe Johnson knows he's probably going to cry.
There's a 10 on the flop.
Somebody bring out the tissues.
Johnson now needs a king or a queen to survive. Picks up no additional outs on the turn. There's a 9-1 chance we lose the Canadian. He's gone.
Oh well. One chance. Good playing with you. Good game.
Can I guess?
Good game, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he almost stood up completely. He's not paying for those 2 seconds, by the way.
Michael Johnson is our 64th place finisher. He'll collect just over 14,000 euros.
Rats off to you, Michael Johnson.
Back on our featured table, everyone except the Finns is below average in chips.
And the whole table breathes a sigh of relief that Illyri's folded.
Yohan Rascar raises under the gun with ace 4 suited. Action folded around to Joni Jokamainen, who has ace king suited.
Looks like the brothers Finn are about to get into a bit of a dust-up.
Jokamainen, 3 bets to 40,000. We welcome Jakob Moslacker to the feature table. Yeah, probably best. Fold. Not much for Tasbas.
See ya.
He gives up his small blind. And Shariah folds the big blind.
You want to make it today 4?
Now, I wouldn't love a call in this spot. Ace-4 does not flop well, and with his stack, he can be put in a really tough spot if he hits either pair. A re-raise would be better than calling.
40, right?
Yohan Rascar will call.
Jokamainen way out in front.
So Yohan Rascar is out of position, has the worst hand, doesn't have the betting lead. It's not looking good.
He can still hit a 4.
No one hits anything on that flop. Yohan Rascar checks.
See if Jokamainen continues.
No, he checks behind. Board pairs on the turn.
Jokamainen picks up the nut flush draw and might be pretty confident his hand is already good a lot of the time. I guess after making that highly questionable call pre-flop, looks like Yohan Rascar is going to try to bluff the turn. Good thing Yanni checked back on the flop. Aku can bluff here for less now.
Yohan Rascar bets 55,000.
Yakamainen has a pretty easy call here. Ace-king has a lot of showdown value, plus he's got that nut flush draw.
He will call. Let's take this to the river. An ace would make things interesting, but it's a queen and not a heart.
That is a really awful river card for Ace-king. If Aku can find another barrel here, I think there's a decent shot it gets through. What am I talking about? The kid's a Finn. He's got more barrels than Donkey Kong.
Yohan Rascar does fire again, 130,000.
And that queen just crushed almost all of the range that Yanni would be most afraid of. It does polarize Yohan Rascar a bit, but it's not really worth making the call with ace high when he's got so little invested in this pot.
Yanni folds and Aku wins the pot.
And he shows it, that little punk.
And so ends day 3 of EPT Barcelona.
Time to settle up that massage bill. Excuse me, how much? What's the Finnish word for left my wallet upstairs? How far are we from the money, Hardigan?
A long way. 27 remain, only 8 get paid.
Yikes.
Chris Moorman with 7-5 offsuit. Moorman stakes a lot of poker players. He's also had some decent cashes of his own.
Okay, so for mere mortals, y'all shouldn't be doing this stuff like this, but for Moorman, it's fine. But I will call this loose.
And under the gun raised to 22,000. Simon Ravensbeck with King 10 suited.
I think this is a perfect spot for a call. King 10 of hearts flops very well.
That's not a call, that's a re-raise. Ravensbeck 3-bets to 52,000.
Not a huge fan of this 3-bet, and look at this.
Alvarado wakes up with queens in the cutoff and 4-bets to 115,000. Mike Watson, Eric Seidel both fold. Dan Smith gets out of the way. Back on Moorman.
Oh no, looks like Moorman is one of the mere mortals. He's losing his mind, James.
Okay, Chris Moorman moves all in. And JC Alvarado calls him.
Moorman either assuming JC has nothing or that he can make him fold a monster. I don't see JC 4-bet folding anything better than 10s in that spot. Moorman's all, right, good play, mate, good play.
1.1 million in the pot. And that's not a bad flop for 7-5.
Danny Smith is laughing. Call me crazy, but I think it's okay to have fun at the poker table. There's mean laughter, and then there's this.
Chris Moorman has 8 outs. Make that 5 outs. He needs the case 7 or a 4 for a straight. The river is a queen, a house for Alvarado.
Wasn't easy.
Nah, it was pretty easy. Guy gifted you his chips. He flopped the pair, brick, ship it. Dealer did all the work. Seemed pretty easy to me. Hey, if Chris Moorman wants to give away any more money, I'm in room 111.
His seat is officially open.
I was pretty sure he wasn't going to be able to resist.
At the secondary feature table, Eugene Kachelov has moved all in with kings. Daniel Zulka's re-raised in an attempt to isolate, but it's not going to work. Max Greenwood's got aces.
Holy. The last time I saw a deck this cold, Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio were sliding off it into the ocean.
Action back on Ulk.
A call.
He calls. He puts 2 players at risk, but he is way behind. So Greenwood's tournament life is on the line, but he's got 85% equity. Kachelov is at risk. He's drawing to 1 card.
Everyone pretty much flopped dead.
No one has a spade. That'll do it. A huge pot for Greenwood, and Kachelov is busto.
Pretty nice spot to pick up aces.
Meanwhile, Max Greenwood is about to double up through Sergei Chanchev. Kings against jacks with just 1 card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me?
Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage. Don't worry, Sergey. He's not yelling about you. He'll see you at home. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour 2025. The main event, the third biggest of all time. These are our chip leaders, top five of the 16 remaining players. Anton Suarez is ahead for right now. Tobias Leknes in third, and Sergio Carro, who we've been following since the start of this broadcast. This is our feature table, which does contain Sergio Carro, who's second in chips at this table, and Anton Suarez, who is first. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Fint in hand.
Hello, hello.
Back for a second round, Finton, thank God, because you know what happened in the last level. I was too busy stuffing my face with
Iberian ham.
Vegetable chips.
Oh, I was trying to make you sound, like you're looking after yourself, enjoying the local cuisine, eating some Spanish food.
I did that the first couple days, and I'll say this, Spanish food is good, but there's only so much croquettes and paella one guy can throw down.
I like the Iberian ham. That's all I got.
I don't like the leg. Looking at the leg in the little metal thing, it kind of weirds me out.
You want all that done in private. Like serve it to me between two pieces of bread and stop asking questions.
Exactly. I don't want to know where it came from. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I have a lot more to go with that bit, but it's not fit for air.
The main event with a small blind 30,000, big blind 60,000, big blind ante 60,000.
Okay.
Deal is in the main event. Please begin to deal.
Wow.
Is that new? Is that not your job?
Why isn't she doing commentary?
I feel like they're stepping on your territory.
Keep that woman away from the microphone. That was beautiful. That was
What'd you say, Chris? They're gonna do the winners interview.
Silky smooth.
They're gonna do the winner. Put your suit away, Joe.
Announcement.
Next time will be for the court dates.
I mean.
Sorry, Joe's
Joe's
having
butter.
an existential crisis right now.
I am. Please do not ever let that person have a microphone again.
In the UK and Ireland, they have a company, Marks and Spencers,
Yeah.
And they have lovely adverts, and her voice would just fit it so well.
She sounded like the one that's like up next on Channel 4.
Are we sure it wasn't AI? Like, that was so silky.
It was really good. Sarah. Okay, Sarah. All right, back to the action here. Final 16 players in this event. Everyone guaranteed 61,000 euros now. And we are on a pay jump.
Like this, for the cameras.
You sure?
I feel like we might
for the cameras.
often stop at 16 players
It works like this as well?
Yeah, I'm
at this point. But we got here way too quickly, so that would be dumb, I think, to stop now, because we'll just pay for it tomorrow.
I'm not so sure.
But I think the plan is if we do get to 12, we are going to stop.
Has anyone ever thought of just doing an EPT where we just roll it?
Like an Ironman?
We just roll it. Like, you want to play? Yeah, we're going to roll it. You can go sleep. It's a good structure. It's 2.5-hour clock instead of 90 minutes. Like, you can go get yourself a little nap in.
There's tournaments do exist. They do. Matt Savage has something called the Ironman tournament. There's no breaks.
It's all fun and games until someone has difficult health issues because they've stayed awake for 4 days, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's a 4-day event. I think it's a 1-day event, but it takes 20 hours to play it.
Sunday Million back in the day.
And we have not seen much from Suarez. He was on the feature table briefly a few days ago. He's going to continue here.
Two of the biggest stacks in the tournament right now.
No, this was a
million.
limp pre-flop. Excuse me, not a continuation. Nope. Under the gun raise from Caro. Excuse me. That's what happens when I'm trying to do too many things at once. It was just a call from the deuces.
Oh, that's so crazy. I've been in here for 8 years doing this. I didn't know you could look at the action.
Get out of here.
I did not know that the action was there. I thought it was just they had the stack sizes. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it's a little recap.
Has that always been there?
Yes, my friend.
No, it hasn't.
I mean, not for every single event, but at every EPT, yes. Like some of the smaller events, like if you did like a UK EPT or something.
They don't let me do that one.
Yeah, so, yeah, no, it's right there, buddy. Suarez betting again.
325,000.
This seems
Like it's not going to work.
Ambitious, yeah. I mean, granted, I can see the hold cards.
Yeah, I mean, Caro, of course, with an ace ain't going anywhere, but you could have a jack that might fold. You could have some pocket pairs. I've not seen anything of Suarez so far. I would be interested to see if he wants to bet the river. The lack of a flush draw means it's going to be very tough for him to showdown a winner. You know, like there's no like king queen of hearts that can call, king 10, but
I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. So it was a pretty dry flop, an under the gun raise. So like what, king queen folds to the double barrel, but you're beating that anyway.
Yeah, I guess what Suarez is trying to do is fold out a jack or fold out pocket eights. If he wants to bet the river, he's gonna have to bet big because he's just not gonna make an ace fold if he bets half pot.
Ace with a jack kicker at this point.
He has to think about what size would he bet if he had ace queen or better here. What size would he bet here with 2 pair? I just don't think this is gonna work.
It's not that big.
It's getting.
It's more than a half pot. Suarez looking very interested in what Caro might do.
Caro, look, listen, I don't think this is like the easiest call in the world because it's very difficult for someone to have a bluff here. But the problem is, like, if they don't have ace jack or better, like, you're just going to mostly be chopping. I don't blame Caro for taking a moment here. I would be very concerned, but I ultimately would not fold. Wow. Suarez has come to play poker, immediately gets the fold from the ace-4.
I mean, it shows you how terrible I am at the game, is that I can see all the cards, and I'm like, I don't think this is going to work.
I didn't think it was going to work either. I mean, he has bet, you know, pushing up the 3/4 of the pot, and if Caro doesn't believe he's bluffing and doesn't think he's going to bet an ace here, but my big fear would be if someone did bet an ace. I don't want to be folding a chop.
Gambit Bandit on YouTube asking, what are hold cards? Those are the cards that you're holding. This is No Limit Texas Hold'em. So your down cards are your hold cards, the cards that you hold. Thank you for your question. Queen Jack for Alexandros Mishas. I don't think we've had him on the feature table yet. By the way, see that little jacket he's got on? I got one of those.
It's nice.
It's a pretty good one.
Nah, it's nice.
Folds around to the small blind.
It's a good hand.
That is a good hand. It's easy with aces in the booth. It's easy with aces at the table.
So Brzezinski as the covered stack here, generally you do want to limp here with pretty much everything, but if he's aware of the fact that Caro is a qualifier and maybe not putting an infinite amount of pressure on the shorter stacks, I would be pretty tempted to just raise my hand, but I mean it could obviously work out in certain runouts. It's going to be difficult to get much chips in here versus Queen 6. Caro just not got a whole lot going on.
Queen high, heads up, buddy. You ever heard of that? Pretty strong.
Some people will get quite sticky. I'm not sure if Caro's the customer.
It cannot be overstated, by the way. Caro, an online... Whoa, boy.
Oh, well, just get ready for the all-in, boys.
Caro improves in the worst way. Caro, an online qualifier who also has a seat in the Spin and Go Championships.
I don't know if you would like to get into a bidding war, Joe, but I did put my name forward, and I said if Caro can't make it, I'll play, and I'd be willing to give him as much as 3% minus tip for the dealers. So if I win 100K, I'd give him €3,000, but the tip would come out of his money. We won't be splitting the tip either.
I mean, that's a generous offer. I don't think anyone could beat that, honestly. Betting a call from Brzezinski.
We got to get greedy. It is most likely when it goes check, check on the flop, and then on the turn a queen comes and you bet, you are only getting called by a queen. You're not getting called by your jack 10. You're not getting called by your 9-10. We don't want to check. We just want to bet big. I'm feeling 600K.
That's close. That seems close to 600K. 450, 350. Not that close.
Doesn't want to lose his customer. Maybe he doesn't feel like he has enough bluffs and doesn't want to like cut himself against a weirdly played king. But
it'd be great if this gets a fold. Even for this amount.
Yeah, I just can't. The thing with this size is like if you wanted to also bet a queen that was reasonable, you know, like queen 9, queen 10, you could bet it with this size, but I just think it's very, very easy call.
Caro pays it off.
Sometimes you got to lose the hand.
360, please.
I'm too greedy. I probably would have made him fold.
No, you know what? And I've always appreciated you're consistent in that. One of the proudest moments in my poker career, as short as my resume is when you came on the podcast recently. We went over a hand I played on No Gamble, No Future, and you were like, yeah, I mostly approve of how you played this hand.
Yeah.
I was tickled, and you were like, but I'm greedy, though. I would have that river that you were like, I don't know if you remember, I had like a flush on a paired board or something, and I'm terrified to make the call, and you're like, buddy, come on. You're like,
listen,
I'm
I know that
raising it.
you ran it up, and you had turned, I think, one buy-in into 5 or 6 buy-ins.
I turned 5K into like close to 20, yeah.
It's a lot of money,
Yeah.
you know, and it's hard to detach from that when you're like, hey, I get myself a nice little car or something, you know, but for me, I'm always greedy, and sometimes it costs me, you know. I run up some big stacks and put all the chips in, and I run into a better hand sometimes, but I just think it's really fun to sit there and take every penny off your opponent, you know. We're playing No Limit Hold'em. You can bet 1 times the pot, 2 times the pot, or you could bet 5 and be like, I'll have all of it, you know?
No, and like I said, I do appreciate that about you. Like, I think that hopefully as my poker experience, actually playing poker, increases, I will find more opportunities to do that and take those spots a little more often.
The thing is, when you get a strong hand, you should just be thinking, especially if it's the best hand, like not on your paired board, that's scary sometimes. But when you have the best hand, when you have the nuts, my only piece of strategy advice to anyone is try and work out how you can put every chip in the middle. Don't be trying to make sure you get paid. Just be trying to work out how, if I could orchestrate this hand, how would every one of the betting discs go in the middle? That's the only thing I think about when I've got the best hand. I don't even care if someone comes up to me and is like, hey, bro, that ain't sim approved. I don't care. I just want to put all the chips in, Joe.
I mean,
I want to put every single penny I own in when I've got the best hand.
I love you for that.
It's so valuable in tournament poker to get a big stack. Oh, congratulations. You bet 3 big blinds and they called. Well done. Blinds are up. You get through the blinds. It's gone. Well done. Well done. Pat on the back to you. It doesn't always mean betting all in. It sometimes means checking and raising all in, or betting small, hoping they raise so you can re-raise. But what you don't want to do when you got the best hands is bet a sizable they'll never raise, but worse, you know?
I do love check raising. I mean, that's the whole point of the comic book being called Trap, because in my opinion, trapping is the greatest. Like, that's my...
I got my copy of the comic book.
Did you?
I did indeed.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody who...
It's in my office. It's my only piece of poker merch.
Really?
True. Yeah. I mean, I've got PokerStars hoodies that I wear.
Sure.
But I don't have anything else. I feel like I think at these events that sometimes I should have collected items a little bit more. You know, like a little token, like a little card
As a
protector.
guy who collects tokens from everything I've ever done, right now I'm paying $250 a month for like a bunch of lanyards to sit in storage. I don't regret it, is what I'm saying, because I regret carrying crap around with me.
But what you could do, and it would be nice, is you could have a little trip down memory lane and possibly clear out some of it, but also maybe scrapbook it. So you just have a book of, like, you know, the last 20 years. And like, I think it's nice. I think it's easy to take it for granted. But really, those are like, for example, my kids, we've traveled quite a lot since they're young. They're 1 and 3. I want to make them like a little passport just to show where they've been, because I was lucky enough when I was a kid that we traveled quite a lot. But like, if you were to ask me, like, oh, where'd you go as a kid? I don't know. Like, I have an idea of the countries, but I don't know anything about the trips. And I feel like it'd just be nice for a little book, a little passport, and like, hey, this is where you were. Like, it's cool that my kids are coming to these events and meeting everyone, you know?
That is cool. I think that'll be probably something they'll either look back on fondly or, you know, they'll use it in therapy to blame you for something.
It could be both. It could be both.
Pocket sixes for Yohan Rascar, who has been in and out of the chip lead for this overall tournament over the last couple of days.
A little bit unreasonable that we have Senko Tobias sitting with 5.3 million. Like maybe the best mixed games player in the world, and he's just going to rock up to a Hold'em event and just win it?
It is pretty wild. I'll say this. He seems relatively concerned.
He's only got 2 cards?
He seems uncomfortable in a lot of spots, yeah.
He keeps looking at the dealer when they only finish with 2 cards,
Yeah.
you know?
It's funny. It's nice watching him. He's still crushing, but he's a little out of his element, which is great.
This is my first opportunity to see Rascar getting in the mix. He was playing big pots on the outer table. Him and Tobias actually clashed where Tobias made a very, very nice call with, I believe, 3rd pair, and you know he got his chips by having a naughty little check raise with a double gutter on the turn, got in against aces and just pinged it off for, it was a big handful of those red chips. I couldn't tell you how big the pot was, but like he was double fisting getting those red chips into the stack.
Those are the biggest ones at the moment.
Yeah.
Suarez has outflopped Rascar and called the C-bet on the flop. Check, check on the turn.
So it won't work if Suarez goes really big here, but I would want to bet big. It's hard for under the gun to have a straight very often, especially when I check the turn. So like I'd be trying to put a lot of pressure on here and therefore bluffing a lot with a train at 4, and I just put a lot of chips in here.
Well, that seems to be almost a pot-sized bet. No, that is over pot. He heard you, Finty.
Rascar just doesn't want to call this hand. What do we not want to have in our hand here? Probably don't want to have a spade. Probably don't want to have a 6. Sorry, no, 5 would be great. 5 is so cool. But yeah, 6 is like, you know, you want your opponent to be bluffing here with a hand like 6-7 or 6x of spades sometimes. This is, I think, what we're going to see from Rascar, though. He's going to try and win some big pots. He's going to be suspicious all the time, but ultimately, you know, you're never going to call 6s here. I know blockers aren't real, but you don't want to be calling with like the worst hands that you have, right?
I actually think in some situations I understand why. I'm less obstinate. I know the blockers are kind of real all the time. Let's have a look at Anton Suarez here real quick, but I do want to go back to that conversation. Cash here in Barcelona 3 times in the main event.
One was ours.
That's more main event cashes than I have.
Okay.
In Barcelona or total?
Total.
Really? But you don't play that many of them, do you?
I play them all.
Do you play them all?
I play them all. Twice as well. I play them all twice.
Maybe
big lifetime loser in EPT main event.
Maybe let's rein in the try to get as many chips as possible on every single.
Can't. Tried. You talk about therapy. I've spent a lot of money trying to get that out of me.
He's so proud to do it too. Anyway, okay, so back to blockers. I think my main issue with it is that I actually really like it and think it's smart in those situations where you're just like, hey, give me anything to like help me make a decision here.
Yeah.
Right? The times when I am most angry about blockers not being real is when you're like, well, I've got ace-king here. Like, he can't have aces. That kind of thing. And they do have aces quite a bit.
Yeah, whereas if you've got the ace of clubs and there's 3 clubs on the board, you're more on board with being like using it to rep that flush.
For sure, yes.
You're not. We're into pure blocking.
Or unblocking too, I kind of get too, right? It's kind of what you were just talking about, where you're like, okay, I don't have these cards.
Yeah.
I prefer not to have these cards because it makes a bluff a little bit more.
The thing is,
more likely.
People don't really bluff. You know, we'll sit here for the next 3 days. There's going to be a handful of bluffs. There's going to be a lot of head scratching. There's going to be a lot of eye rolling when big bets go in. Some people are going to pay it off. For the most part, when the pots get really big, people aren't bluffing.
I really agree with that one.
Yeah, like we sit here, we see the cards. When bluffs come in, those things spread like wildfire on social media because they're rare. You know, you don't see people pulling big bluffs very often. Now, of course, there's some people who do.
And those people print.
But if you're in a spot where you want to call a river and you think you have a bit of information that could help, you got to try use it. It's the game we're playing, right? And we're just trying to piece together what we have and hope for the best.
Well, Suarez is the best right now. 154 big blinds. Tobias Leknes second at this table with only 88 big blinds. So we're looking at almost a 2-to-1 chip advantage for Anton. So since we're down to 2 tables, right? We got 2 tables of 8 left. Final 16 players in this main event. 1.4 million to the winner. Floor is keeping an eye on each table. And if one table gets more than 3 hands ahead, then we're going to pause and wait for the other table to catch up. They call that soft hand for hand.
I like it. I like it.
I, for one, am never soft during hand for hand. I'm trying to even think of a way that that wouldn't be innuendo, but I can't. There's no plausible way I can get out of that one. Eychenne has opened under the gun with ace tray of diamonds. Suarez wants to play every pot. 10 of diamonds and a mystery card.
What was the girl's name that done the announcement, Chris?
Sarah.
If I was Suarez and I got to 10 million chips, I'd call Sarah out and I'd ask them to stop play. And I'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. I can't do her voice, but Antoine Suarez has now reached 10 million chips for the first time in EPT. This is what I mean. You're talking about moments. We're talking about lanyards. We're talking about card protectors. I think we should start making a bigger deal when people get to 10 million chips, 1 million chips. Let's get Chris to get a pen and paper out, and every time someone gets to 1 million chips, he tots it down on his notepad. He makes sure he brings it everywhere, and we can count how many times people have got. Do you know how hard it is to get a million? That's 30 starting stacks. That is so hard. It's actually 33 starting stacks, but it's so difficult for me to say that I didn't really want it. I just didn't want to say it. I'm 34 years old. Last year was a rough year.
Oh, 33 was a bad one for you.
For me.
You should have just skipped right and just done 2 years at 34.
It was a rough year, man.
Because even 32 is kind of...
I'm nearly 35. We're coming out of it.
That's easy.
Not many
35,
people look forward to their 40s. Like, I'm sure, like, you know, it's. I don't want to. I'm not looking at anyone in particular. No one in particular. But when I get to them, I'm excited. I'm real excited. I don't want to have to say it anymore. You'll never. You might not notice, but you never hear me saying 3-bet. It's always re-raise.
You had the emote for a while,
I still
right?
do.
The tree bet.
I still do. Every time my editor does my content, if I'm like, oh, cool, I've got 3 people left. There it is.
Be Zephyr with your tree bet. I mean, that's unique to you. I think that's great. You and, I mean, millions of other Irish people, but...
Not too many of us announcing our 3 bets on the world stage, though.
Sergio Carro. I mean, look, if we could... I would like to point out something here, because I don't usually notice stuff like this. If you want to know how deep this table is, at least, Sergio Carro is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in chips at this table of 8. He's 5 of 8. He has 80 big blinds.
I've been saying it for years. EPT structures need to improve. There's just no play left.
I mean, it makes sense that we would be deep, that we're 16 players in on the 3rd level of the day on day 5. So Tobias getting a little out of line with Queen Jack suited. Weber folds King 10 of hearts. Caro with Ace King.
It's kind of an interesting holding to go after a player who covers you. Maybe he doesn't feel Caro's going to 4-bet bluff him enough, therefore he'll get to see the community cards without too much risk of, you know, raise folding. I'd probably just try. Okay, so again, if he also feels if Caro's going to flat hands like this, it gives you an opportunity to go post flop. It's a really, really, really difficult spot for Ace King. Like you just mentioned, these players are 80 big blinds deep. Like, you cannot really just shove.
What a disaster it would be, right? To
yeah.
Get it in against kings. Blockers aren't real. Top pair for Leknes. Ace-king shrivels up in value.
I actually thought they were 40 big blinds deep when I started talking about the decision to re-raise with Queen Jack suited, and I've realized that it's 4 million chips. Not
That's
4,
right.
You know, simple brain. I saw the 4 and I thought it was 40 bigs, but yeah, they are very, very, very deep here. So completely different.
No, the effective stack is 74 big blinds. And we've got a 10 on the turn, which is still a pretty decent card for Tobias.
Yeah, I mean, would expect Caro to mostly still check here, and Tobias then start to feel a little bit more comfortable, especially with the backup gut shot where he can start betting reasonably large. Not huge, you know, he's not going to start bombing in trying to play for stacks with Queen Jack or anything like that, but he's got to feel quite confident that he has the best hand. Some King Jack, some Ace Jack might not want to bet the turn, but...
Lazy Sloth on YouTube is also a lazy listener. This player is too tight. How don't you 4-bet? You can do this move with ace or kings, not with ace-king. Come on. Well, if you're listening, Lazy Sloth, we mentioned that these stacks are really, really big, and you don't necessarily want to get 80 big blinds in pre-flop with ace-king offsuit.
Very complicated. Every player is guaranteed, what, 55, 60,000 euro right now? There's 1.4 million for first, and you're out of position with ace-king.
It's 61,000 right now.
Caro considering, does he need to bluff here? I would honestly expect him to win against ace-queen a lot as played here. Of course, we can see that's not the case. So I wouldn't be bluffing if I had ace-king here. I would take my medicine and lose occasionally. Maybe lose against like an ace-8, more likely, or... He is going to bluff, though. I just don't see a world where we could ever see Queen Jack fold for the size. I would expect a snap call, to be honest.
450,000 is like a quarter of the pot. And Leknes does make the call. Gonna rake a 2.2 million chip pot with top pair. And more importantly, is gonna send Sergio Carro down the leaderboard, who actually, to be honest, is still 5th in chips, but now has 67 big blinds as opposed to 80.
Are you good at stacking chips? I was saying it to Caitlin on the last level, I might be bottom 5% of anyone who plays poker.
Not only am I bad at stacking them, I'm bad at them just staying standing. I knock them over all the time.
I will change for anyone at any time to give my... Like, I'm happy to sit there with 325k chips when I've got 75,000 chips and it's like big blind 1k, because I just don't want to have to handle many chips when I'm all in.
I heard you saying that. I also... because I don't play a lot of live poker, I'm constantly rearranging where the big chips are because I don't know where the best place is so that everyone can see them.
You're trying to hide them, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, my only shot is to do someone dirty.
I would have expected Rascar to open this. You rock the bright orange t-shirt, you play every pot, you wear the glasses. I would have expected a little 5-2 suited raise. I'm not saying you should do it. I just thought we might see him speeding.
No such luck. Weber instead. The min plus raise. From the button with ace-9 offsuit. Brzezinski. 8-5. 1 heart, 1 club. Beautiful. Beautiful pickup from Weber.
Weber doesn't seem like the most Brazilian of names to me. Not your average Brazilian for sure. I wonder if maybe a little bit of British.
The This is the third biggest Barcelona main event of all time. $2,045 total entries. That's at most one re-entry per person.
I was 2 of them.
I think a one re-entry is a nice compromise.
I agree. I always save my second re-entry for the second day, so I can just be like, ah.
You're just max late reg day
Day
2. Yeah, that's what I would do too, probably.
But not this time. I got knocked out after 30 minutes, and I was like, nah, I'm getting back in.
Oh, really?
Nah, I'm getting back in.
So Brzezinski attacking this button raise from Eychenne.
Tough spot for Eychenne. I don't think there's much you can do unless you've got previous to know that your opponent is just a wild man. I think Ace-8's just got to go in the bin and does make the fold. Brzezinski's been very respectful so far. I've not seen him getting too out of line, but clearly willing to get in the mix when required.
We've got Finton's cousin, David Lappin, in chat. I just assume you.
Second cousin.
Y'all are cousins, yeah.
Did once upon a time live in his apartment.
You did?
I did. Once upon a time.
I like Joe's personality when he's intimidated by his guests, like with Kuhn this morning.
No! Let me get down to that feature table right now. Tobias Ravin words.
What,
I never
Jack
I'm not watching this. No, I'm joking. Tobias can take it. He laughs at me when I play mixed games. Otherwise, it's a fair fight. It's a fair fight. Do you know, I would have to... I don't need... You know, he doesn't play hold. It's fine. It's fine. You never hear me criticizing anyone in here. I just got a bit shocked there. I was excited for him. If I get dealt Jack 9
That's the sort of fold that people who don't go broke in the first 30 minutes make.
Yeah, cool. Those people will blind out on day 2. Good luck to them. Unless you're Tobias, of course. You know, when you sit down to play poker, the whole point is to enjoy yourself. What's going through your head?
Is it the whole point?
The whole point is it's a social game. Well, you know, it's to have fun. It's to try and win a strategy game and enjoy yourself.
It is for me.
When you see Jack 9 suited, how are you not excited? How does it not feel like Christmas morning to you? How do you not look at Jack 9 suited and look at the heavens above and say, thank you, poker gods. I'm going to get in the mix right now.
It is like Christmas morning for me. I go, oh, that looks really pretty, but it's not for me.
Oh, God. Let's just do a therapy session. I'll turn my mic off. You turn yours off.
Eychenne's 3-bet gets through.
I would have... Do you know how much... I'm not exaggerating here. I would have bet 100% of my net worth that he wouldn't fold that hand.
Oh, that the 3-bet was getting called?
No. That Tobias would not have folded the Jack 9 suited. I would have bet
he was
everything
under the gun, right?
Tobias, I'm sorry if...
There's got to be... Remember back in the day you could never tell when I was joking?
I'm having so much fun.
He said I'm having so much fun. Can have so much more fun with Jack 9. No, I'm done now. Sorry, Tobias. I know you're going to hear me saying this. Let's play some mixed games and you can criticize me. It just hurts my soul, and I'm done. It makes me want to cry.
Till the next thing happens.
I'm done. I'll be thinking about that for weeks. I'm done. It's just so pretty, man. You can make a sneaky straight. Do you play any hands you can make a sneaky straight, or does it need to be 3 on the line on the board? Like, do you play anything with a gap?
Oh, I love a gapper. I like Jack 9 suited a lot. I'm probably not going to play it under the gun, though.
Okay.
But because I'm not good enough.
You are. You are. You know what you do? You try and play the matchy-matchy.
7-5 suited, 8-10 suited.
7-5 suited. James Hardy going to be so sad if you hear that you folded that one.
No, I'm saying
you
these
play
are all,
spades, though?
These are all hands that I...
Little nod the bond?
Will take any excuse to be able to play those hands.
Yeah, do. Don't listen to people telling you shouldn't.
it's in the.
People don't want you to have fun. Those people are gatekeeping the secrets from you.
4 out of the
Eychenne with another 3-bet.
19 Swedish winners. Yeah, good track record for that silly match.
I'm going to give you a EPT trivia question that I'm 80% certain I've got the right answer to. Okay. Can you name the nation who won
I've been running good
3 EPTs
I don't believe you.
in a row?
Every time.
And it's only been done once, I believe.
Good in
Both facts are 80% likely to be correct. Because I made a bunch of videos, I never published them.
You eyeballed it.
You can't be a bluff yet.
I went through Wikipedia.
That's impossible.
I'm going to name some nations I think are possible.
Do I react? Are you about to list the countries I have to tell you if you're right?
The UK is a possibility.
Do you want me to react?
No, don't react.
Sure okay.
I'm just thinking out loud here.
Stop reading the chat.
The UK is a possibility. Germany is a possibility.
It's neither of those countries.
Okay. And when we say 3 EPTs, may I ask a follow-up question to 3 EPTs in a row?
Mm-hmm.
Are they 3 in the same season?
Don't know.
Or just, okay, so we don't know. Okay.
If I had to guess, the answer would be no. It was in the reasonable early days, of course, because the fields are a bit smaller.
Right.
Well, actually, that's kind of irrelevant. I guess it's nearly as likely to happen.
So the fact that it's not Germany and it's not the UK, and it was in the early days, means the USA is a possibility.
I believe it was the early days. It wasn't since I joined the team.
And then Austria, there's always like a lot of great players in Austria.
That's a technicality. I won't be having that. I love Steve O'Dwyer, but that's like saying he's an Irish EPT champion.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll pick up the action in this hand while I keep thinking. I'm not looking at chat. Brzezinski.
Chris, is there any way you're going to be able to confirm this for me?
Facing a re-raise.
Okay, this is a very, very, very tough spot with the queens.
And with ace queen.
Well, it would not be a tough spot with queens. I meant to say ace queen. Really, really difficult spot. I'm not sure if you want to 4-bet and fold. I feel like you might want to be all in. Very, very tough spot.
All in?
Wow.
Wow, Brzezinski goes for it against a player who I haven't seen as terribly active. And Mishas makes the call. So we are flipping.
4.4 million chips in the middle for a more than average stack with 16 players left. It's so sick that, oh, that hand should be turned over. Don't do that.
Like nature versus nurture.
So you can get the page jump.
I forgot it.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Now, it is soft hand for hand, which is why the cards aren't on their backs right now.
A little bit less, maybe?
But yes, I would have been frightened too that hand was
that
about to get
scared the
mucked.
living daylights out of me. I was like, that's a 4.4 million chip pot.
Like 2.5?
2.9. 2.9.
It is going to be Misha's at risk here. Brzezinski covering by about 10 big blinds.
We're going to check on the other table, see what's happening there. And it looks like that hand is over now. Okay, so we will be able to run the board up on the stage. Hi.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, are we far ahead? Like, do we have to wait for many hands?
No. There is the clock anyway.
Okay.
We were waiting for the other table to finish the hand.
Just the one hand.
Just the one hand.
Just on the similar hand.
Yeah, I thought so. I asked, like, if there could be 3 hands behind.
New rules? They are not counting. New rules?
Okay.
Because of the
Counting.
clock.
First EPT.
Are you not counting? Just the single hand? Okay, sorry. I
The
missed
current one, yeah.
So in a single hand, they time it, but so you don't.
It avoids burning.
But if you go quicker, then you don't.
Good luck, guys.
Huge pot.
Queen high flop, not looking good for jacks. Misha's not only behind, but the player at risk now needs to spike a 2-outer. King on the turn is no help for Misha. Needs the other guy. Needs either James Hardigan or Joe Stapleton. No such luck. 2-pair for Mishas. Excuse me, 2-pair for Brzezinski. Mishas will be exiting in 16th place.
That's a sad one. It's one of those board or spots where not every player will shove the ace-queen, where if you're up against the ace-king, everyone's getting it in, and they could have folded, they could have 4-bet, but they decide to shove, and nothing you can do with the jacks. You are all in, and you are eliminated.
And we are down to 15 players. And Thomas Brzezinski is up to 5.1 million. Still fourth on the leaderboard at this table with 85 big blinds. So deep. So deep. And the rest of this field is laddered up now. Everyone now guaranteed 70,000 euros for the next 2 spaces. The next 2 spots, the next 2 places, which I combined 2 spaces. But nobody says that.
It's possible that there was multiple times that 3 countries have won. Sorry, that 1 country has won 3 EPTs in a row. But what I will say is I'm looking for the first time. So the countries you've named,
it hasn't happened.
No, it has happened at least once.
Okay.
Chris is saying it might have happened twice.
Okay.
But I'm looking for the first time. Just because I've eliminated some of your countries by saying no, and they might have done it also, but I'm looking for the first time.
The first time it happened. Okay.
And we're still only at 80% that I know the correct answer.
All right,
just to make it
I'm going
fun.
to go with, since you're saying the early days, another country I'm going to throw out there is Denmark.
Did he look at the Twitch chat? Can we get a camera on Joe?
I'm going to throw
Can
Denmark
we get a camera
out
on
there.
Joe? Has he been looking at Twitch chat?
I mean, my computer is open. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, Denmark's the answer. It's funny how you took a little break.
Now, let me think of who they would be, though.
Let's go Sanson 3 times in a row.
Because I got to show...
Unbelievable. You are 6?
It's not as far back as Finton thought it was. It was in my tenure.
Yeah, but before me.
Frederick
back
Jensen.
back in the day. That was 10 years ago. Back in the day. It's only been running for 20 years. You think 10 years is not back in the day when it's been running for 20 years? The boys have been doing this a long time.
Frederick Jensen is one that I'm going to guess.
No one on this feature table was allowed to play poker when this went down.
Who? Mickey Peterson?
What? How have you pulled that out? He's going off for the walk-off homer. He's going for the walk-off homer. Joe Stapleton to win the world.
Eastgate is not an EPT winner, right? He's just he's a runner-up. Mickey Peterson, Frederick Jensen.
Huh?
Oh.
Who rang?
Who rang?
Yeah.
Yannick rang.
Well done.
I wouldn't have got that one. I definitely wouldn't have got that one.
Wait, hold on. When Chris speaks to us,
yeah,
you can hear him too, right?
I can hear him, but the audience cannot.
No, I appreciate that you've told me that. I love how low you think of me.
Come on, buddy. I mean, what do you want?
So we have Rascar re-raise and chip leader.
Button small blind dynamic. This is spicy.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
I'm scared. If I'm re-raising here, I'm going big and I'm not doing it a lot. We're so deep.
1.1.
Oh my God, Rascar might. Do you know? I think that Rascar ain't gonna have this. How many bigs is this? Rascar has 78 big blinds. Oh my days.
These are just massive stacks.
Oh my days. If I get this far, and the handsome looking Swedish chip leader 4-bets me, I'm not having it.
Rascar has not been one to back down.
Rascar's going to pull the trigger. Is it going to be for all in or is it going to be a 5-bet? False. False. Everyone take a deep breath.
Does back down.
Everyone take a deep breath.
And you stop. They have to play 3 hands, then you restart.
Okay, looks like this table's gotten a little far ahead.
Duck runs the entire time, yeah?
Let's see. What information I can get about that. So we're going to pause the feature table, play 3 hands on the outer table.
Where do we have to wait? Big move.
So we're gonna
they are counting, right? Okay, okay.
We can just do whatever. Now would have been a good time for the trivia question.
Okay, let me see what else I got in the tank.
Now, hold on a second. Well, as long as Chris is engaged in this.
Do you have confirmation that it was done more than once? I think it was done once.
Chris is on it to see if it happened a second time. All right, so we are going to see some of what's happening at the other table. Won't have the hold cards here. But it looks like we got Marc Foggin, that Foggin guy.
It's got me.
No, I like it too. And the player in the 1 seat, the name escapes me at the moment.
Mark looks very calm.
Mark has put out a bet of what looks like $1 million?
Possibly 1.2.
Possibly 1.2. Is that the dude that framed Roger Rabbit? All right, I'll allow it. Looks a little like the judge. More time banks going in. Looks like there's only one left. See, there's quite a few chips in the middle. And now those chips will be going the way of Marc Foggin.
Morale got to be soaring for Marc Foggin. He, of course, was all in at risk. Ace-10 versus Ace-Queen, last hand of the last level.
That was wild.
A-10 held against all the outs, and now it looks like he's got a very nice above-average stack in this EPT main event. Or possibly pushing average stack.
So that was one hand. Does that mean they have to play 2 more before the feature table is allowed to start back up again? I'm being told yes. Some of these players.
I have a piece of content that I made in January.
Okay.
Not updated. I manually scraped it in January from Wikipedia.
Okay.
It is who has the most EPT caches ever. Now, I believe that is just EPT caches. It is not EPT main caches. If you can give me anyone on the top 5, you get points. I'll tell you that the number 1 at the time was 101 caches. Number 2, 97. Number 3, 91. Now, again, not updated since January. If anyone comes at me with an updated number.
I get what you mean.
There's 2 players in tied 5th on 81, so there's actually 6 names here.
Luca Pagano has the most main event cashes, I believe.
Not the question.
Right, but not the question. Steve O'Dwyer.
Coming in at 2nd place with 97.
Steve O'Dwyer 2nd. I want to say, okay, answer me this. Is the person who's first older or younger than Steve O'Dwyer?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. Okay. What's that?
I don't know who it is. Probably a big clue, which is probably very offensive considering that.
Oh, you don't know who this person is?
I don't know. No.
Okay, you know, you can read the name, but you don't know who it is.
No. Okay.
Okay. Are they from an Eastern European country?
Yes.
Yes. Is it a Russian player?
I believe so, but let's hope I don't get the flag wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. He doesn't play anymore, so it wouldn't be him.
Give me the name. It could be.
Vlad Troyanovsky.
No.
Anatoly Filatov.
Negative. Not in the top 6 either of those players.
Yeah, they don't really play anymore.
The flag's very small in my defense if I can't see this. It's a screenshot. I can see that it's white, blue, and red, but it's very small.
That's probably Russia, yeah. Man, I should know this. I should know as the
but
most.
But you can guess.
Cashes.
You can guess. Give me. You've got 2nd place.
Yeah.
There's 6 names in total here.
Right. Okay. So we'll go lower than that. Let's see. Somebody in the Austro-German Empire has got to be on there.
Yes.
Like a Ola Shemian?
Correct. Also the man with the most amount of cashes on EPT ever that has not won a main event. I know that from remembering making these videos. Steve O'Dwyer is like out in front, but then Ole comes in at 2nd with like an astronomical figure, but he's never won a main and still on it.
Huh. Okay. So I got 2 of the 6
you've
now?
Got 2nd place and you've got 4. Ole's in 4th place with 82.
All right.
I'll give you. Well, I give you the countries.
Yeah, sure. Let me give you a country.
So Russia, America, we got.
Yep.
Spain in 3rd.
Spain in 3rd.
Germany in 4th, which was Ole.
Oh, okay.
And we got 5th America.
What's his name? Amati.
Adrian Mateos.
Yeah.
One of the greatest poker players to ever play the game. It's just gone from strength to strength. We got 5th American and we got 1st Russia.
There's another American in 5th.
Yeah.
Wow.
I noticed, gentlemen, lovely guy, but I wouldn't have expected him to be where he is on this list. Which could just be entirely my fault.
Right. All right, looks like this is going to be our 3rd and final hand at this outer table. We might be able to follow the action a little bit. I'm going to tell you what.
Finding kicks off.
I'm going to let chat have some guesses.
Okay, sweet.
Jason Wheeler for the
5th
American.
place.
Wow. Good job, Kobe Yards 2.
Congratulations on opening Wikipedia.
And Ed Kilworth also guessed Jason Wheeler, and I believe that he wouldn't have cheated. So good job, Ed K. Supermod. How about this one from Ed Wheeler? Arseny Kamesky for the Russian.
No.
Oh! Wait, no, you know what Artem Martirosyan is. It wouldn't be him.
There's the possibility that I would know this person to see, and I just don't know the name.
Sure.
I'm very bad with names. You got to realize I didn't play live poker until 2 years ago.
Konstantin Pushkov.
Congratulations on open Wikipedia, chat. Well done on congratulations on ruining our game. You've gone and looked it up.
I would never have guessed Konstantin Pushkov. All right, we're going to the flop here, which is King 10-7. This is Peneda versus Zavagnini. That's a name I haven't heard yet. Peneda firing now. 80K. Yeah, when did this guy show up in the tournament? Umberto Zaffignini. Turn is a 10, so it's 2 10s on board now. Duck on YouTube asks, is this a combination of Fedor Holtz and Tony Stark? I'll allow it. So the river was a 10, so there's 3 10s on board. Zaffignini bets 275 now after having checked flop and turn. And oh boy, hope you got it, Umberto, because Peneda is raising you to 775,000. This feels like a spot where either snap calling or folding.
Where is the button? Where is the button?
That's a great question.
It's probably bottom.
Seat 8, maybe? Yeah. Nice hand, Peneda.
I know when we're doing the coverage, we prefer, of course, to be cards up. My first ever commentary with you was the last cards down coverage.
Was it really? Yeah. We did it for
Barcelona.
years, cards down. Yeah, except for final tables.
And I know it's obviously nicer to see the cards for all sorts of reasons, but I do like this. Don't allow one table to play 3 times as many hands. I could have picked any number, but I said 3. 4 times as many hands, and then, you know, be for the less inexperienced players, they might not realize that the other table's kind of just printing money against you, because if you lose players, then you're, you know, just printing cash. So
that's right.
I think sometimes it naturally happens. You're just going to have a pot that lasts long. On the other tables, are they? I assume it's shot clock for everyone right now, right? It's not
Shot clock for everyone yet? That's right.
Yeah.
And speaking of clocks, we're down to the final 36 minutes of this level. Rascar has opened from the button with King 7. Weber's got him dominated. King Jack. And re-raises from the small blind.
Maybe when I'm this deep, I just don't fancy re-raising these kind of small sizes out of position, but maybe it's something I should be doing. But if I was Rascar, I'd be doing the same. I'd be taking a flop. Won't catch me folding King 7 suited for 7 bigs. Trey, deuce, deuce. Nada for either player.
King Jack will win at showdown at this point.
It's a lot of deliberation for a spot where you'd expect people to know what they're going to do kind of immediately. Maybe feels won't make any ace-highs fold, but will just make some broadways fold. And he's not sure if he should bet.
175. Little poke at this. Just a little poke.
King 7 suited is a little bit tricky here, but you just don't have an opportunity to fold for such a small bet.
One more.
If you had King 7 of spades, get on board, you just can't fold at the backdoor flush draw. Got to see what materializes.
5 of spades is what materializes. Nothing much for anyone.
I don't know the rules to Badoogie, but I'm pretty sure that that's a good Badoogie hand.
2-2-3-5.
Although maybe the pairs work against you.
I don't think you're supposed to have a pair, but I don't know either.
Ah, well, Tobias will get to laugh at me now. I thought it was just lowest cards you can get and no suit. It's quite an interesting hand on the turn. Just when the 5 comes, you're now not really going to make many aces that floated the flop fold. Of course, it makes the hand easier to play than going into some sort of check call mode, which feels impossible, but sometimes just easier to bet.
Weber rakes that one. Rascar, the lowest we've seen him, at least big blinds wise, in a couple of days. Only 68 big blinds. Weber up to 96. Shortest stack at this table is Thomas Eychenne with 33 big blinds. Everyone else has 60 big blinds plus.
If Suarez wins one more pot,
are we going to do the announcement, the 10 million chips?
Do you think they'd let me?
Well, if it weren't for the time delay, maybe. I actually did want to go back to that. I think that, especially for newer players, that would be really appealing. Like
it
every
would be
time.
amazing.
Yeah,
you get 10 million chips to come out. They give you a little badge to put your name on the locker room. Can't be that many people to get 10 million chips.
10 million, yeah.
You do the first to 10 million at every stop.
120.
What do you think about like raking €5 out of every entry? 20, yeah, and then first to 10 million. Boom, here's 1K.
Yeah, sign me up.
I like little stuff, things like that.
There's absolutely no way people will be happy with that rake increase, but I'll go and collect the money of those who want to enter at the start.
Right, exactly. Hey, oh, sorry, you're not on the list. You got the 10 million first.
Yeah,
but
you didn't want to pay a $5?
You didn't play. Sorry.
It does, I will say, if we were to get you in a suit with a mic and a little envelope and bring out €1,000 to one player with 15 left of 2,000 with 1.4, it feels a little bit anticlimactic.
It's a little low, but whatever. We can work the numbers out. It could have been 1,000 for the first person to hit a
Why
million.
don't we just get everyone to put 1K extra in? Winner takes all.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Wait, winner takes all. That's what the tournament is.
Yeah, but we'd have...
Where do you have the tournament for that?
True.
It's already a last longer.
Yeah, the original Battle Royale.
Pass.
I'm pretty excited you're with me for this, Finton, because earlier in the day I teased the fact that
120.
we got a new trailer for the newest big game Loose Cannon 5-episode story arc, and it's going to premiere in this level while you're here with me.
I've always been a massive fan of the big game.
Me too, man. Me too. It's so weird working on a show that you also just adore. Like,
yeah.
I just love the show.
That's me with EPT. I know I've mentioned it many times, but you know that I was pure fanboy back in the day.
I do know.
I'd be pinging Joe and I'd be pinging James begging for a button. Do you know who gave me the button? Oh, this is actually a pretty big spot.
Oh, it is a big spot. We got an open from King 10 offsuit, 3-bet from Ace King, and pocket 10s for Caro.
It's a very, very, very tricky spot.
Can you just fold the 2 10s?
Yeah.
I know it's not your style, that you like to get all the chips in as often as possible.
I know, but this is a lot of bigs. You might be able to just call, play a pot in position. Like, we're super deep. The really tricky aspect of playing deep in EPTs is that you play really deep stacked with 2 tables left, which most people never do. Like, there's no tournaments really online where you can practice playing 70 big blinds against the best players in the world.
It's like 30, 35 is like a good structure. Yeah.
It's a great structure.
Maybe 40.
Has Caro elected to call or 4-bet here? Looks like he's min 4-bet, which is absolutely terrifying. It feels like Caro's gone for the I'm going to 4-bet and then not call it off, so I want it to be as cheap as possible. And Brzezinski with Ace King looks like he's just going to call. I'd be pretty tempted to send this. I know I can see that you're up against 10s, but if we were in position, I'd feel slightly different about it, but not the most desirable thing to be taking the flop out of position against a player who has almost as many chips as you. And this is immediately incredibly complicated for everybody involved.
Yes, thank you. I was at a loss for words. I can read what's on the board, which is Queen, Jack, Deuce, 3 diamonds, but man, does no one like this.
So I like to simplify this spot for myself, but Caro's got one of the worst hands to do what I would do with. I would just bet really, really small and pass the baton over to Brzezinski. Because he has min 4-bet. Therefore, if Brzezinski re-raised pre-flop with like an ace-10 suited, if he re-raised with a 8-9 suited, whatever, he might have felt compelled to density the flop. And if you can just make them fold here with ace-5 of spades instead of checking back, it's huge. Just pass the pressure away. Just be like, yo, bro, I don't fancy this. I'm going to bet small.
But don't
you
check.
Tell him. Look, if you're going to check a hand, for me, 10s is probably the actual hand that makes the most sense. Because you might feel like you're just putting in chips dead against like the Broadway suited region, the ace queens, the ace jack suited. There's going to be some flop flushes.
Brzezinski has checked a second time. I mean, this is a situation where you just like think for a while and check, right?
Well, it's an interesting one because Brzezinski will struggle to have an offsuit hand here. Therefore, he either flopped a flush or doesn't have a flush. Unless it's something that he re-raised like 6-7 suited that hasn't got much interest in betting. So he could elect to start betting with 10s to rep. He's betting 10s or 9s and try and make a queen fold by the river. But I don't blame him for checking now. And now it's on Brzezinski. What's the worst hand Brzezinski would value bet here? Is it a pair with a diamond? I think so. It's really hard to like bet ace queen here. Very difficult. But does he get here with a worse hand? This is his only offsuit hand. How do you bluff this river? Would you prefer bluff this or bluff with a pair?
I prefer to bluff this.
If you think that you could make Caro fold a pair, then I feel like it's nice, right?
Yeah, of course.
And now
this is awesome.
I would check and expect to lose this Caro now, probably. He's going to win. It's going to be fantastic.
You check and just expect to lose to a jack or something.
Yeah.
Ace jack of hearts.
Something along those lines.
Don't slow roll him.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
And Fintan, that hand plays much differently if people aren't so deep, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like, if you've got 30, 40 big blinds, you're either folding or shoving the 10s pre-flop. It's just a very complicated stack size, which people are not well studied in, myself included, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if calling pre-flop's an option, but that's what feels attractive to me, but it could be a disaster. Gotta remember, for those watching home, regardless of what you would decide to do here, that Caro is a qualifier in for 250 quid. Potentially also playing the Spin and Go Championship tomorrow, but not seeming overly likely as he sits here with just under 5 million chips. Just like 160 people had to bust for him to get those chips. Just like 160 hopefuls that joined that tournament. He's sitting there with the chips.
So many. 2 Fintan hands.
I think I'm getting a bit nostalgic in my old age because when I was playing day one, I was holding the chips. And I was like, I wonder how many people have touched these chips that won the main event.
But you're not asking it in like the gross
no.
Jeremy way.
No, like,
I wonder how many people have
was
touched
Vicky
these
Corrin
chips.
holding these chips when she became a 2-time champion.
That's very sweet.
You know? Often as you get deeper in tournaments, hands like this would be forced to check for fear of being limp raised or limp shoved on, but given how deep they are, and Leknes covering Caro, pretty happy to just go ahead and raise here and play a pawn position.
All right, buddy. It's time.
Can I get a drum roll, please?
I don't want to get sued by Bruce Buffer. It is the moment of the day in which we have been waiting to show you something. And that thing that we want to show you is the trailer for the newest 5-episode story arc of the big game.
And we're back with the big game. Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What?
I just played the biggest pot of my life.
Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Season 2, Part 2 premieres Sunday, September 28th. And even though Big Game on Tour came back with stakes slightly lower than the original, those stakes are back. 200, 400. Lex Veldhaus, Alan Keating, Jason Kuhn, Wolfgang, and Morgan J., the internationally touring comedian, all buying in for at least $100,000. Won't spoil who buys in for more. And of course, loose cannon Luke Moy is taking on those 4 juggernauts and 1 comedian.
I did message the powers above PokerStars, and I told them I'd be willing to buy in for 5K twice. Would they let me try spin it up? And they just didn't write back to my email. It's pretty rude.
That is super rude.
You know? I was like, people want to see a short stack ninja doing his thing.
I mean, I'm all for it.
Apparently the guys putting up hundreds of thousands of dollars of their own money decided it wouldn't be fair if I could potentially get in there and take hundreds of K from them.
They were like, meh. I actually think that most of the people that I just named there would be very happy for you to attempt that.
No, they wouldn't.
And just watch you lose 5K over and over and over again.
I was a poker dealer once upon a time, and I used to deal in a very high stakes, well, I say very high stakes, a reasonably high stakes pillow game. And there was nothing they enjoyed less than someone coming in after a night out and trying to get in there and spin up a small amount, because they don't have much to gain, but they could spin it up and lose quite a lot. Of course, I'm only joking. I don't have 5K to spare. Barcelona wasn't kind to me.
Pedro Vitor Costra Lara says the old big game is better. Guess what? You were better 15 years ago, too. Caro 3-betting Queen 10 suited. Has run into the aces of number cards belonging to Thomas Eychenne. Hey, producer Chris, when does that big game trailer go live on YouTube if we want to go back and watch it again? The trailer, not the episode. Yeah, if I want to share that trailer on social media, maybe you've heard of it. It's up? Oh my, okay. Let me rephrase the question. When is that trailer going to be available on YouTube? Thank you. Eychenne's all in.
Has Caro misread his hand?
I hope so. I mean, I hope not. Good point here from Gilbert. He says Caro just saved pocket 9s and pocket 8s.
They both wanted to play. Yep. Denied. Good hand.
Okay, we've seen enough from this table for a minute.
Very decent.
Let's check out table numero dos.
8.
And we've got, oh, cards on their backs. This is an all-in. This is Hugo Gattuso versus Julian Peneda. Queens for Gattuso, 7s for Peneda. Flop is a straight. Is that a straight on the turn for the 7s?
Confirmed straight.
It is, and that means Queens are cracked, and Hugo Gattuso is gone. Tuzo. he is eliminated. In 15th place for 70,900 euros, which means we're down at 2 tables of 7, and we're on a pay jump. Next player out still gets that 70,000, but it's a 15K pay jump if you're not the next player out.
$1.5 million, 3 million.
Okay.
The prediction now is that we're going to play down to 11 players.
It is very, very deep stacked. I can see why they would hope to get a little bit more play in.
Yeah.
Just nobody wants to have a super short day on the Friday, followed by torturous days on the Saturday and Sunday. Like, the players would much prefer try and keep the days at average, 7, 8, 9 hours, maybe 10 hours, rather than having like a 5-6 hour day, and then you come back and you're gonna have to grind it out, and they're gonna be upset that you have to do it.
Yeah, it's not good for anyone. It's much better to spread things out, especially for when it's the winter and it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And the room's empty and everyone's just kind of wanting it to end, and you're not really getting your flowers the way you should be.
No. A nice little 8 p.m. on a Sunday is when you want it to be over. People are ready to go for dinner, drinks are flowing, you're picking up the tab.
Fun flop here. Both players hitting a pair. Eychenne way out in front.
There's a board for Caro with the chip lead that he just doesn't want to overcomplicate it. He just wants to bet. Eychenne's under a lot of pressure. If you can just make him get out of the way with some Broadway cards, or put a little bit of pressure down the streets, maybe somewhere you can bluff. But of course we can see in an ideal world this is not perfect. Very standard for 9-8, just wants to see a turn card. Don't need to be making it tricky for yourself, in my opinion. Very interesting card. Both players turn open-ended straight draw. Yeah, both players have an open-ended straight draw. I'm not overly interested in betting my hand with 8-7. There is some benefits, like if you really bomb, you could start to make Jack-9 fold, put some pressure on Ace-Deuce, fold out some equity versus Broadways, but I don't have much. I just want to check here.
Caro does indeed check. River's a queen. This 9 will show down the winner. Will Caro make it easy on him or not?
I just show it down. We've got some unpaired hands that might want to bluff. Maybe if you've got an underpair, we might want to bluff, but betting here with a 7, it's kind of what you want him to fold if you bet. If he sniffs it out that his opponent's just very likely to have a 9 here and he does find a bet, it would be pretty cool, but I wouldn't. Winner, winner.
By the way, I skipped over a great fact from Ed earlier when we were doing the sort of EPT trivia game. And Ed noticed that Russians won 3, if I remember this correctly, 3 EPT events in a row, but there was an online in the middle.
Doesn't count.
So they won 3 live events in a row.
They won 3 live?
Yeah, but there was an EPT online in the middle. And one of them was an EPT Open.
Never heard of it.
During yeah, exactly. Things got a little weird in 2020. If those of you remember, some stuff got messed up all over the world. Caro's going to open under the gun with ace-10.
Same guy won both of the EPT onlines. I know that much.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What if God
was one of the winners?
And we were allowed to out him. Yeah. Anton Bergstrom.
Yep. If I was Caro, I would see this ace-10. I would see that I'm getting re-raised, and I just put it in the bin.
Yep.
He's made a couple of moves here. I would fold this hand regardless, but sometimes you can start to feel that it's going against you. He did have around 6.5 million at the start of this level, and he might feel like the big stack's coming after him, might want to make a move, but sometimes you just got to take a breather. Ace-10 off is a terrible hand. Put it in the bin. Get on with your day. Let's see the next cards. Don't be worried about it. You put 2 big blinds in there.
All right, I'm done. All right, fine.
Good fold.
Table's turning against
I told
him.
you in Cyprus that you came up and asked me what was my triple hand, and I bust like 10 minutes later, right? With that hand.
Yes.
Joe spoke it into
Ace Jack or Ace 10?
No, it was Ace 10. I'm projecting my own insecurities about that hand onto that man. It's actually quite unlucky for Suarez that he's got the image probably as a player who's getting in the mix, and he's actually picked up some really nice hands with ace-king suited and jacks and spots where people could have easily thought he was at it and pulled the trigger, but they folded both times. Still hasn't hit that beautiful 10 minutes. He's got to win one more. Please do it while I'm here, Suarez.
Croaks with a hell of a memory. It says, remember when Gilly 6-bet jammed this hand and went on to win EPT Cyprus? Same event that Finton went broke with it.
He had ace-queen off.
Oh. Sorry, Croaks. Thanks for stitching me up.
Wow. I don't want to wish anything against Suarez.
But he's running a little too hot
Sorry,
right now.
against Tobias. But if we see Tobias he's probably going to take the flop of 5s. But if we see him fold, we make an announcement. We got our first 10 milli man.
Yeah, I guess we are.
I think at this stack depth, even though you don't particularly want to be playing out of position against the one player who covers you 100 big blinds deep, 2 tables remaining, the pairs are usually quite resilient. You know, you make a set, you continue. You don't have a set, you don't have a bet. Oh!
No set,
he's
no bet.
folded. Reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, EPT Barcelona 2025, our first 10 million chip holder.
That we know of.
Our first 10 million chip holder, 100%. Outer table doesn't count. Is Anton Suarez. Congratulations. You deserve it.
Everybody give him 20 euros.
170 big blinds. Incredible. What an effort.
Wait, so if we raked 20 euros from every player, he'd be getting
4,000.
4,000 euros right now.
Yeah. We'd have to take a little bit of juice off the top, so maybe like 3,500.
For coming up with the idea.
Yeah.
For the dealers too.
Yeah, of course.
For the dealers. For the staff.
I'll buy him a drink.
We're staff.
I won't be sharing with anyone else.
He already told you that the tip's coming out of your end.
Does cover my buy-in for the Spin and Go Championship tomorrow. 3,000 euro.
Wait, you have to buy in?
I'm trying to bid for.
Oh, I see.
Caro's spot.
You're taking out of future winnings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be keeping 100% one way or the other.
Well, speaking of the Spin-A-Go Championship, so the VIP spin-off is happening right now. And when this level ends, in 10 minutes, we're going to switch over to that during the break. So if you're on Twitch and you're not doing the dual stream thing, worry not. You'll be able to check out some of the VIP spin-off during this next break. Suarez is open under the gun. Jack 10 off. Okay. He's got 10 million chips. He can do what he wants. And Tobias is defending with the King of Clubs and a mystery card. That's a fairly fun flop for Suarez. Leknes is going to have a wide variety of cards to go with this king, though, right? Defending in the big blind.
Yeah.
200.
200. Announces 200.
Interesting. I like a slightly bigger bet on this board. Don't want to be giving them too good of a price. Happy to get the fold, the Jack 10 as well. What a feeling. Stacking a castle of 10 million chips. Do you know, I also think that we should add a little bit of jeopardy to the EPT. It's already the most exciting poker game I ever watched.
All right, what do you got? What do you got for me?
Whoever stacks their chips highest during the tournament gets a free entry to the next EPT. But if they drop, you are immediately eliminated from this
How
tournament.
long do they have to stay there for?
One full hand.
One full hand, okay. I mean, it sounds like it could be easily sabotaged.
Yeah, well, if you want to take the gamble. Game integrity hates me right now.
I like the cutthroat world of Finton hand.
But you don't. I'm not making anyone take part. You want a free 5K? Stack your chips. Stack your chips. Make sure you don't sneeze.
If it's anything like the way I do my measurements, it'd be about 6 inches, but I'd say it's 10.
Oh man. Back to the soft hand for hand.
Action's folded around to the blinds. Tobias versus Suarez. Limp in for Leknes. And Suarez checks. Queen, 9-7. Sort of ping-ponging around everybody. Jack high.
It's quite unfortunate for Leknes to have 6 million chips, 100 big blinds, and just have someone with 170 big blinds on your direct left. Really does handcuff how many easy pots you're going to get to win. Of course, we'll still get in the opportunity to get in the mix. Suarez is not overly incentivized to go after Leknes re-raising too much, but can just call and just be a nuisance and make his life more complicated than it needs to be. But not of course, worth getting stressed out about. You are currently second in chips.
Sands on the bands. Sands on the bands. Somebody is getting a hot dog on the next break. That's all I got to say about that.
Ten passes. 1 pass.
6 minutes left on this level. Then we're going to show you guys about 20 minutes of the VIP spin-off for the Spin and Go Championship.
I really hope that a situation will arise where Rory Jennings is playing for €100,000 because I would love to see that man shake.
200.
He's the most stressed out individual I've ever. I'm really stressed out when I play poker, and he makes me look like Patrick Antonius.
Oh man, I would love it.
Suarez has made it 200K, and Rascar is like, let's go.
Yeah, this is the kind of spot where in chips, defending 7-6 always against chip leader, you could possibly make an argument to go out folding.
Well, luckily for Rascar, he probably ain't going to lose much more in this hand as Suarez makes top pair.
I'd bet pretty big here, rightly or wrongly. I would check this board a lot.
Hey, you want to win the most chips?
I want to.
That ain't big. Small. That is small. Suarez takes it down. Jeff Music asked, do they call them hot dogs in Europe? I think people know what you mean when you say hot dog. I think on the menu it officially says Frankfurter.
I've never heard of a Frankfurter.
Here at the Arts Hotel.
Never stayed there.
Yes. Very good hands. You will see.
All right. We have cards on their backs again at the outer table. This is Foggin versus Saskalati. Ace-King for Foggin. Ace-5 for Saskalati. Ace on the flop. But no additional help for the Ace-5, and we've lost another player.
Could you hear the excitement in that table tapping?
So fast table tap. Everyone's like, yeah! Good game. Yeah.
Mate, give me that pay jump.
And that is a 10K pay jump now for everyone else. From 70,900 for Saskalati to the next player being eliminated. They're going to receive, it's a 15K pay jump, 85,100. But how are we still losing players?
I bubbled the tournament for the first time at this event. Not exact bubble, but one away. And I've always been on the other end, where I know you're like, inner monologues like, yeah, see you later. And everyone's giving me the good games, and I was just like, you don't mean it. You're so happy right now.
I think that there should be a rule that you get escorted out of the room and then they let everyone clap. Like it
is incredibly low morale when a bubble goes on for, say, an hour and a half, 2 hours, even 3 hours. It is a stretch, doesn't happen too often, but on an EPT bubble, occasionally. And then the moment you watch your aces get cracked by the chip leader 7-4 off, you just hear, yeah.
Yes, it's so
low morale.
Sorry. So there was at one point that I said that we would stop if we got to 12. I don't think that that's going to happen unless we get to 12 like 2 levels from now. I believe we're going to play on. I think if we got to 11, they would stop. But until that, we have to keep playing.
Why don't we just play to the unofficial, not official 9?
I mean, that
Let's
could
just
go.
do it. I'll come back in. Bring me back in. Put me on the night shift. Just leave me and Chris.
I'm flattered you think that I have any say whatsoever in what decisions are made out there. We assume the pocket 9s are doing well here. Eychenne did raise under the gun with them. But Weber's going to bet. Huh.
Would expect for there to be another club under there or a 10.
Club feels reasonable. 10 feels reasonable, although, blockers and all that.
Still 2 of them, though, right? Put another 10 up there, and then we're not believing.
More than enough, yeah. Eychenne, not a believer just yet. Double paired board now. Clubs don't come in. Queen 7?
Could be Queen 7, but I'm not sure. Does everyone defend Queen 7 off pre? Possibly. I wouldn't personally bet less than 1.5 million with a 10. That's a rare. You can't go too big because your opponent still could have checked back a 10. But for me, he's got 2.3 million. Like, I'd be wanting to make it difficult for him to call if I'm bluffing. If I have a 10, maybe I give him a little bit of a discount,
Weber has used a time bank so far, and it's going to make it difficult for 9s to call. That is a over bet.
So I know we're not the biggest fan of the blockers around here, but what I would say, if I was to list some hands I hope my opponent have, I'd be looking at 9-8, 9-6, Jack-9, some clubs. I feel like if I got to this river, I would prefer just a clean ace-king call. You might be like, whoa, 9s are so much better than ace-high. In this spot, they're not. I would prefer have ace-high here. Don't interact with the hands they're going to bet. I would fold this hand pretty quickly. Now, I actually feel like Weber, given we see the queen of clubs, is probably at it with clubs. That's my prediction.
You think he's bluffing missed clubs?
Yeah, I mean, of course he could have the 10 as well, but it feels like the bluff to me. But I would still fold these 9s. It's an incredibly tough spot. Like super, super, super tough.
Well, Finton, I know that you don't need the confidence boost, but I'll tell you that Jason Kuhn in here earlier was talking about the exact same stuff. That's what you're saying right now about, hey, even though it's a worse hand, you kind of don't want to have these cards in your hand to make this call.
Yeah, even like it's just for me. It might be the hand I would fold quickest.
Eychenne.
I could be wrong.
Pained. I think he's going to let it go.
Good call.
Oh, makes the call. I heard Weber say good call.
He must. He obviously. What's that? Oh, he just went it for the queen 8.
Queen 8.
Oh, that is out of line.
That is a real bluff there.
That is out of line.
And Weber drops to 67 big blinds.
Indeed.
Well, Eychenne is on 73.
I did forget that Weber was Brazilian, and I gotta say that would have changed my entire outlook on the hand.
Queen high, even some showdown.
I didn't expect that many.
And that, my babies, is
I think out of 10. So
the last hand of the level.
I think out of 10. That's why easier for me to say. I think
he could have a 7. I would have on a 4 I call quickly, but he could bet a 7 like this to like value.
Fintan hand, thank you so much for spending 2 levels with us. Thank you for your insight and more importantly, for your friendship.
Thank you, Joe.
Fintan is out of here. These players are taking a break. Remember, don't go anywhere. We're going to show you some of the VIP spin-off during this break. And on the next level, you'll get graced with the presence of Queen Maria Ho. But these are the chip stacks these players will be taking to the break. As you can see, we are quite deep. Shortest stack at the table, 46 big blinds. And that is with the new blinds being at 40,000, 80,000. Main event's going on break. Stick around. Watch some of the VIP spin-off for the Spin and Go Championship. More after this.
Min raise, going to push Cal to defend.
Yeah, wants to see a flop here.
And Addy somehow has his man dominated with just 10-4 offsuit.
And does spike a 10. Not the nicest board for 10-4 offsuit, though.
He checks it over. Addy with the decision. Of course, doesn't look like the greatest board in the world for bottom pair, but Rory very likely to have activated with aggression. You know, with the best ace-X of the world, the king-queens of this world, likely all in pre, so I feel fairly comfortable in my eyes with bottom pair.
Yeah, and he didn't need it, but did get the fold, so a chip up there. Or, Dave.
Do it. Did you do it?
He's coming back, Mr. Walsh.
He is
the other one was
indeed.
an ace.
Not count him out yet.
Fair play, if not. I might have to start.
Start what? You're not getting Rory,
Might have to start not believing you.
Rory, 1 second.
I've been believing you.
Rory, Rory.
60 for you and 30 for
I've
been believing
Rory, you can't lose from this spot. It'd be so embarrassing. Against a guy that's been playing for 5 minutes. I mean, this would...
120.
What do you reckon, Nick? A bit of psychological warfare, you know, with the jokes.
for sure.
Saying,
And
by the way, it's going to be really embarrassing. Like, I'm joking, but it's going to
Yeah.
be very embarrassing if you lose.
Rory thinks he's impervious to that now. He thinks he's been around the banter, but like, he's worried now.
He is worried. Look at this.
You can't besmirch his good name like this, Ade.
Rory opened the button here for the min raise. Addy defends. Once again, has Rory dominated, both with the ace-7-6 board.
Check. Betting lead. Oh, Rory's tilted now. 150 has a huge bet here. It's a chunk. It might still work, but you never know.
2/3 pot. Addy looks suspicious.
Cool. Oh, this gets so weird on the turn now. The pot is so inflated that the next logical move is to push, right? I mean, if you're going to rep it. Check. Watch how fast he does it. Watch how fast he does it.
200.
No, don't bet that much in your stack.
He ain't got shit.
It's going to work.
Oh, he
I hope.
knows it. Addy can feel it.
It might work. I just said it's going to work. It might work, but there was a way to put him in a worse spot than this, Roar, because you bet like 2/3 of his stack instead of putting him all in. It works anyway. It was the effective all in. I was never worried. Great game, Rory. Nice pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong aggression from Mr. Jennings. And the cheeky smile.
The classic Jennings smile. The Jennings grin.
That would put you on tilt. In this setting, right, in this setting, on the man pushes you out the pot. I don't mean his face would tilt me in just, you know, real life.
You're winning. I love you, Rory. You're winning.
We love you too, Rory. Rory's smile, honestly, will never fail to make my heart leap.
Sorry, Adam, I realised us talking must be very just... Sorry.
All right. Now, that was a pretty critical pot there. 5 big blinds behind now. Yeah. They're short of the 2 stacks. We'd love to see an all in here, but let's see how he proceeds. Just a call.
Cool.
And technically, I'd love to see Rory shove the queen-6 for his limp as well, but we're not going to get down that path today.
Seems unlikely.
Oh,
200.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Nick, you are summarily wrong, my friend.
I am absolutely wrong, and I love to be proved wrong on stream. It's my favorite. That's what they pay me the big bucks for. All right, so we get the big one. The big raise. It is kind of an effective all-in. Nice work. Very good from Rory here. This is textbook, in fact. Very good.
Yeah, bouncing on the weakness.
Okay, see what's going on.
Has his man where he wants him.
Dude, I love your rapping. I love your rapping. Who for you is the best rapper ever? Ever. There's only one answer. Come on, bro.
That looks like Papa MC on the rail.
It is. Addy's just asked him who his favourite rapper of all time is.
Oh, Big Pun's good. I'm a big Tupac fan. Yeah, Tupac's fan.
Cool.
Now then, Addy, only 160 chips back. Has ace-10 suited and gives Rory a free look. It might work out for him, Nick. Ace-8-4. Wow, did Rory fold that fast?
Far side.
Addy jammed for 160 and a 200. Rory snap folded bottom pair correctly.
I mean, I'm trying. Hey.
All right, 50 for you, please.
Yep, so 4 big blinds effective now. I think it's 4. Let's wait for the graphics to update. I believe Ade has around 4 behind. So Rory's 11.
Oh, look who it is. Big Lee.
Big Lee. No.
He was behind him.
There's Spraggy on the rail. Can't wait to see the outcome of this one. Regardless if he wins it, an opportunity to troll everyone. He loves a spot like that.
Oh, he does.
All right, so guys, this is going to the flop here. Rory does indeed flop a flush draw.
No, there you go. Do you?
Yeah, Addy limped with the 7-8 of spades. I check. Another hand, I'd kind of like to see the shove pre. Rory gets a free look. Has a flush draw. Turns a straight draw to go with it.
Does indeed.
Nice find here from Rory. He's going to bluff.
There's a chance Rory might just put them all in here.
About 200.
Would be very reasonable.
It's about 200. Yeah, 200.
Generate some fold equity, have a little bit of a draw potentially that's live. How much did he bet?
150.
Oh, he didn't even put them all in. The cheek.
Addy calls.
I think he said all in.
Did he?
No, just call. And the river
no draw.
is a club.
Oh.
There's no way out now. There's no way out. Rory does have the flush. Is he going to put him in for the rest of his chips? 110 behind.
I don't know. What is this? What are we doing?
What have you got behind it?
I don't know. But we'll...
100.
All in.
Is that...
Yeah. Is that... Rory's just calling for it. Is that binding?
It's 110.
Therefore cool.
He's got a call, and that's it. It's over. Rory is the winner of this flight in round 1. We'll go to the final. The club flush is good.
You haven't got yet.
And you guys should know by now, with every win, there is a spin. Regardless of the fact that he goes on, there will be another spin. Let's head down and have a conversation with Mr. James Hartigan and see what he's going to win in the spinner.
Finish.
The applause speaks volumes. It's partly applause for you, Rory, because you didn't win your third game and therefore you advanced to the final, but also everyone's just happy it's finally over. And that other people get to play.
No, sorry, we have hogged it. I do blame these two, though. There's that game that I was out of. I went out first hand, and yeah, I mean, I was in exactly the same boat as everyone else. Long slog.
Lose with grace, win with class, Rory. Don't talk down your opponents now they're both lost. Commiserations, guys, but I am glad that you both won a game each. At least you're walking away with some money. And talking of money, Rory, stand up one last time for me.
Oh, God.
Every time there's a win,
there's a spin.
Exactly. So it's time to spin. Let's see what you win.
He's going to get 500.
500.
He's going to get 500.
He's got 500. Come on, pink.
He's got 2,100 already.
Pink.
Yes. Yeah. Is there a way for it to be 0?
Pink.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
Yes. Only 2,200 euros in total and a seat in the final where you'll be competing for a spot in the Spin and Go Championship Live.
Buzzing. Gonna go study right now.
And remember, there's more chances to win money in the final as well, so your tally's not done yet. That's your subtotal, not your overall total.
Exciting. Very exciting.
Fantastic.
Full of fear, though. I can see the other players that are loitering around. There's some icons here. I want to play Addy every week.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you've still got that kind of slight nervous look in your eye that I always associate with you every time you play poker.
It's because I can see Papo in my eye line, and I know that he's going to destroy me if we end up on the same table.
Okay, enough.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you again in the final. Quick reset, and then we have got the second of 3 flights. We've got 3 more players about to come to the stage. We're going to find out who's going to be joining Rory in the final. We've got the king of the internet taking on a battle rapper and an improv singer. Apparently those are things. When the Spin and Go VIP spin-off continues.
I'm happy I won a game. I'm happy I won. Thank you.
Expect him to have bet on this flop with the backdoor equity just 8 high. You can't really take 8 high to showdown, right, Joe? You need to fold out some better hands here, really.
Well, we do have a legitimate diamond draw for 2 players after the repeat 5.
Tron, that's 25,000.
Now Tron's getting aggressive. He does have the best hand.
Well, with just the Jack 4, 1 player bet, 1 still to act, he folds. And back to Kitai, who does pick up that flush draw. Of course, we can see that it is a dominated flush draw. His hand is never going to be ahead. He just lays it down.
Wow.
Here's the thing, right? If you're going to limp in 8-6, I think once you flop reasonable, like, backdoor wraparound equity, you know, he can go either way with a straight. He can go, you know, he has potentially 2 overcards as well and diamonds. I think he should probably be stabbing the board. And certainly if you turn a flush draw, you might have to do something other than fold. Otherwise, your limp pre-flop becomes a little redundant, right? Like, what's your game plan?
I hope you noticed, Joe, that we're now at your favourite blind level, 5,000, 10,000, especially in an era where we didn't have graphics to do the big blind dividing.
I did notice. I just wasn't going to say anything so I could impress everybody with just knowing how many big blinds everyone had.
I think you're right.
I mean, we're still not seeing stack sizes, so it makes it a little bit tougher.
The action is folded to Trond.
Trond. Sprague, you used to watch Nathan For You, right?
Nathan Free?
Nathan For You?
Trond raises.
No. Oh, no. But I'm aware of it. Yeah. Okay. I think I've seen a bit of it. Bits of it.
He looks like a guy that was on Nathan For You. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
Folds a small blind.
This looks like it's going to be Eidsvig versus Junglin. Tron is open with Queen Jack. Adam with Ace 10.
You know, I've heard for years about this Junglin man. I had no idea this was him. This is the guy that had the big bet with Durr?
Yeah, I believe so.
Adam re-raises to 110,000.
Didn't he do some pseudo porn video recently?
Yeah. Yeah, I never watched it because I don't really not into that kind of thing. But
No, I didn't stay clear of that filth. But
there he is, the mysterious jungling man.
Absolute state of Chris Moneymaker over the shoulder. Absolute. It's horrible. Why do they make us look at it?
But do you imagine what the conversations were like in the marketing department at Stars? We need a really good shot of Chris Moneymaker for the banners on our live events. This is the best we have. Is there anything you can do in Photoshop? Anything you can do? We can kind of give it a slight red tint.
This is the same media selection that leads to Lex Valdez looking like he's in the Backstreet Boys. That picture of him in the white shirt and the white background with his head in his hands. That's what gives us these legendary images.
The only thing better than that image is how much Lex hates it.
Oh, despises it. Well, this is a 4-bet from Queen Jack going one-on-one with the jungling man. And here we go again, another instance of that big sizing pre-flop, right? So I think he invested 100K or upwards of 100K, has 200K back. So it's just a huge committal on any of these light decisions, which puts you in an awkward spot. Nowadays, you'd 3-bet smaller, you get 4-bet, you got an easy fold, you're probably dominated. Here we can see that he's not, but most of the time he would be. I think if you're going to 3-bet this hand, it's with the intention of folding to a jam. But now that he's invested 100K, decision becomes closer. Because what if your opponent's jamming 9s? What if your opponent's jamming 8s? Or rebluffing Queen Jack?
It becomes a full 3 units of HTC closer.
I have no idea what he's going to do.
I don't think he does either.
But I think that's the thing. I don't think he knows what is correct to do given the price that he's getting. And if these cards are different, we could see this as an absolute disaster, right? How easy is it a 4-bet to be up against ace queen, ace king, aces, kings, queens, and dominated? But he's calling it off. He's getting away with it. He's in ahead.
So Jungler Man is all in and at risk. He is ahead with ace 10 against Queen Jack.
Great call, but Adam is still only about a 60-40 favorite, maybe a little less.
Thanks, Greg.
Clubs, 8 of spades, ace of clubs.
Greg, very excited by that flop.
Spades, that doesn't change anything. Tron still needs a 10 to make a straight. Otherwise, Adam is going to double up and win a huge pot.
Thank you, Greg Raymer.
6 of clubs on the river.
That's the double up for Jungler Man.
600,000 chips in it. Over 600,000.
Complimented by Mark Telcher for making an excellent call. So a reminder at this stage, 2 tables remain, playing down to the final table of 8, who will compete for a first prize of 1.17 million euros.
I think there was a hair on his cards right then.
You. Mika Parsonen opening here with pocket 8s. Raises to 35,000. So that's 3.5x the big blind.
Yeah, certainly a little bigger than we would expect these days. And that's why you see so many of these light 3-bets getting into awkward situations. But, maybe that's just the style. I mean, obviously it is the style of this era of there's a lot of pre-flop aggression. And then given the sizes, you kind of have to call off. So maybe, given the way everybody else is playing, maybe it's okay to 3-bet get in ace 10, right? Maybe that's, just the nature of the way the game's playing. Maybe there's so much 3-betting and 4-betting and 5-betting that these days, whilst people would consider ICM as well with ladders and things, but with the sizes and the aggression, maybe 3-bet calling ace 10 becomes fine.
Our flop is 5 of clubs, ace of spades, jack of diamonds. Mika checks. Adam checks. Turn card is the 7 of clubs. Mika checks.
So the hand checked twice now by Passanen. I think if I'm Adam Junglin, I'm starting to think that my opponent is unlikely to have an ace. And it might be time to start bluffing. It sucks, even though he has the nut no pair. If you give a hand a name, it makes it sound better than it is. But he can still fold out a hand like this, 8s, 6s, 5, like a 5. If his opponent raises something like 5-6 suited. So I don't think he has quite enough showdown value to want to check behind. I like the fact that he started to bluff. Let's say that Passanen does get here with pocket 3s that raise and don't like the board. He's going to get a pretty swift fold, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and I think the large raise size pre-flop is kind of indicative of the type of hands that Passanen has. I don't think you're making it
Mika
that
calls
big
55,000. We're going to see the river card.
Your ace kings and ace queens. I think you're going to do it with maybe your bad aces. You're going to do it with pocket pairs.
Hearts on the river.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it would be, hands that aren't really keen to see a flop. Something like 8s, right?
Exactly.
Something that's trying just to win pre-flop. And I think if you're going to bet the turn as a bluff, you kind of have to follow through on the river. Your opponent is going to get here with 8s. They are going to get here with a jack. Something like jack 10 suited is feeling pretty uncomfortable at this point. The only thing working against you is whether Passanen thinks that Junglin would bet all of his aces on the flop. If he doesn't credit him with being able to check back an ace on the flop, then what does he have here? Right? He's probably just checking back a 7 on the turn, trying to show it down, so he can't really represent trips. If he doesn't check back any aces on the flop, he doesn't really have an ace ever.
What about hands like king jack and queen jack?
I definitely think those are possible. We saw Junglin check back twice with queens before in value bet thin, so he could have been value betting a jack, which is even more reason for the 8s not to be too happy. But Passanen makes a really big call here. A really, really big call here.
Tell you what, we're seeing some really good play in these late stages of this event.
480,000 chips in it. 480,000.
Welcome back to PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are here with Day 5 main event coverage. This is the 4th level of the day. Only 13 players remain vying for that 1.4 million up top. I'm Caitlin Komeski here with Griffin Benger.
Hi, Caitlin. Hello, everyone.
And the incomparable Maria Ho. Welcome on, Maria.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
There's a look of our big stacks that we got going on right here. This is going to be our feature table coming back. We got Anton Suarez and Tobias Leknes sitting up on top with Yohan Rascar, who has been one of the more active players of the day, been as high as 8 million, back down to 3.6 right now, but still more than healthy, sitting on 46 big blinds. Now, we were saying earlier that we would stop if we got to 12 players, but we're actually going to adjust that to 11 players now. So we'll play down to as few as 11 players here, or we will play 5 levels. Again, this is the 4th level of the day. This is a look at the payouts. Again, 1.4 million up top. 10th and 11th place are going to get that 6-figure score at 102,000 euros. Current payout is at 85,000 euros. That's a whole university education, right, Griff?
It's a lot of money up top here in Barcelona each and every year. It's just amazing turnouts. People love playing poker here.
I also want to remind y'all that we have some PokerStars Opens coming up. 3 more opportunities in 2025. We have Maryland from October 19th through the 26th, Manchester, October 20th through the 26th, and Cannes, December 16th through the 21st. The PokerStars Open that take place in the UK and France are going to give you the opportunity to join that leaderboard. You can earn points. We have a low, medium, and high tier leaderboard. Check out PokerStars Live app for more details on the PokerStars Live League. You ever been on that leaderboard, Griff?
I don't think I have. Are we going to find you in Maryland, do you think, for that one?
I think the chances of me being in Maryland are quite high as one of the Team USA ambassadors.
Represent.
Yes. So come and grab some soft shell crab with me in the outskirts of Baltimore, Maryland. Go Tarpons. Beautiful. So what do you think Just going through some of these players' head. Final 2 tables of the main event here in Barcelona. 3rd biggest one to ever happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to have perspective. I mean, you brought up Rascar a little bit and how he's had a pretty swingy day. He did come in as the chip leader. So someone like that who still has 46 big blinds but used to have so many, I think it's good to get a break to reset. Could have the dinner break to work in his favor to sort of realize this is still a huge opportunity. But yeah, there's a lot of really talented players that I wasn't entirely familiar with until this event. Someone like Thomas Eychenne, who maybe we've seen a little bit of in the past, but really has made an impression over the last few days, being on a lot of the feature tables. So a lot of talent here and playing for big bucks.
Yes, this feature table is going to be playing 7-handed. The outer table is going to be playing 6-handed. They're on sort of a soft hand for hand is what we call it here at PokerStars. Not a literal hand for hand, but they are going to be keeping an eye on the pace of play to keep it fair and game integrity at sky-high standards.
Blind 40,000, big blind 80,000, big blind ante 80,000. Dealers in the main event, please begin to deal.
And there's the incomparable AI voice of Miss Sarah announcing this current 80K big blinds level. Cards up, let's go. 90 minutes.
Leknes has got to be happy with his chip stack, but not so thrilled with Anton Suarez to his direct left with all those chips. Almost 11 million.
Yeah, Leknes is certainly one of the most accomplished players left in the field. Certainly knows how to navigate his way through big field tournaments. But as you mentioned, Griff, there's definitely still a lot of talented players left.
Yeah, I believe as we keep mentioning Leknes, I think 13 W Coupe titles, mixed game specialist, but clearly no slouch at Hold'em. And right away getting a pretty interesting flop here. We can expect to see some continues from the Frenchman. Whether that comes in the form of a check call or a check raise remains to be seen. And actually finds the fold to the bigger sizing. I think that's pretty interesting. No diamond in hand. Doesn't want to go chasing against a player that's going to be barreling. Didn't even think of it.
No temptation here. All right, I am hearing word that there is some trouble brewing across the room. Let's check up on our outer table where Josef Zarek is all in versus Julian Peneda. Zarek has 8 of clubs, 8 of diamonds. Peneda has ace of hearts, 9 of hearts. Flop 7 of clubs, 7 of spades, 4 of spades, 6 of diamonds on the turn, 4 of clubs gonna do it. 8s are going to hold here. Full double for Zarek at these final 2 tables.
Oh, it means so much at this stage.
So we will remain 13-handed. That's a strong hat game there. Back on our feature table, Tobias has opened up the suited connectors as it's going to be facing a 3-bet from Eychenne.
Eychenne started with 45 big blinds. You know, 6-5 suited, sometimes when you're deeper, definitely could be tempted, especially in position, but not sure how he feels about this particular stack size.
Wow. came to play.
Ace on the flop. Eychenne jumps out front, even more so.
It's always fun to follow the battles between players over days as we see them on feature tables. You know, these guys are going to have so much history against each other. Some of which we may not have seen if it wasn't on a feature. So Leknes didn't want to give up pre-flop, but now it's not looking great.
Yeah, and that's definitely the interesting part about when you get down to the nitty-gritty. You pretty much played with almost everybody in the field at this point with 13 left. And so there is going to be this dynamic that's established. And you are going to get a better feel for, you know, what these players are and aren't capable of, which is, of course, going to factor into your decision-making process.
That was one of the first adjustments I had to make, making the transition from cash to tournament, as I'm sure a lot of players do, that when you're not as deep, those implied odds that you get from the suited connectors just don't make as good of a candidates to call a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Even in position sometimes, yeah.
Same can be
That was
said
just
for
Leknes
small pocket
saying, like-
pairs as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Leknes was just saying, you know what? I think I'm just better than you, Eychenne, post flop. Like, I'm still gonna put it in, see what happens.
Yeah, you never know nowadays, too, like if Leknes could have been randomizing, deciding he needs to call 25-30% of the time there, and then, you know, just looked at some spot on the wall and just found call.
I can't help but root for Suarez here on day 5. Of all the levels that I have covered, he is the only 3-barrel bluff I've seen get through. In the previous level, he turned deuces into a bluff, and it got top pair to fold on the river. Very impressed.
Caro's had a bit of a swingy day himself. Of course, the narrative of being signed up to the spin and go tomorrow. Of course, he would love a reason not to do the spin and go, because it would be, you know, 11 left.
Pardon us. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. I pressed the wrong button. I'm going to take the blame on that one. So you might have heard the audio feed coming in from the spin and go happenings that are also simultaneously being cast on our YouTube channel. We have the VIP players out today. You may have seen that little sneak peek during the break of Rory Jennings and Ade Oladipo. But back to the action here. We have Suarez and Caro headed into the river here.
I mean, not gonna lie, it's kind of a good advert
Can't
for
cross
people
the
to just
streams.
put on both streams, right? I don't know, like, let's just, you know, picture in picture right now.
More streams is better.
In fairness, if the Ghostbusters didn't cross the streams, they wouldn't have saved New York. So, I mean, we may as well see what happens.
You just made so many Gen X gentlemen so happy
Yeah,
with that
yeah, I bet.
reference. Oh my gosh, they're screaming.
Yeah, a bit of an erratic bluff here. I mean, Caro defending the 10-8 off. check down to the river and just sort of finds the random bluff against what I would perceive as something with showdown value that's probably not folding on the river. So a bit of a slip up there, I think.
Suarez just continues to chip up since making it to this final table. First player to pass that oh so important 10 million chip that Fenton was hyping up. Fenton was saying that there should be some sort of motivator for the first player of the series to reach the 10 million chip mark, like maybe a tiny €5 off of each buy-in or something, so you get that extra bonus when you hit the level. What do y'all think of that?
The old 8-figure incentive.
160.
160,000. You might be able to hear James Hartigan in the background. He's the one hosting that spin and go action. VIP spinoff happening right now.
Channeling his best Bruce Buffer.
On the break, maybe we can go help him and be the little Price is Right presenter ladies. Point at blenders and Barca loungers, things like that.
Give me one of those deal or no deal briefcases.
Worked out for Meghan Markle.
Listen, if it was good enough for, I was just going to say.
I took it out of your
to
mouth. No. Yes.
Three very live hands here going to the flop.
Rascar going to connect best. Jacks and sixes. I need to make sure to pronounce this Frenchman's name so that it doesn't rhyme with the American Racing League. I keep wanting to say Rascar, which rhymes with NASCAR, but that can't possibly be right. He is just going to bet and take it down.
Yeah, and things went really smoothly yesterday for Rascar. And, you know, you guys mentioned that he, had a bit of a swingy day. And I think it's just all about how you rebound from that. I mean, it's so easy to be composed when everything seems to be working out in your favor. But you definitely want to be able to find that other gear of just, at least mentally shifting into a place of maybe not being the top dog in the big stack, but having to exercise a little bit of patience and not necessarily forcing the action.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how well you run or play in a big MTT of this nature. The reality is that you are going to have some ups and downs, some ebbs and flows. It really does come in waves. So, having that perspective, mentally preparing yourself for, look, I might be the chip leader here, three quarters of the way through day 3, day 4, but, it's not necessarily going to be like that all the way down, and you really have to focus up and give yourself the best chance to win.
Suarez not going to try to defend with the 5-3 off. Joao going to raise and take it this time.
Okay. 80. Sorry. It's okay.
Griff, did you know that Maria recently released a new board game of sorts to help introduce new people to poker in a home game environment?
Not only did I know that, but I bought 2 copies in Vegas.
Oh my gosh, have you cracked it open yet?
So
have you played it yet?
I was going to say, not to put you on the spot.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't really have a home game crew back at home. But if I ever have an opportunity, probably sort of at a cottage weekend with some friends. It definitely looks like a lot of fun. quite interesting. I mean, it's great.
That was a collaboration you did with Kim Carmelli, who's a very talented comedic writer. What was it like collaborating with her, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, Kim and her husband Vinny, they're just so great. They love poker so much. And they were kind of the perfect people to do this with because they come from the side of they want to get better, but they always consider themselves recreational players, people who play more casually. And so they want to get that experience of learning while still playing because that's always more fun. You know, most people don't really want to sit and watch, you know, a 2-hour training video or maybe even read a book cover to cover. But this way they could be in on the action while picking up maybe little tips and tricks. And obviously Kim is so funny. She's just like cracks me up. Every like quote unquote work call is just me laughing my butt off at everything she says. So.
Relentless bits, that woman. Relentless.
Yeah, we had a fun time this summer on the PokerStars WSOP stream together, me, you, and her.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Coverage
between
with
the
the
two
ladies.
guys, I was like, yeah. I was like, I mean, I don't even need to talk. I just want to listen.
Catching up with the action here, Caro opened the 2 sevens, facing off against Tobias's ace-10 offsuit on a flop of king deuce 5, 2 spades.
I know it's a bit on the nose since this is poker after all, but there's something very sharky about Leknes. He's got that, you know, he's got that face.
It's like that furrowed brow look where he always seems to be suspect of you and everything you're doing.
Yeah.
It's like he just has that like resting sus face. He's like, I don't believe you. What are you doing?
Face.
10 of spades on the turn. Great card for Tobias, who now has the better pair along with the nut flush draw.
So Leknes finding merit in betting here with the ace-10, ace of spades. Maybe not really anticipating many check raises in this spot, especially holding the ace of spades. Maybe wanting to sort of set the price. Maybe sometimes getting called by worse. Maybe something like an ace-jack or ace-queen with a spade. Or something like pocket sevens with a spade. So finding value where others maybe would just check back here. Oh, no, you didn't. It's always coming 7.
I don't know. What do you make of that long pause? Is it just me, or did it feel like Caro took longer to check on the river than he did on the turn? I don't know what I would make of that if I was Leknes there, but does go check, check.
Yeah, it did look a bit strong. You can see the furrowed brow.
We get a little smile out of the mixed game specialists. Tobias doing very well in this no limit event, but if you scroll his Hinton mob, the majority of his caches are going to be an 8-game mix, PLO, do 7 single draw, very accomplished and well-rounded player.
Or just not a 7. I'll take either.
Tobias going to get the action going again here with a suited Broadway candidate. Maria, how do you like this call versus a 3-bet with the ace-jacks offsuit on the button?
I mean, kind of surprising that he's not going to be mixing in some 3-bets pretty often from, you know, the cutoff open range against him being on the button plus being the big stack. It just seems like a pretty natural spot to find 3-bets.
Yeah, and also allowing in all this other equity from the blinds. I definitely think you can play it as a mix, but like Maria said, I think I'm a little surprised.
All right, ace on the flop. Suarez flops best. Backdoor flush opportunity for Weber. Tobias, the original raiser, has bricked entirely.
Some very intentional shuffling and splashing from Suarez. I like this chip leader energy.
He's got a very dominant table presence. I don't know if it's just the silk pattern shirt or his
It's all of it,
personality,
baby.
but I
It's all
know.
of
The little side part, too. He's got it all going, this Suarez. Here's a look at the current chip counts of our feature table. Suarez continues to dominate out front. Brzezinski on the bottom with 3.73 million, but again, that's good for 46 big blinds at this point. Just to give you a point of reference, our current average stack is 4.7 million. Almost 60 bigs. Tobias once again going to start the action here with the suited ace.
Yeah, and so far, you know, all of his opens have been reasonable, even despite the fact that Suarez is to his direct left. You know, most of the time you are going to be tightening up when you do have the chip leader to your direct left, but nothing that we've seen from Leknes pre has been out of line. It's just that Suarez happens to be waking up with hands, which, you know, sometimes you are going to be rightfully sus, as Leknes might be in this exact situation, of the chip leader picking up so many big hands when it seems like it would just be natural that they're going to be more aggressive, that they might be finding some more 3-bet spots. But, you know, it is just kind of unfortunate when the player with the biggest stack also has big hands.
It's got to be so hard to fold ace-4 suited when you're wearing a BBZ poker sweater.
Am I going to practice what I preach here?
Certainly could just make it 1.3 here. Too many chips, of course, to just shove over this open, especially the ICM considerations. Oh my gosh.
He does it!
How much is that?
Oh no,
he is
does
going
not
to get the
like
count.
that.
It is 4.735 million, which, as we just stated, that's an average stack right now.
Gotta practice what you preach. I didn't think he'd pull the trigger, but that's, yeah, I mean, that's what, 50, 60 bigs?
Yep.
Right? 60 big blinds, yeah.
Just shy of 60, yep.
Wow, this is, you know, obviously this is a spot that Leknes has surely studied and understands that this is, you know, one of the options you can have, but man, this feels like a bit much, Maria.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand. Okay, I was going to say, I understand the time that Suarez is taking, but surely you don't think someone's nutted here if they just reshove 60 bigs into your 3-bet, but I don't know. I feel for Leknes, though.
Absolutely. We are now facing a chip leader pot situation. 9.67 million in the middle. Leknes, a huge underdog to
I'm very
Suarez's
lucky.
ace
I'm
king.
a very lucky guy.
Tobias warning them that he is lucky. Ace on the flop.
I'm not sure if I wanted that flop. Yeah.
You guys think
Nine
this
is
spot
good,
is
yeah.
one-time worthy?
Nine,
Like,
nine.
let's say you had it saved up. Would you use it
Nine
here?
is.
Oh, I think you got to pull it out.
probably right.
13 left. You got 2 chances to hit one of 3
The turn
fours.
is a 5 and the river is a 6 and an 8, so now I win.
Oof, king on the turn. Gonna be the swan song for Tobias here.
A pleasure playing with all of you. Good luck.
He is gonna finish in 13th place and cash for 85,000 euros. Congratulations to the Norwegian player on this deep run here on day 5 of Barcelona Main Event.
Classy exit, though.
Yeah, wearing it really well, owning the move, smiling. You know, it's painful. You come in with such high expectations, you play really, really well, and then you just get that one spot where you decide to sort of make a statement.
And the rich get richer. Check out this shot of our boy Anton Suarez stacking up 16.6 million. That's good for 207 big blinds for the Swede.
Yeah, if you thought he had swag before, check him out now.
Oh my goodness. He doesn't even need the silk shirt anymore. Take it off, brother. He now has well over double the next richest player at the table, which incidentally is Thomas Eychenne, sitting on 4.9 million. Good for 61 big blinds.
You know, I'm sure there are a lot of people in the chat that are lamenting this crazy move that they might perceive. But if you really think about it, I mean, you know, Suarez could be 3-betting ace-queen, ace-jack there, and those are both going into the muck. You're folding out a lot of better hands that are 3-betting for value. You know, and the times you do get called by kings, queens, you're 30%. So that's just really going for the jugular, and I really like the way that Leknes owned it, and look, he just ran into the top of Suarez's range there.
What the fuck? Yeah, open low jack, le chip leader.
I actually wonder if Suarez would have even called something like pocket tens. Pocket jacks, probably. What do you think, Maria?
Yeah, I feel like tens seems like the cuspy part of the range in terms of pairs. I mean, I think if he saw that the hand before, cutoff versus button, that Suarez just flatted him with ace jack versus 3-betting.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe he would have rethought the type of hands that Suarez is 3-betting with.
Last time I checked, it was 1.5.
It is just so easy to think that it's just so easy to think that the chip leader is just out there doing chip leader things, but sometimes they just have it. I feel like I really liked your suggestion for just taking the line of if you feel like they're going to have some light 3-bets, then maybe the small 4-bet, you know, without committing your whole stack would have been a good way to test those waters.
Yeah, I think inherently the problem is the actual hand that Leknes was dealt, right? It's just one of those hands that you're told that if you're putting in money pre-flop, try to see all 5 cards or get them to fold, you know? And so, you know, were you to have something maybe like an ace-10 off, would have been more inclined to make it 1.3 and folding there. But ace-4 suited, he's like, okay, let's see if you got it.
Meanwhile, on our current hand, we have quite the collision. Suarez opening jacks with Joao Weber waking up with aces behind. Gonna go ahead and 3-bet.
50 big blinds effective, I think. 6-handed, you know, were these positions maybe something like button and small blind, we could see all the money go in. In this particular situation, I think Suarez could elect to just call, but also I wouldn't be surprised to see stacks played for here, but it's a lot of chips.
Certainly has the stack to be calling 3-bets out of position.
480, yes.
Nice call.
We're going to go 2 ways to this flop and a 3-bet pot. King of clubs, 10 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds. Ace is still good.
How did the hand with nines go? Because I didn't follow from the start. Check flop, check flop, and then overbet.
What you got? I didn't see. What you got? I didn't see. Qu'est-ce que t'avais?
Weber going to likely get one street of action here at least.
Looking about the hand, I played the okay, nines. You got nines, right? Nines. Okay.
Suarez going to see one more. Rather innocuous 4 of clubs on the turn.
Seven check.
Definitely a fair bit of draws out there. You do see Weber end up checking.
Suarez a fan of the eye contact, the stare down. Gotta appreciate a little confrontational player. If he looked at me like that, I might fall in love.
Yeah, the check back on the turn here with the aces, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of like it in the way that maybe you don't necessarily expect to get another street from something like jacks. Maybe you think a king's not going to pay you 3. I don't know. It's very unorthodox to me, especially with the second flush draw coming in. Because you would want to get more value from your queen jack of diamonds, queen jack of clubs.
Yeah, and the flush draw from the flop does get there on the river, and you know, Suarez is just wondering what he can beat here. I think that it's nice as the chip leader to be able to give players the benefit of the doubt that, first of all, their 3-betting range is going to be, you know, quite strong against your under the gun opens. They're going to be incentivized to be playing pretty honest against you. And so, you know, it's a good fold here with the jacks, and I think that you're not going to find very many bluffs in Weber's range.
So Anton going to take a small hit to his stack, still way out front with 15.7 million.
4 millions. 4 millions, je crois.
Has not put a foot wrong as far as I can tell so far on this level.
Ah, mais le nombre de mains qu'il a, lui aussi, frérot. No, turn.
Just under an hour remaining in this 4th level of the day. 12 players remaining. Just a reminder, we're playing 5 levels or down to 11. action folds around to Brzezinski, who's going to raise up the ace-8 offsuit. Our chip leader going to take a peek with his suited hand. Eight, 5, 4 rainbow. 1 diamond there for Suarez. Top pair, top kicker for Brzezinski.
Suarez could come out with some leads here, actually, with this sort of double backdoor candidate. Really put a lot of pressure on hands like King Jack, Ace 10.
Yeah, and with the sizing he chose, you know, I think a lot of hands, he is going to get a lot of hands to folds, but just not top pair with top kicker, of course.
King of Hearts rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, and I think if we see a check here from Suarez, it's not necessarily indicative of the fact that he was one and done in this move. It's just, you know, if you don't get that card that you can keep betting, you know, something like a 6 of diamonds on the turn, you'd really be able to pressurize those ace and king high floats on the flop. But in this case, the king on the turn, you know, hitting those king highs, it's not really in the range of what Suarez has, and he just rightfully gives up. Brzezinski taking pause here, thinking, I mean, should I consider value betting this in case he has something like a 5-6, wants to make a hero call, but yeah, realize it's probably a bit too thin.
Brzezinski going to pull that one down. We have 5,300 folks watching us on YouTube right now. If you are in that YouTube chat, please smash that like button. And if you're feeling extra generous, please subscribe. We are barking at our next landmark, trying to get there. Please help us. Turn on that bell, get a little notification. Know when we're live.
Make sure to check which is this one.
2 kings instead.
This one. Make sure this one. The top one, okay? Oh boy.
Looks like there might have been an exposed card there. Little chatter.
Ace King of the cutoff here. Brzezinski looking to go 2 hands in a row.
That was the top one.
No. Oh, crazy.
But okay, no change.
So that was aces.
Yeah.
So very interesting. Ace of Spades was the exposed card, and they replaced it with the Ace of Clubs. No change, as Brzezinski said. If you're just now joining us, I'm Caitlin Komeski, joined by Griffin Benger and the incomparable Maria Ho, here for the 4th level of Day 5 main event coverage. We're fighting for 1.4 million euros, current payout 85,000 euros to the 12th place finisher. Going to be a big pay jump all the way up to 102,000 euros for the 11th place finisher.
Caro going to start things off. Very standard cutoff open with King Queen. Suarez out of the way. Rascar, Ace Deuce. No thank you. Weber Ace Deuce. Probably thank you. I think you'll see some 3-bets mixed in here with the blocker. And does decide to pop it up, putting a lot of pressure on hands just like king, queen off. So tricky at this 45 big blind stack depth. Repping so strong from the big blind. You're sitting there with the sort of blockers to the big hands, but you're so crushed by the value range. Does let it go.
Yeah, much easier decision would have been had if he had the suited variety, but
It's depressing how often king queen off has to fold to a 3-bet, I must say. It looks like such a strong starting hand at first.
I feel like king queen was the stars nuts for a while, wasn't it, Maria? And now it's 9s.
yeah.
It's on my hand. It's on my hand.
Like, was it the stars nuts, or did people just play it like it was the stars nuts, you know? Back then. Maybe a little of both.
Yeah.
Eychenne with an ugly candidate here in the big blind. Going to be another raise and take it for our chip leader. Griff, when's going to be your next opportunity to play live?
Yeah, good question. Probably the next Playground series at Montreal.
Hometown hero, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's always fun to play. I'm sure, Maria, you must have popped in at some point to Montreal
Oh,
for
yeah.
a couple times probably.
I love it there. I mean, what a cool city. And, you know, Playground was a really nice place to play. I did slip on some ice, you know, but I think that's just a rite of passage when you go to Montreal in the wintertime.
Poor thing.
Yeah, as a New York City girl myself, I am no stranger to eating SHIT on a hard block of ice. There's my favorite hand, the Caitlin nuts, 10-9 suited on the button for Joao. I think every time I say his first name, I say it a little bit better. They taught me last night to say it by saying J-Wow, but like put a little apostrophe, just like put it all together.
Nice.
Excellent instruction.
Totally unrelated, but I did watch Jersey Shore last night, just out of nostalgia.
Yes. What are they on, like season 20 already? They're
Oh
still
my
pumping them out.
gosh.
They got
Like-
Sammy Sweetheart back in the mix and everything.
Yeah, it's amazing, the franchise, what they've been able to do, these people, off of that fame.
MTV is just the goat of making stars and pumping a good decade of content out of them.
MTV.
All right, we got a flush draw for our buddy Joao. He gonna go ahead and bet it. Brzezinski hitting top pair in the big blind.
Yeah, these situations can get very interesting because, you know, Weber with that strong flush draw is going to feel like I think he needs to barrel quite big on the turn to scare off hands like a 7 or a 3x. And so Brzezinski's going to have to hold on with this king 8.
Are you surprised not to see Brzezinski check raise this flop at all with top pair?
No, I don't think we want to mix in too many
Yeah.
check raises with this because we want to keep in the bluffs. You know, when we get continues from Weber pretty much always going to be better kings. So we're sort of inflating a pot. We're opening ourselves up to being coolered. And then also, you know, the hands like a 10-9 of spades that is probably going to barrel. Maybe not on something like a 4. We're not going to be getting those barrels. I think it's just sort of in the DNA of these spots that you just kind of have to play them defensively and just hold on, just get that shield up.
Brazilian going to side check, give up. Pair of kings going to be good for Brzezinski to take down this one as well. Little chatter. Fluja draw.
Yeah, I suggested we would see a 2-barrel from Weber a lot there, but you can see how that 4 actually interacts better with Brzezinski's range than it does his. So takes the free card, doesn't get there. It was just a small pot.
But just because he's Brazilian, I thought there was like an extra like 5% chance he would bet the turn.
Speaking of Brazilians, Maria, of course, you're familiar with the dominance of, you know, scoops and W coops and PokerStars in general of the Brazilians. Now, if you had to guess, we learned this the other day. If you had to guess, what percentage of the field here in Barcelona is Brazilian?
Huh.
I'll give you a little, like, I'll lead you a little bit in the, so you have sort of an idea. The biggest percentage, I'm pretty sure, was 12%, and that was, I think it was France. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think second place was Spain, I think, like probably 10%, something like this. So moving down the ladder, where do you think Brazil finds itself? What's the line for Maria Ho?
I'm going to go 6.5%.
It's a pretty good guess. I think it was 4, right?
Okay.
That's me asking producer Chris, but I'm pretty sure it was 4%. Okay. Yeah, there's a very nice pie chart we were looking at.
Caro facing off versus Eychenne. This flop missing both players.
Not much Caro can do here, even with technically the best hand. We saw him fumble a big blind spot a few rotations ago, so probably doesn't want to get too out of line with a queen 7.
Eychenne finding all those small edge spots today, just continues to slowly climb up the leaderboard. We're going to have a dealer change right now, but I also wanted to remind y'all that the World Championship of Online Poker is getting ready to hit 2025. It's going to be running September 7th through October 1st with 1, 2, 3 tiered events, 123 tiered events, and 11 championship events, plus leaderboard prizes for the player of the series. Throughout September, you can watch final table replays of key tournaments on PokerStars' Twitch channel. You can join Nick Walsh, and then Joe and James will be there as well. And there will be live cards-up coverage of the last 3 days of the 10K main event. That's the World Championship of Online Poker No Limit Hold'em, September 29th through October 1st. Back on the table, Eychenne found an open yet again.
To our chip leader. Likely he'll just flick in the 80K here. Sort of a low impact spot. You're sitting there with 15 million.
650.
Woohoo!
He got 3x average. He got 3-bet bluffs, my friend.
Yeah, he went high impact here.
And Eychenne's not going to believe this all the time and has a, you know, the kind of hand that feels not good enough to call, too good to fold. So, yeah, do we make it 1.4? I think we do, yeah.
Lovely.
I am not walking away unimpressed with Tomas's play today.
Very nice.
Ace for hearts.
Somebody said ace 4 of hearts.
Sick needle.
Too soon.
Exactly,
too
too
soon.
soon.
Barely. The body is not even cold. People.
I'm telling you what,
He
this
probably
guy,
hasn't even collected his payout yet.
Yeah.
Just let him live.
Thomas the Tank Eychenne. Really been impressed with me the last 2 days.
Did you just come up with that little wordplay nickname right now?
I came up with it yesterday.
That was fire.
I haven't brought it out till now.
That's not like you, Griff.
I know.
The second you think of something,
I know.
how
Joe,
are you able to hang on to it?
Joe always busts my balls. I'm trying to, you know, I want to learn from the best. I gotta keep it in the chamber. Wait for the right moment.
Pocket jacks for Weber here in early position. Haven't heard from our former chip leader in a minute, and this hand going to be no different. Not going to go to battle with the 10-6 offsuit. And I'm hearing that we have some action on our outer table. We have an all-in and a call. Cesar Garcia is all-in versus Umberto Zaffagini. Pocket eights versus ace-jack suited. Good old-fashioned flip here. We're going to go to a flop of 10 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 7 of hearts, 6 of hearts on the turn, 2 of clubs on the river, 3 of a kind eights, going to be best here. That's a full double up for Cesar Garcia.
Garcia, very, very strong player. Seen him getting deep in some EPTs. You can see how much that meant to him. And look at the deep breaths.
Oh, yeah.
Arms crossed.
That one reached the diaphragm.
I mean, it's just worth, you know, that spot right there, worth sort of low 6 figures in equity.
And 5,000. Thank you.
And we are going to be back at our feature table here. 2 6-handed tables. Soft hand for hand here on day 5 of this main event. Have just under 45 minutes left in the level, 38 to be precise. And again, we will be playing either 5 levels, which would be 1 after the current level, or down to 11 players, whichever comes first.
The miserable Queen 4. Do you think there's anyone in the world whose favorite hand is Queen 4 offsuit?
I'd like to beat them and play alongside them, I'll tell you that much. I think the offsuited jacks are just a tad bit uglier, at least aesthetically, than the offsuited queens. Fenton and I were having that chat earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jack Deuce is ugly. Jack Deuce is simple
hideous.
Jack.
I mean, with a queen, at least you can say you took a lady to dinner. You know what I mean? Another premium for our chip leader.
¿Vives en Barcelona? ¿Vives en Barcelona?
Back around to the big blind, where Eychenne certainly has a choice here.
Gran Casino.
And he's going to go along.
I choose to fight.
Trey 10 rainbow flop. And the C-bet just going to take that one down. Speaking of two crabs on the board, make sure you join me in Maryland for the PokerStars Open,
Seamless.
October
That was great.
19th through 26. Got a 300K guaranteed main event. All the best East Coast players will be out there, so come put an American flag on your Hendon.
Yeah, what percentage of that field do you think are going to be Brazilians?
Under 2%.
Why are you putting me on the
Softest field
spot
in
like that,
America.
Maria?
Folds around to Joao on the button. Ace 8 deuce offsuit. Napkins in the bin. We did see a cheeky little 3-bet with the ace deuce off yesterday from, I believe it was Palevic. Got it through. Got ace queen off to fold from Rascar. Eychenne limps in. Brzezinski going to check his action. Blind v blind confrontation incoming.
Yeah, at these stack depths, we're going to expect to see a lot of small ball with these kind of hands, especially in the blinds. You know, if Brzezinski had something like 20 or less big blinds, we could just see the Frenchman open shoving a hand like deuces. But in this case, you know, just playing it as a limp call, standard check back with the 7-6, and kind of an annoying spot now for Thomas because I'm going to think the deuces are actually good a decent percentage of the time, but against a very capable player that will have something like this and continue to barrel or just has so much equity that you have to dodge as well. I think you just recognize that you kind of have to fold what might be the best hand.
I think Brzezinski, and some of the commotion you hear in the background is from the Spin and Go live event happening in the same room. That's James Hardigan hosting. You can watch that live here on our YouTube channel where we are simulcasting these two events. They got Nick Walsh on the call and a very fun lineup of VIPs, Rory Jennings, Ade Aladipo, and more. So definitely check that out later or now if you have the time. But don't click away from us. Stay with me, Maria, and Griff.
Is this how I'm finding out that James is actually the fun one?
Yes.
I mean, he sounds like he's running a real party over there.
Yeah, I might have to invite him to MC a drag show or something. He got the skills to pay the bills.
I just have this idea where his like glasses are off and he has like his shirt's a bandana over his head and he's just like.
Yeah, from what I saw of the vibe of the set, though, it looks fun. I feel like he's just, James is an energy guy.
Yeah,
and he just feels it all around him right now.
No, one of my favorite parts with working of PokerStars this year is getting to know James and Joe better. They are as fun and as nice of guys as you want them to be as a listener at home.
I can go either way with Joe.
Oh my goodness. All right, 10 in the window. Gonna pair Caro, defending in the big blind.
Ooh, but look at that.
Yes, 3 of a kind for our former chip leader, the Frenchman Rascar.
Yes. Jet.
And Caro with a great hand candidate to just call once and fold the turn. So I pray for his sake the turn doesn't find a deuce or a 10. A bit of a size up here. I think that there's a possibility you can also just fold this hand. I know it seems quite tight.
Yeah, just so many turns that you're not going to like with 10 deuce, and it's going to be hard to continue against. But 6 of hearts seems okay, even though, again, you're still not loving second pair here, especially against what is going to be, a somewhat sizable bet. I think it's really nice when you have what was bottom set on the flop and you're not blocking, top pair hands. You're just really hoping that you're coolering your friend in the big blind here.
450 into the middle on the turn.
Yeah, and just the deuce is a problematic card to have. I mean, it's just, if you have something like 10-9, you have something like Jack-10, Queen-10, there are some back doors that can come in. Maybe you have the Queen or 10 of diamonds. When you just have 10 deuce and you're facing it sort of a half pot bet on the flop here, you kind of have to hope that your opponent has something like pocket fives and then gives up on the turn. More often than not, they're going to have, equity or a better hand where they just bet again, and you always fold unless you hit a 10 or a deuce. And in this case, if either of those cards came, you might be out the door. So, yeah.
Another reason I suspect why that spin and go crowd is getting so rowdy is a lot of our VIPs have never played poker before. Some of them are slot streamers, some of them are blackjack streamers. Oladipo is a boxing presenter. So definitely they got that brand new energy. It's still very exciting for all of them.
And it's the perfect format to really, splash around and like get lucky, quite frankly.
160.
And I mean, really, who do you have to reckon with? Rory and Nick Walsh?
No, Rory really is the end boss of that crowd.
Yeah, I guess he probably.
And he's been playing for like 2-3 years.
He's probably not used to being the big fish in the small pond, but good for him. Love me some Rory.
Can either of you still remember when poker was brand new and exciting and exhilarating?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. Maria?
I mean, honestly, when I take breaks from poker, I always come back feeling like, so this is what it feels like. But I don't know. It's so hard to beat that initial fresh off the, just being super stoked to even be playing like 20 hours a day, playing 1-2. It's like
that's what's been so exhilarating for me about learning the mixed games is that it's like it's something brand new again. Like, oh my goodness, I rivered I made the nuts on 7th Street. That's a new feeling. I don't know about that.
I feel like the real turning point for me lately, where I felt like poker was new and fresh again, was when I picked up Pokerriculum by Maria Ho.
We got you, girl. We're gonna move those off the shelf.
I'm telling you, it just brought me back to that home game feel. laughing with my friends.
Rascar gonna win a small pot as we discuss the love of the game. Just under 30 minutes left in this fourth level of day 5 here. Still 6-handed, 2 final tables. We're on a soft hand for hand, which just means we're keeping an eye on it pretty much. No funny business here.
I always think about like the weird little metas in situations like this where like they kind of want someone to get eliminated in the next 26 minutes because then they can just really relax at dinner, maybe have a glass of wine, just like chill out, you know. But instead, if there isn't an elimination in the next 26 minutes, you know, they have to go to dinner and then they have to come back. Don't eat too heavy because you gotta. So I think they're all hoping that they can just end this day in the next half hour or so.
Brzezinski going to open up the offsuited ace and flop top pair here versus the flush draw of Rascar in the big blind.
To the turn. Ooh.
Yeah, the good news is ace deuce is just not a hand that you're going to be married to, especially when the board just gets wetter and wetter. And also, you know, it wasn't a hand that Brzezinski had designs to, you know, get 3 streets of value with anyway. So very likely here finding that check on the turn.
Yeah, going to be a challenge here for Brzezinski facing a bet. Not a ton of bluffs in this spot. We think about hands like your queen jacks and your queen tens, especially with a heart in hand, would have certainly called this flop for the min bet and then come out with bluffs sometimes here. So you're sitting there with the ace. How are you going to react to a pot size bet? Polarizing, balancing between those bluffs we talked about and then the flushes.
Very interesting that Brzezinski has removed his sunglasses here once his opponent has completed his action.
It doesn't really feel like a spot that sort of like a 9x would turn into a bluff, so it just limits the amount of bluffs I think that Rascar can have to those Broadway combos. I think Brzezinski's figuring it out.
Yeah, and you never expect, you know, an ace with a better kicker to be going this size either, so.
I also don't think it's impossible for Rascar to have, say, even pocket 9s or pocket 8s in this spot. Would probably just be flatting pre. Could still justify a large size on the river because you would expect your opponent to bet flushes on the turn. So there's some value combos.
Still 5,300 of y'all watching in the YouTube chat. Make sure to smash that like button and help us get to 1 million subscribers. 2 million on YouTube and 1 million on Instagram. So show some PokerStars some love.
Or in this case, some like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not even asking for commitment, y'all. This is a soft ask.
This is like, you know, I'm at PokerStars.
You don't even have to tell your friends about us yet.
Yeah, I was hanging out with PokerStars. I liked it. It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, we'll keep it cash.
Yeah.
Again? Friends. 8 passes? No. Yep.
The dictionary gets a walk. Or is that Webster? Damn it.
Yeah.
What hand's called Webster? I missed it.
No, I called him the dictionary because it's Webster's dictionary, but his name's Weber.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. God, I set the bar so high with Thomas the Tank Eychenne.
How are you ever going to even touch?
What have I done?
We gave Maria a new nickname last night. She's Maria, please stop staking Joe Stapleton ho.
Really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a little syncopation to it.
Yeah.
Oh, stop staking Joe ho. That's right.
Okay.
That's a little
So
bit
it's got
better.
A little bit of a alliteration. Is it alliteration if it's... No, it has to be the first letter, doesn't it?
It's assonance if it's two vowel sounds together. You're lucky I'm good at history English. I got you, brother.
Thanks, Bay.
I really just wanted the chance to say ass, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Can't
I
see
could
through
tell.
me.
Yeah.
It's assonance.
It was obvious to me when you looked at me and then used your hands to show like an ass. Like, whoa, okay.
Why are you bending over, Caitlin? This makes no sense. All right, back to the action here. My buddy Joao in the small blind has flopped a flush draw here. Not much for Eychenne, the tank engine.
Nice. I like this check line on the flop from Weber. This interaction of the 8-6 I think is going to get a lot of continues to bets from some of the combos that Thomas might have. And so decides to check, take that free card, decides to check again, probably expecting he's not going to fold out a king high from someone as tough as Eychenne, maybe not even a queen high. So this jack high just becomes valuable in that way of just a check call. But again, check through and flush.
Flush. I got there.
Flush.
I love making the nuts in a check down line. Pay me, brother. Pay me with next to nothing. Unfortunately, Eychenne just ain't got nothing to call with. Chat asking, Norwegian guy still in? Unfortunately, he was our hero of the day, and he yeeted 60 big blinds with the ace-4 suited, practicing what he preaches as a BBZ coach, and unfortunately, he ran into ace-king, and it's lights out for our Norwegian friend, Tobias, finishing in, I believe, 13th place. But he's got 85,000 euros to take home with him, so he ain't crying too hard about it.
Something glorious when 60? Players like that walk the walk. Just blast in those suited wheel aces and just something to behold.
Yeah. If you're the type of player that's willing to go for that spot, you know, this deep in an EPT, then you definitely feel comfortable living with the consequences of the fact that sometimes you just run into the top of their range.
Yeah, very, very well said. Got to be prepared to live with the consequences. Sometimes they wake up with it. Here, though, Weber has not woken up with it. but he's keeping Rascar in line, who's getting a little out of it with this king-8 off open at the cutoff.
Hey, yeah.
Finds the click. These guys are here to play.
Yeah, Rascar had his whole kind of sit back and watch everybody else get involved moment, and now he's the one that is going to step it up here.
1.6, 1.6, 1.6. I mean, you got that ace in hand. You don't believe him. Wouldn't that be something? 1.6. Come on, chat. 1.6.
Oh.
This click war is not over. 5-bet from my buddy Joao.
So close. This is a real click here. Oh, and there's the fold. Let's go. Welcome to day 5 of EPT Barcelona. Weber. Beautiful work.
Incredible stuff here. That pot going to bring Weber to over 6 million chips now. That's good for 77 big blinds, and he's going to pass Eychenne as the second in chips on this our feature table. Felt like we took a little time machine back to 2006 there. That was fun.
Love that.
So rare you get to see that kind of out-of-line pre-flop action these days.
Yeah, not surprising to see that come from a Brazilian player, though. I feel like if I had to guess, maybe 2 nationalities. That would be one of the 2 to make the move.
Those moments are so great, though. It's the closest thing we sort of get to a, sort of Western standoff. It's just like, who's going to blink first?
Yeah, they were gunslinging.
Yeah.
Expect to see that on your highlight reel.
I think it also just puts, if you get it through once, it just puts the whole table on notice, right? I think that most players might shy away from taking some light re-raise spots against him now after seeing that. They're like, I'll save my chips. I don't want to play chicken with this guy.
Yeah, Weber has a real cool demeanor about him, doesn't he? Kind of giving off that vibe of experience and preparation converging.
If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, Griff. Just under 15 minutes remaining in this, the 4th level of day 5 play here at the Barcelona EPT Main Event. Caro been our story of the day, qualified online for this event for just €250. Also got an invitation to the Spin and Go Championship tomorrow with €100K up top, but he is dangerously close to securing €102 with 11th place finish or better. So don't hold your breath on that Spin and Go participation.
Chip counts. Page table chip counts.
Suarez continues to stay on top with nearly 15 million chips. That's 3x average stack currently. Of course, Joao just passing Tomas as the second in chips. Caro going to be on the bottom of this feature table, but he still has 34 big blinds with his 2.7 million chip stack.
You saw Brzezinski flat against an under-the-gun open, playing about 45 big blinds with pocket twos. So I think that will indicate that you'll definitely call with the sixes at the cutoff. Caro, it's quite a nice little squeeze opportunity here. Probably not anticipating many traps from Brzezinski. Eychenne has been opening pretty wide, and maybe a missed opportunity. I mean, easier for us to say if Eychenne just had 2 queens, we'd be like, oh, good dodge, but that's just the nature of the game, and I think this was a real nice spot with that hand.
Well, he did just witness Tobias dying on the sword, putting ace-4 to the test for 60 big blinds, so can't say I blame him. And here we go, 3 of a kind for Brzezinski on this ace-high flop. Eychenne with a gut shot.
J'avais un peu remonté et tout, mais j'ai passé un coup, un 4 bet, je me suis refait 5 bêtes dessus, avec 3-8 off.
Keeping the story going with continuation bet here, really targeting some of those pocket pairs that are technically ahead.
Bottom set going to elect to just call here.
Yeah, but in this case, it's the sixes.
Yeah, I do think that Eychenne feels like, you know, there is still a part of Brzezinski's range here that maybe he could try to get to fold. I mean, something like King, Queen suited, how would that perform against a second barrel? You know, some hands are going to contain an ace-X that, you know, did flat this open.
Yeah.
Does decide to check here.
I think the problem, too, with this particular card on the turn is the fact that it's a club and you're not holding a club. You know, your opponent here can have something like ace-X of clubs, queen, jack of clubs. It's just not going anywhere. Even jack 10 of clubs would have floated the flop. And so there's just a lot of different ways that it's hard to find to get a fold, I think, from Brzezinski's range.
Brzezinski going to scoop that one as he and Eychenne's stacks kind of level out in the middle of the pack of this feature table. Both sitting just around 60 big blinds, which is, get this, almost average stack. Just under 10 minutes remain in the penultimate level here of the day. In the event we get down to 11 players, we will halt the action shy of 5 complete levels. But as things are going right now, we will be playing 5 levels.
Yeah, and definitely on this feature table, just no immediate short stacks. You know, the shortest stack of Caro is still 34 big blinds. I'm not sure about the outer table, but these players are not going to be ready to get this over and done with quite so quickly, especially with a good structure like this. Just going to hang on.
Our chip leader Suarez is going to open up the button here with an offsuited ace. Weber going to take a peel with the 5-10 suited. Ace, king, 4, rainbow. Suarez way out front.
Swede versus the Brazilian. I would be surprised if Weber was thinking about getting out of line here. Probably just some deliberate hesitation, make Suarez sweat the fact that he's going to be a tough out in a lot of spots.
You always got to think about it when you got the old 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Can't auto muck. And we're going to see just maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 more hands with 7 minutes remaining on the clock of this penultimate level of the day.
Maria, are you going to be playing any poker in the near future?
You know, I might be. I mean, I feel a chance. I'll be out at NAPT in Vegas.
Nice.
That's close to where I am. I don't know if I'm going to make all the way out. I mean, although I would love to have some soft shell crab with you, Caitlin, it's a little far for me these days.
Well, maybe I can send you a doggy bag of my soft shell crab, but we'll be more than happy to welcome you at NAPT, where we are going to have a ladies high roller for the first time in these United States PokerStar Lives events. So make sure to check that out if you find yourself in the desert in November and join me for the lady high roller. I'm still chasing after that Ladybird hat trick. I have 2 ladies events first place finishes on my roster. Gotta complete that Ladybird hat trick. Gotta close it out.
Gotta get the turkey.
I was bummed about missing the women's festival in London, but how was that, Caitlin?
It's phenomenal. You know, KJ Craigie, poker room operator at the Hippodrome in London. This is the second time we've done it. It's one of the best reviews events that PokerStars is able to hold. A lot of American ladies were able to satellite or win their way over and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience. A lot of community, a lot of off-the-fault fun. And I'm just so happy that PokerStars is happy to invest in women falling in love with the game.
Very well said. I heard great things about it too.
Yeah.
Can I get an amen?
I bet you did, Griff. No, I'm a big Sheena stan, so I was just like following a lot of the action for her, to be honest.
And congrats
to
to
Sheena. You guys got her all
Sheena.
the way out there. Yeah.
Yeah, Sheena just announced her new partnership with GTO Wizard. So congrats to her. She's been an incredible ambassador for the game. Nice to see her continue to dominate.
Wow, very interesting hand there. I was wondering if Thomas would go with a check raise line here with the 4-3. Did and got a snap fold from ace-king. So maybe as a rule, Rascar needs to just maybe check that one back if he's not prepared to be calling check raises. But I understand you want to clear out equity. It doesn't seem like the board you're getting check raised on that often. Interesting spot.
Yeah, starting to see kind of the wind come out of the sails of Yohan, where yesterday he had a lot of momentum, spent a lot of time as the chip leader, and a lot of these players have had a chance to go back and watch this playback and kind of see the ways in which he can get out of line. Seems like a lot of them have his number. He's been a little deflated.
A slight aura drain. You see,
Slight.
Just you know.
The aura farm could still happen. That's what the kiddos say this days,
Yes,
right?
yes.
All right, well, get back out there, irrigate the fields,
He's gonna do some
Yohan.
farming on dinner.
We can still do this. Just a couple more hands remaining here in this level.
Five.
Caro getting 3-bet by the jacks would be a fair fight going to the flop, but this is not really a hand that you find yourself raise calling to see a flop with for 30 bigs. Probably one you just fold and every so often shove, but it's, again, we've spoken about how king queen is a very dangerous hand to when you get called by the value range. In this case, of course, it would be a flip. It does fold. And I know it says under the gun for Caro, but also we're just playing six-handed, so it's effectively
low jack.
Yeah, LJ.
All right. Aura points back on board. I think we're maybe going to be able to squeeze in 2 more hands here. When we come back from the break, you'll still have Griff and Maria, and you will be joined once more by Joe. And I will say goodbye for the night, but I will be back tomorrow for some spin and go coverage and main event coverage. So you're not done with me yet.
I mean, if you're anything like James was today, we'll still get to hear you on this stream.
Yeah, I'm going to have them patch me through, supersede you guys.
Weber going for it here with the king 8. We saw that didn't work for Rascar. But, you know, last hand or two before the dinner break definitely has some momentum with how sharp he's been, especially this level. Really the hand of the level. I mean, I guess you could argue it would be the ace-4 to ace-king, but as far as sort of sexy moves, that ace-5-5 bet, that was something.
Not gonna go to war with the 7, do we? And it looks like we're gonna get one final hand out of this level. And that is the floor announcing that this next break will be the dinner break. 65-minute restive for our player pool.
When 60 is not enough and 75 is a bit too generous.
$160.
Please let me get this through. Please let me get this through. Give me a little confidence boost going into my aura farming dinner. No.
Just praying that people.
Well, it might just be a call, though. Probably.
Call.
Caro, who's been dealt out of this level mostly, now has a couple of 6s in the small blind, seems to be mulling over the idea of joining the action.
This is hard not to call because it's the last hand before dinner. But as a rule, just sub 30 from the small blind. I mean, I don't know. I might flick it in, but I think it's a pretty disciplined fold.
All right, we are heads up to this 8-high rainbow flop. Brzezinski's 9s still way out front.
I think you need to find some checking here if you're Rascar, especially when you have kind of the bottom of your range with king 10 off. You're going to get floated here by your ace queens and your ace jacks, your pocket 9s. Your opponent has all the 8s and 7s. So what are you really folding out with this flop bet? You know, maybe king queen of hearts, something like that. So I don't really particularly like this bet. The 7-8 interaction is interesting because you could barrel something like a 9 or a jack maybe. But we can see how bad a 9 would have been.
Rascar did play a huge pot earlier against Tobias where he 3-barreled on a bricked flush draw. Is he feeling squirrely again?
Okay, seemingly undeterred, but yeah, which is interesting to see because, you know, obviously when we saw some of those other moves that he was able to make, it was with a different stack size, you know, one that you would just feel like players are going to be more comfortable the more chips they have to double barrel some of these spots. But, you know, here Rascar is still going for it, despite the fact that it is costing him more of his chips to do so.
Facing this 4 of diamonds on the river, there is already 2.28 million in the middle.
I think the problem here for Rascar as well is just, as mentioned, there are some queen floats from Brzezinski on the flop, and does find another bet. Brzezinski's going to have some ace-queen, some king-queen suited backdoors. You know, what are you targeting here with this large bet? Just pocket nines, pocket tens, which you block? I mean, I think this is a very ambitious bluff, but in that as well, it kind of doesn't really feel that bluffy, you know? I mean, I guess you can have some spade combos, ace-10 of spades, ace-jack of spades that might take this line. What a big, big inflection point for these two players right before the break.
Yeah, perhaps Brzezinski is thinking maybe a hand like Jack-10 of spades might play this way. You know, with the gut shot on flop, turning the backdoor flush draw. You know, in terms of value hands, as you mentioned, Griff, it just feels pretty thin to have value. He does make the call.
I think there are just, like you said, a lot of bluffs there, right? All the ace-x suited spade combos as well.
And this makes the second time today that Rascar has been caught triple barrel bluffing. Can't help but admire the effort.
There's gumption, but I don't think that was the spot.
That is going to be our last hand of play in this penultimate level here on day 5 of EPT Barcelona. Again, we are at our final 2 tables, playing 6-handed on each of them, sort of a soft hand-for-hand situation. When we come back, these players are going to go one more level before end of play. In the event we get down to 11 players, we will halt the action for the day, and these players will get a little bit extra rest. All right, let's take a quick gander at these chip counts. On the feature table, Anton Suarez with a dominant level, had huge situations, took complete advantage with them, almost 3x average stack at nearly 15 million. Yohan Rascar just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, has chipped down to just 11 big blinds. When we come back, we are going to be at the 100K big blind level. So get ready for some Joe Stapleton quick math. That's the Sacra Familia. I'm Caitlin, and I will see you guys tomorrow at the Spin and Go Championship and main event coverage here from Barcelona. Enjoy the evening.
Oh, then.
Yeah, I understand.
Like this from Nossi, by the way. I believe I heard just call. Definitely a type of hand you want to trap, Nick, right?
Yeah, I like the trap here. And the trap is actually probably more effective against an opponent that shoves against your limps, right? But there's a trade-off, because still at the stack depth, the limp forces your opponent to play their entire range from out of position, which is beneficial when you have a hand like ace queen suited as well.
Right.
Sorry,
I guess when you're deeper stacked, it's more of a sin to trap too much. When you're shallower, it kind of works no matter what, I think. But yeah, like the whole point of limping these hands is because your opponents will shove ace 5 off, or king 5 off, or queen 5 off, or whatever. But as played,
and if they never do it, it becomes not quite as attractive a proposition.
It's just not as juicy. It's not as juicy, but still, like when you're this shallow, getting action with ace queen is really probably the main objective, I imagine.
Well, he does get rivered. Let's see if Luti can figure out that he has a value bet, and he does. He does have nice instincts. Bet full pot there, or shade under.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I must quite like his game.
Like, bam, bam, bam.
But now he doesn't battle anymore, and I don't battle anymore. So now we produce together. You know, the big battle rap event in the world.
But like in the end, it's all show.
Yeah.
Like
but it's like box, you know?
You are
working and working, but I'm hitting your face, I'm hitting your stomach, you know? And with the words, you can make a lot of damage.
100.
120 in the minimum.
100. I raise 120.
60 raise 120.
Keep it up the aggression. Nossi is going to fold the 6 tray, I think.
I'm angry with myself. Yeah. I misplayed some hands.
Really?
Yeah, really. It happens to everybody.
It's maybe my time, I know.
No, he's very hard on himself.
Okay, me it's big blind is 100 and you it's half.
Yeah, I mean, at some point when you're shallow, you just have the bottom 5% of the deck. It's so hard to know what to do. And probably the answer is always fold, which is super sad.
Right, perfect.
Give me a hand to gamble with. Nossi is around 5 big blinds, guys. No, in fact, 3. I think blinds are now 5,100. FYI. That's 7 tray. That's too wide, but he gets away with it here.
Yeah, in this
I mean, for sure, this trio, if you have a 7, you just have to go all in for the content.
You're quite right. Sorry, there's a 7 in his hand. I take
actually
it back.
think that really is what they're doing.
I try
you have a 7,
to get my coach happy, so I play as he tells me, you know.
He's watching now?
Yeah, he's casting it on my own channel.
Okay.
No, in French.
I think you're doing good.
Thanks. Not with the coins and stuff, but it's my first time playing on the table, you know.
150. Okay, come
when
on.
I see him, I'll tell him he's done really well.
This is the hand. Maybe this is
maybe.
Not bad at all. Is
Really
Lutti very inexperienced? That I didn't have quite as much information on him as
he was joking.
As like Addy in the first session, for example.
I mean, he was joking about the 15 hours of experience, but it's close.
I'm putting what he has.
Yeah, mostly known for his gaming streams.
So C2 went all in and C3 all in.
Oh, well, here we go.
Showdown.
Yeah, Nossi, got a call.
Yeah,
as well.
2 big hands.
It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. Maybe we have a
Okay,
spin for
is
you.
this a 60-40? No, it's going to be
for you.
60.
Nah, this is like 55-45. I'm going.
Okay. With the diamonds out?
Yeah, okay. 56-44.
I was like happy if he was
Give it to me.
I know.
2K maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Making a sweat at
Hey, 2K for you. Let's go for it. Hey, come on, guys. Just.
But I'm also happy when I'm winning, you know. But
of course, I'm happy with you. I'm happy for you too.
I'm not even going to
tell us.
All right, off to the board.
Oh,
Shit. It's not 56-44 anymore.
I know. But
It's getting good here for the win, though.
It's not up too much. We're still playing.
So still 2 cards to come.
9 of clubs would be nice.
9 of clubs would be nice.
Yeah, an ace could be nice.
Oh, the king of the internet, the king of the turns.
Oh my goodness.
I can do shit now.
Turns
It's over.
Lutti dead.
It's 100%, yeah.
I have everything. Yeah.
And the 9 coming here.
Yeah.
Double up. Mann, ich freue mich gar nicht so, weil ich gönne dem auch.
Fortunate for Lutti. Got it in good for the win.
100.
Hey, so much fun here, Barcelona. Thank you for coming.
And 10. Thank you.
The current scores,
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have too much.
2 for
Okay, I have
Capo,
50, right?
1 for Nossi.
And 100 for me, yeah?
Lutti's still in the fight.
And I have a question, because I do improv song in French, so I have some work to do, because me too, I never write, I only do improv, and I do improv music when I'm playing video games. So it's helped me a lot to have what I sewing for improv, you know, for make the improvisation, because I have information in front of me. So I can...
I just call, man, maybe for the lucky. Yeah, was?
I've got to see what he's talking about. I got to hear some of this improvisational singing.
Good.
And so, do you have any stuff you do day by day for knowing the word's gonna come? Because I guess, like in French, you have to have rhyme and stuff like this. Do you write rhyme? Do you work on your end, or you're just going YOLO and don't have any, you know? Me, I'm going YOLO most of the time.
75, 150.
150, ja, dann leg mich doch
I'm mostly going YOLO and don't try out that much, but sometimes I feel I'm blocked if I not.
What's your decision? What's your decision?
My decision is to... It's to fold on this one, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're not sorry. It's okay. Correct.
I mean, I like to
apologize.
Like if you do something like...
blah, 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 blah. Playing.
Yeah, I know. This is you saying that?
Yes, only the second round, 75.
Okay, it's our time.
All right, this is 5 big blinds to 4 big blinds now, guys. So we should see some
Nice,
sparks
there's
soon.
another one and then the finals. And I cast the finals. It's so late in the days, yeah.
After this is another one,
of course.
one today?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm not sure, I don't know.
Bruder, nein.
No, really.
8 deuce, off. Yeah, I know.
How you know?
You would destroy me.
I don't know if you heard that Papo cannot believe that there's another round after this. No, but there's another flight before the final.
Flight and then the final.
Look at Papo, he's raging if he makes the final. It's like, what, I got to wait around for another...
He's a simple man. He's a simple man. He wants shisha, he wants sushi, he wants to sleep. That's all he's got.
And I cast all of this too, so I'm not going to go out
You can't do that while he's here at a
If you win or I win, there's another spinning go. Then there's a chance then you can win twice.
And then it's
bam,
few
bam. We can sit here like till 10.
It's 25,
You know? It's really...
It can be really long, yeah.
Okay, it's your decision. It's your decision. It's your decision. Come on. What's your decision?
It's so random, bro. I can't.
I would call.
Looks like this is the hand.
Yeah, it's now.
I think now. Let's make a deal.
Quite funny. Papo just sitting there sort of cracking his knuckles menacingly.
Make a spin, and then when it's 100 euro, 33 euro, 33 euro, 33 euro.
If it's 100 euros?
No.
And it's just 2,000.
2,000? How much is it? Like 600?
No, 200. No.
You want to chop the
blind just swap now?
Let's chop the wheel money.
It's 100.
Openly discussing the chop of wheel money on the table
we are ready
is
for
king
a
of the
deal.
internet territory.
Controversial.
Okay, it's my turn.
Sorry, excuse me.
Come, all in.
Yeah, me too, all in.
Queens, hey.
Wow. Right, we're all in, and he wakes up with it, and this time...
Wow.
What a cooler.
There is less
It is Nossi with the covering stack, 90 chips behind, and domination situation for the German.
Thank you for that.
Okay, now the king of spades is coming.
Nice.
Hey man, good luck.
Yeah,
really,
good luck too, good luck
really
too.
good luck.
Good luck, guys. This could be a win for Nossi.
I know.
If the queen's hold.
Yeah, nothing Luti
But
could
there are
do
more
here.
chances, like if I win now,
Queen Powerhouse heads up. What are you going to do?
Yeah, two showers hold. This is correct.
When you win, it's over. So you cannot win.
You cannot win
until
now.
he get a spin. You know.
No,
You cannot
actually,
win.
he have more chance if he win now.
Yes, because if I play after 2-2, you're not gonna play the same.
Oh, the case queen.
No
Oh my, the last queen in the deck.
That's not true, bro.
Bruder.
Give me two shacks now, or I
No,
lose.
Shack 10.
Oh yeah, shack 10, yeah. Okay.
Oh, wow. Wait a second.
One time.
Wait a second.
One time.
Hey man,
Why?
Because you lose.
it's over.
But if there is...
It's not over.
because
Can he
he
find the
makes
king?
full house.
Ah, okay.
It's not a king.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
a win for Nossi. A second
King's
win, in
was coming.
fact.
Hey, bro.
And with
The
every
King's
win, there
coming.
is a spin. Let's pass it down to Mr. James Hardigan so he can spin that wheel for
I'm so sad, but
Nossi.
it's okay.
Hey, it's not over, man. We have another.
Yeah, but you're gonna
Another
take the
win, another
2K.
You
spin,
know,
baby.
every win
Is as a spin.
James Hardigan, ladies
Come on,
and gentlemen.
James. I'm not lucky on this
Now
one.
it's like I think,
Yeah.
man.
So, I mean, I think it's 100 for sure.
You think 100?
That I win not to lose, win the last one? Or it's 2,000 here?
I would like that you win 2,000.
Come on. I'm happy we spin twice. We were thinking we can spin once, you spin a second time.
Another win for Nossi. So now 2-2-0.
But it's not okay.
It's not over.
It's not over. It's not over. But you do realise now it's practically sudden death. These guys are now on the verge of victory.
Exactly.
Right?
I have to win it now.
Last chance saloon. We'll call it that.
Exactly.
Okay, fine.
Exactly.
But yes,
But I'm
you're
still
not
happy.
wrong,
Still
Nossi. You do get to spin.
Come on, take the
So
2,000.
let's see what you win.
Come on, get to 2,000.
2,000.
Come on. Come on.
2,000.
If it's 100, we split. Huh?
I think it's 200. I think it's 200.
I think it's 500.
I think it's 200.
No, it's 2,000.
I want the 2,000. Whoa, it's still in the game, man. That's the thing. It's still in the game.
That's right. The 2,000 euros is still in play. But another 100 to add to your prize money.
Thank
Another
you.
win to add to your tally.
Thank you. It will be a great night.
I have no doubt that you will put that money to good use.
Yeah, I will.
I've seen your streams.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Okay.
I'm actually happy how I played. I made mistakes with the joint, but the place was okay.
This game, you have to win.
Okay.
Okay, the bottom on 3,
You have to win. It's like
this is
and
all
big blind 12.
Excuse me. All the people in the room are not agree with you, I guess. all the people in the room are like, come on,
I know. All right, thank you very much, James.
You have
Back
to win
to
twice.
the top guys. Blinds 10-20, 500 starting stacks. All three players
40.
back in the game. Just a note here: Papo or Nossi, one win away from victory and going into the finals, which will also be played this evening. Believe it or not, there's still another flight after this for round one, and then round two, which will be our final game in the final table. So good luck, everybody. Luti has yet to put anything on the board yet, but let's play this one out and see who's going to take it down.
Yeah, he was very unlucky there.
Thanks.
Young Luti got it in ace-10 v Queen-Jack for the win.
He did indeed.
Then gets kind of coolered, right? Heads up, King, Queen v Queens.
I would say that's
be
two
done.
coolers, really. I mean, like, you know, he
Huge
did something
coolers,
good, and
for
then
sure.
it's a kind of a suck up. It was 60-40, probably.
So much fun.
And then the King,
It was a
Queen,
good one,
Queens is
actually. We
huge
have a lot of
cooler
tips
at
with the
that
7. Even the head with the fact you have a queen and there is already 3 queens in our hands. Like the probability are kind of low.
Big blind 10, big blind 20.
So Papo or Nossi,
let's go.
Favorites to advance.
Let's speed.
Luti with a lot of work to do. Stranger things have happened, of course, especially in this kind of turbo-y shallow format.
Yeah.
Don't rule him out just yet.
I call.
6 call, 40.
Papo comes in for a raise.
40, yeah.
From the button, makes it 40. Luti's in there with the suited 8-9. Nossi's going to take the price with a pretty nasty looking 10-5 off.
What does it mean?
It means
Not nasty
like
anymore,
2B
Nick.
can come.
Top and bottom for the German.
2 check. 3 check.
Yeah, absolutely. Does Papo want to fire at this one, or is he going to take a free card?
60?
Goes for half pot.
But 60.
Yeah, pretty aggro.
2 call.
Well then.
Okay, Luti calls.
Good.
Playing it slow, I think maybe a little check raise by Nossi would be nice here in a multi-way pot, just to try and get a little bit more in the middle.
Okay.
I agree with that. Oh, but it might work out perfectly. Really sick spot. 300 out there.
Oh, wow.
Wow, look at this.
Look at this. The Oscar goes to... We weren't going to give it to Rory, but...
60 bet 1.
Okay, gonna lead. Oh, Papo hates it. Thing is, right, you only beat a stone bluff here.
Papo is actually one of
don't
these
beat
guys.
value.
He's so
Something
sick at
you've
reading
never
live
seen
tells
before.
as well, so he knows that
Like
little
all of my
well up
plays.
right there was supreme strength.
Yeah. Well, you just never beat value here, right? There's a lot of king, queen, king, jack out there.
The cameras are out for...
Papo's going to find a fold here.
This is really
He's
bad.
going to find a sick fold.
Maybe you have a king, huh?
Oh,
no! Trust yourself.
Oh, no.
Papo, believe in yourself.
Oh, is he going to bluff now? This would be outrageous.
See?
2 check.
Checks.
Nossi hates this run out. Yeah.
3 check.
All in.
He does!
Oh.
He finds the bluff! What a sick play from Papo. Actually, super sick find.
Yeah, this is pretty mad.
Nobody bluffs here. It's almost
Right.
impossible to be bluffing.
Really so stupid move.
That's your fault. You put the 100 for no reason.
The rub down from the player who folded.
This is a bleak spot. I mean, what do we beat, Nick? It has to be something like a 9 or a 10 turned into a bluff. You wouldn't expect Papo to turn a king into a bluff in this
I think
spot.
we have something like
Most of them have a
King
straight
9,
attached, right?
King 5.
He just called his hand.
He did call his hand.
He said, I think you have something like 10-9, 10-5.
Well, what will you have? Like, which jack do you have?
Jack 9, Jack 10, Queen Jack, Jack 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to...
The only real bluffs are 7-8, right?
That's true. That's true.
my card.
I love how he finds a bluff here. It's so easy just to get to show him a top pair. Oh my days.
That's an unreal good bluff.
That is so sick. Very
Beautifully
nice.
played.
Yeah.
And you?
I don't have a Jack. I have King 8. I turn in bluff my hand.
Tells the truth.
I got a 9.
No, but nice bluff.
Yeah.
Very nice bluff.
Yeah.
Scheiße.
He thought he had the booba.
No, I played wrong. You know, I played wrong.
You think the 100 was the 100
I
was?
think it's right.
Here's a look at our chip count. So right off the bat, hand number 2, Papo up to 890 chips.
Yeah, of course.
Like perfect.
Down to half starting.
He saw it, he took it. Yeah, that was a good call. I mean, I can't.
Two pass. C'est all in.
You already leave me alone?
No, I'm still here.
Nossi finds the open jam.
I made a mistake with 10-5, right? 10-5.
No, I think you played it right. It was double par on the turn or on the flop?
Flop.
Yeah, maybe raise on the flop.
Yeah, I agree.
But
You know, it's like mate hand. You know, it's like
It's a good hand to slow play heads up.
there's nothing dangerous.
Top and bottom, almost always in theory land, but not three ways.
As soon as you have 2 customers, you know you're
flop.
probably going to get called at least 1 spot, if not 2. So it's just so juicy to put more chips in, even if you are telegraphing a little bit.
Sure.
I'm still in the game.
Yeah.
Blind be blind. Yeah, Papo obviously playing out of range here, but he just knows he's not going to get that much pushback from Luti unduly without, you know, pretty hand like Queen Jack suited, for example. But he's sneaking in there with a wider range of limps, and that's something that as spin players we do a lot of. When we've identified somebody we don't really know that well, we can probably assume they don't play as aggressively as some regs.
Yeah, but it was
I almost
like
never fold
on
any
flop.
hand if it's heads up.
Blind blind, yeah.
Blind on blind or
he
heads
wasn't
up.
gonna play this.
Almost never fold.
Yeah, maybe I
Perfect
didn't.
adjustment.
Flop, nothing.
I should have all in pre-flop for sure.
15, 30.
Against the best players, you have to start folding some stuff though, or you'll get spanked.
You just bleed too much. Calling and folding in spinning goes can be a death sentence, but it's a death by 1,000 cuts, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
I like it.
So Papo, pocket tens.
Potential
16?
trouble for Luti.
I call.
Okay, finds discretion, just calls. Could have jammed there for sure, Nick, in my eyes, with the ace-4 suited.
Yep, I think that's a pretty good standby default if you want to go there. Any suited ace probably.
But
I would always
it's
jam
really
against,
very
especially
tight.
against Papo.
Oh, yeah.
I think we have like a good temperature.
Yeah.
Right?
Jack deuce.
Tens are good. They can't know it. Luti finds the lead. Papo's gonna have full tens. Very nice.
Yeah, that's an interesting and unusual way to play it. But Queen Jack deuce getting the lead, you're just feeling awful about the underpair.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Not a theoretical play, but got the job done.
It doesn't matter.
Timing is everything.
The job done.
He's got heart, Luti. Right, he's shown a lot of heart in these battles. I don't think he's been outmatched.
I think there's a chance Luti might be shoutcaster.
Yeah. I mean, granted, he's the only shoutcaster I know, but he's number 1
and to play well as well.
in my eyes.
Former Rocket League caster turned streamer, known for his high energy and improvisational. I can't say that. Improvisational
So I'm gonna raise.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's much like yourself, Nick. High energy, improviser.
High energy and riffing 24/7.
I'm gonna follow the all-in.
Oh,
I'm gonna follow the all-in. I'm gonna call the all-in.
It's like a new expression.
I'm gonna
I like this.
I'm gonna follow the all-in.
I'm gonna follow the
I'm gonna follow all.
Oh, you're good.
He does raise call. He's got it in great shape.
Yeah.
Come on, Luti.
Come on, Luti.
Man, this is.
He deserves to win one.
He's earned at least one win.
He has earned
It's
at
not
least
gonna
one.
be enough. I hope so.
But hey, sometimes I'm
But
lucky.
you wins the last one with this kind of stuff. So.
Der braucht auch einen Spin. Will ich? Ich weiß, aber ja.
Ich weiß, aber.
Eieiei.
5 tray 8.
Nein, entspannt,
Safe
entspannt.
so far for the Frenchman, who looks to see off Nossi. Fading sixes.
You can tell when Nossi isn't feeling it. He's already checked himself out of his head.
His favorite card does arrive on the turn though. 7 of spades turns an open ender.
What's the worst for me?
Don't do it to him. They can't do it to him again.
No.
5 is good.
9,
It's
4,
over.
6.
It's already over now.
9, 4, 6, you lose.
6.
Yeah, okay,
9,
okay.
4, 6.
Over. Declared.
You need a deuce, jack, king, queen,
9, 4,
10.
6.
That's all for you.
3 of clubs on the
Nice
river.
to
Nice
I
hold
know.
for
I want to play a
Luti.
game, one more game with you after. I want to play another game. And not winning for me and winning for us.
He wants to follow your lead.
Exactly, I want to follow you.
Pretty curious situation now that Nossi is massively in Luti's corner because he knows if Papo wins,
but now we know why I'm not playing
this heads-up battle, then it's all
because
over.
everybody will be pissed off if I say follow the all-in in the normal table.
I will follow the all-in. I liked him saying that.
And there's a chance you can win it.
So even Stevens going into the heads-up segment now. Nossi is eliminated from this spin. Still in contention for the win,
he wins 50 millions. I can win 2K,
please.
16.
16, not bad.
16.
Not in poker.
And earnings in rap battle, like earnings in just rap battle is good.
Not as good as poker.
Of course, but if you compare to a normal job, it's kind of okay?
Yeah, I used to live really good with my rap earnings. I mean, not for everybody, but for the top 3, 4 of each country, it's really well.
Limping a check pre.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Both players connecting here. Flush draw for Luti. Papo with the second pair. Missed a bet there, in my opinion. I think maybe Queen Nine's good enough to just bet flop here.
It feels to me like obviously he knows that he's going to have the best hand almost always, but maybe wants to just induce some nonsense from Luti, but maybe didn't want to induce 4x pot on the turn neck.
Maybe, yes.
Luti's found it.
It's sick because I have a really bad hand for call you, actually, but I think that you are bluffing. I think you are following your past strategy and scheme, like bet really big and get folds.
Is this really big?
Yeah, it's really big.
It's okay. For you who have 20 millions in your pocket.
Wow, you got the information.
You can stop and keep playing, because if you sham the river, I'm going to call
he
and
hasn't
you're going
announced
to
what
lose.
he has yet. That might be itself.
He's honest.
It's an advice. You sham, I call, you lose. If you sham, I call, you lose. Do whatever you want now. Check.
Yeah.
My
talks him into it
days.
as well. The speech play employed.
Hate to see it.
He's too good, this Papo. He's too good. He is la bestia del giro col.
Too big, you know?
Yeah, I know it was too big. It looks too much like a bluff when it's too big. My bad.
I feel like he just looked at his man and got him to talk to him and then said, right, I know I'm good. And then he talked him out of bluffing again.
Papo is actually super good at the live thing. And you see what he does? He's like, I want to fold, wait a second. And he looks into the ether and he goes, I have a sneaking suspicion you might be bluffing. You did this before. Oh, okay, nailed it. And then talks him into the check on the river. No hard decisions.
That was pretty bossy.
Pretty bossy. So that will be a pretty big exchange there. 35 big blinds for Papo now to 15 for Luti. Giving Papo the lead at this point. Talk about ramping up the variance. What were we saying about that when you feel outclassed?
Right.
Ramp up the variance.
Yeah. King Jack, race to 200, takes it down. But yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea for Luti.
Yeah.
You know, if he has like a marginal hand that he's not too sure how to play, let's play it aggressively.
Sure. Yeah, and as we get shallower, obviously just more pushing becomes accidentally good, even if you don't know the range very well.
Right.
A lot of the times players will be like, you know what, it wasn't sure what to do, so I shot, then it will be right there in the push-fold range, no problem, as we get shallow.
I'd always rather take the aggressive action if offered. Right, if you think back through your poker life, you know, you never really regret the times that you punted it. Like you do a little bit, but the times that you bled to death, or did a weak fold, right, where I knew you had it and I folded. They're the ones that keep you up at night.
I think back so wistfully to those days when there was still some mystery left in the game.
Tomorrow you're going to show everyone all about the mystery.
Yeah, it's a mystery. This guy is anything to do with
La bestia de Misterio. That's you, Misterio. I've decided.
All right, Papo's going to win this one as well.
But also, you know, just think here from that standpoint, I think that Papo will just chip Luti down unless he fights back.
No, and look, this is not a criticism of Luti
at
all, because
he's done amazingly.
It takes people so long to learn how to play heads up, even if they're very experienced in other aspects of the game. And we're seeing this as it's a textbook example of your heads up and you're not playing enough hands. You can't win. It's impossible to win if you don't play enough hands, and that's not. What's the word? Hyperbole. That's not hyperbole. That's literally true. It's impossible to win long term if you're not playing enough hands, because you'll bleed too quickly and you're not acquiring enough chips.
Yeah, a bit of flick.
All right, so heads up. Those are the chip counts. Luti now, I would say, on the ropes. 11 big blinds though, so not out just yet. Still very doubleable.
Yeah, really could do with finding a hand that pips Papo's in the next couple of deals. Bit of a body language tell there from Lutti. He gave it a look and a little grimace, but does get to see a free flop. Papo, as we expected, is going to VPIP as much as possible. Now then, can Lutti allow his man to bluff?
I was 50.
I think this is the problem. Nick, maybe not aware. Oh, but he's getting a float. Papo going to get disrespectful. It's not that unviable, to be fair. Backdoor straight and flush draws.
Yep.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
All in.
Putting him to the test. I don't think he thinks Lutti is as strong as he is, but it's so hard from Lutti's perspective now, without the experience, to know that this is probably going to be like the effective nuts against the shove on the turn.
He
Makes
did
the call.
find it. Well done.
Very good.
Yeah, Papo jams most of his ace-x pre at the depth. Well done, Lutti.
Nice call. A good
Papo has a lot of outs.
It's so random, but it can happen. It's 50-50. No
Fours and clubs.
Clubs. That's a lot of cards. 12 outs. One card to come.
24%.
Will Lutti be rewarded for finding
25% for me.
But you know, I got it. I'm so lucky when I'm in
He deserves to win this one.
You
He
know?
does.
If there's any justice.
If there's any justice in the world, you know there's none in poker. Let's see how it goes on the river.
Nice job anyway. If you win, I'm happy.
Look at this.
For
He's
you.
giving him the
If I win,
pre
it's not over, you know?
That is very
You're
high
putting so
morale.
much pressure. Just put
And
the card down.
the
No.
river dealer.
Play another time.
Yeah,
You
me
have to
too.
win.
Me too. I 25. The number says I'm gonna win. Come on, come on, come on.
It is. It's a club. There's no justice in poker. Lutti loses this one, and Papo wins the first round to go to the final, which is round 2. And that's not over. He goes on, but there is still a spin because there was a win. Let's go down to James Hart again. He can do the last spin of this table and this game.
It's so much funner when you go runner, runner. And you did it twice, and both times with clubs.
I'm so unlucky.
Congratulations to Papo MC, who'll be advancing to the final.
Hey. I was like...
Condolences to Knossi and Lutti.
Nice games.
But before we close things out here, there's one more thing to do. I just say it'll be very on brand for Papo to just bink the 2K after advancing to the final.
I mean, I spend a lot of money in shishas. I need, you know, each day like 300.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, yeah.
It's time to spin. Let's see what you win.
What do you think? 2,000.
You think 2,000?
Yeah.
And we split 2,000.
No. Okay. I have five shishas. It's okay.
And don't forget the other shishas you won earlier on as well.
It's like
And don't forget there's more chances to win prize money in the final, as well as a seat in the Spin and Go Championship Live. Congratulations. We'll see you later this evening.
Thank you so much. I love your voice, brother. I will love have a voice like yours. So powerful.
Hey, you're the rapper with a sexy accent. I'm the one who should be envious of you. So Papo joins Rory in the final. One more heat to play. And we are going to be featuring streamers from Italy, France, and Spain when the VIP spin-off continues.
All right, guys, short break. Back in 3 minutes.
After he bets 400,000 on the flop, if the guy's not continuing a made hand, it's going to be a big flush draw usually. King, queen of hearts, ace, queen of hearts, queen, 10 of hearts. Blocking all of those is taking a big chunk of his weak hands out now, and I think it's probably going to go check 25%, and then he's going to have to call one and just hope that the guy's trying to show down pocket tens, but I think that he's not going to call 2 bets unless a heart comes in.
Live by the trip jacks, die by the trip jacks.
Yeah, there is something very defining about that sort of irregular overbet, though. You know, you don't really expect a lot of calls from sixes. They might just say, okay, if you want this that badly, they would just fold. So it kind of, I feel like it defines this hand as, you know, a jack or hearts, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And you can kind of eliminate most of the pairs, I would say. Maybe not tens, but...
Yeah, and just for this stage of the tournament, I think a lot too much money's going in everywhere here. I think the flop C bet was too big. I think the turn bet's too big because you just want Eychenne, if he was bluffing, to have a hand like King of Hearts Queen or Ace 5 or something that you're going to be able to make fold with a very, very small bet. And when you're bombing it in like this again, you're once again kind of, like I said, especially with tournament pressures, you're just not really targeting anything except pocket queens, kings, aces, stuff like that. I think Eychenne's going to fold the river.
We've got 2.4 million in the middle, which is
huge pot,
which is equal to the second biggest stack at this table.
And I will say something to probably Caro's poker aptitude here is whenever he saw 400K and then the turn pairs a jack, he's like, cool, I'm going to stack pocket queens now.
Absolutely.
You know, he might have just said this guy's not bluffing anything here, and I'm just going to bomb it because he's not going to fold, which is probably just really smart.
All in.
Caro shoves, putting Eychenne all in for his last 1.5 million.
I think we could suggest that another bluff combo could be something like Ace 5 of clubs. But does that always just flat pre-flop? Does it call so quickly on the flop facing an overbet? Just feels like a jack or hearts, but man.
It's just one of those situations where their ranges are both so tiny at this point because 150% pot or 200% pot went in on the flop, then 70% pot went on the turn, that they're both like, okay, we each have like this many hands.
Yeah. I love this comment from Micro Stakes, who says this is the greatest 2007 hand of 2025.
Yeah, this is definitely I think he's just going to fold. I mean,
I think so too. Yep, does let it go.
I'd run out this time with the jack 2.
Nice bluff to show.
To be fair, as insane as it sounds, I think he could have folded to 700K on the turn because he's now no longer, Caro's no longer protection betting a hand like pocket tens, like we were saying. If he's betting 700K, he's saying I have a jack or better.
Right.
And generally, if he's called the flop for 400,000, other than Ace 5 suited with a backdoor, like
it's just a jack. It's just a jack, like so often. Yeah.
Well, we.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. This is an icy cold decking. Trips for Foggin. No good kicker. Trips for Peneda. Very good kicker. There are some ways that Foggin doesn't go broke here. Or get stacked at least.
It looks like he's open king queen in the small blind flatted too. So
very under-repped here.
Yeah, you basically just assume you have the nuts unless you lose to pocket sevens.
3 of diamonds on the turn. No help for Foggin. 380,000 in the middle.
Fork.
It's not going to take much to get Peneda all in by the river. Foggin does go a little over half pot. Peneda calls. 800,000 in the middle, just over that left in Peneda's stack. River. It's a jack of diamonds, so it does come running diamonds.
Yeah, that's mildly scary for sure for Foggin.
Yeah, I mean, Foggin has to imagine, I think he's not going to get value from a hand like eights here anymore. Queen Jack is now filled up. If, you know, Peneda was flatting pre with ace 10 or ace 10 of diamonds, for instance, it's now gotten there.
Ace 7 of diamonds, even 7-6 of diamonds, maybe something loose. Yeah, this is a really gross spot. I think it's actually quite close to a check.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, sure, your opponent can have, you know, Queen 10 of hearts here or whatever. Can Foggin find the check? Very difficult.
No.
Very strong hand.
This is a cool size. Looks like he's going to bet like 5 into 8. I think even smaller could be cool. 565.
Added a little extra there at the end, but a little mustard on top. 565 is the bet to Peneda.
Peneda saying, "What is this run
Yeah,
out?"
he's not actually that thrilled here, but he's obviously too high up in his range, I think. But
Peneda calls. Foggin's going to be a little surprised.
Wow.
Containing it well.
I think that's much closer than it looks. Like Griffin was saying, I mean, really only Queen X of Hearts, which if you're opening under the gun, like what's he really calling in the small blind? Queen 9 of Hearts maybe probably just folds.
Yeah.
Queen 10 of Hearts, so there's one combo of a hand that you're getting value from that, is a pretty easy call, and then everything else is, they either have to hero call you with like 9s with a diamond, or you're running into better.
We're about to see a re-raise, and we're about to see an all-in, and we're about to see McEwen most likely busting unless he can pull off a unlikely escape act. There's just nothing he can do. He's got ace-king suited. He's got 20 big blinds.
Goodness gracious, what fireworks.
When I've got ace-king suited here and I see someone going for the mini tree bet of 20 big blinds, I'm so excited because I'm like, well, I've got an ace. He can't have aces. I've got a king. He can't have kings. I'm gonna get a easy pickup here. They're gonna be re-raising and folding.
Drooling. Oh my goodness, we have a third hand in the mix.
This is quite interesting because this is actually a pretty standard put it in the bin. And I'm not just saying that because we can see aces, because you gotta, the way we're going to see re-raises on the button here is with a very, very polar range. So it's either going to be aces, it's going to be kings, or it's going to be something like ace-5. When you put in 9s, you are entirely dead versus the value. So like what you want to do here is have a suited ace yourself if you're going to semi-bluff, so to speak. I'm not saying you want to bluff at all in this spot, but I would much prefer, if I believe that this player is getting out of line, just have ace-jack suited here. I would fold that, but I would prefer have that hand because, again, if Houghton puts this in against the value, he is just dead. Like, done. I feel like he'll sniff this out. It's not a fun spot, right? You've got 20 big blinds. You just had ace-3 suited, blind versus blind. You were put in a really tough spot. You made a tough fold, and now 2 hands later, or the very next hand, he was in a big blind. Yeah, the very next hand, he's got 9s with 20 bigs, and there's just action. And sometimes you can feel like the world is against you, and you're getting these tough spots, but it's a good fold. It's a good fold.
Well done folding the 9s. Let's see if anybody else going to come up. Nope, back to McEwen. All you can eat.
Oh, that's a good fold from me then.
Houghton congratulating himself.
I always flop a set though.
Houghton bracing himself to see that 9 on the
From
flop.
the 5 cards, I'll have the winning hand. Bite me in the ass.
This is the real British outlook on life. You know, we can't just enjoy we've made the good fold. We got to kind of hope for the pain. You know. All right, ace,
We've all
king,
got the
and
same
big
stack,
trouble.
all 3 of us.
Can McEwen make good on that 11% equity? Pull off the hero.
What life?
Okay. 10,000 more.
We're being told that we have lost a player, so no matter what happens on this table, we will have a broken table at the conclusion of this hand.
7, 8, 9. I got 1
Ooh,
million.
1 spade on the flop.
Yes.
Scary window card to see with the ace is the jack of spades.
10 of hearts, I'm fine.
And with the deuce on the turn, it is all over for McEwen. He is going to finish in 24th place.
Nice.
Hi. Yes.
Well done to the Englishman.
I think that was your fellow countryman, no?
He's flying the...
In my...
His flag's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he's an American. Well,
You would have
God bless America.
You would have rooted for me a little bit harder, wouldn't you?
I would have. I'm an absolute loyalist.
I am very unprofessional when it comes to an Irish man deep in an EPT. I'll be fully on board. Caro coming after Houghton here with the ace-9, and really tough spot. I would, even though I can see that Caro's ace-9, I'm still folding ace-jack here.
No, I had a very similar situation in MTT poker. The very first year of playing tournament poker, I had 2 large 5-figure scores. I finished second in 500K guarantees within 6 months of each other.
And you were like, this is poker.
Yeah, I'm like, well, it'll just always be this way, yes.
No, it's quite difficult. Last year I had a big run in Barcelona, not in a main event, but with a lot of money up top in the mystery bounty. I think it was 350K and I got 3rd place, and like I really loved that and enjoyed that moment, whereas I think when you're younger it gets lost a little bit. Houghton might feel like he's been played at and decide to make a stand here, but we're playing big, so he's got he's going to see a flop. Okay, so this is complicated with ace-jack, just because Caro is going to bluff him here a lot with a lot of suited ace-x, and for me, even though... Oof. Oh, nasty work. Nasty work.
Top pair versus the flopped nut flush, also known as the stone nuts.
Yeah, we're going to see Caro bet extremely small here, if bet at all. I would guess we see something in the region of 75. I can't bet that. I guess I can. 75K.
Yeah, and Houghton with just leaving himself 15 big blinds behind.
What a flop for the ace-9 of diamonds. Caro might be tempted to check this specific hand, even though generally he would just want to bet really small with all of his hands here. It's funny that the check actually might cost him, because if a 4th diamond was to roll off, it'd be big trouble. Impossible for Houghton to get away from this, but if I'm in this hand, say I got here, well, say ace-jack suit, ace-jack of spades or whatever, all sorts of alarm bells are going off for me when someone checks this flop. There's just you don't need to check. You just bet really small, because you'd expect Houghton to have suited hands that are either going to be flushes or auto folds. You know, if he's king queen of spades, we only have to bet 1 big blind with range to make him fold it. So, the way he's rubbing his chin. I'd be so scared.
Looking like the Count of
he's got a
Monte
tough spot.
Cristo over there.
When you check back this flop, you can't have a tough spot, because it's either you give up or you've got the nuts. You know, you've got jacks or you've got a flush. You know, hilarious that he has a flush and trips. It's the only hand Houghton could potentially get paid off here that would maybe make sense is if like Caro had 10s with no diamond, because that's the only kind of hand that is like, oh well, I don't benefit so much from betting, you know. But with 40% of the pot left and top pair, I think Houghton's just going to be all in here, and there's just nothing he's going to be able to do. It would be an insane soul read if he gets here with ace-jack and somehow does not put in his final 11 bigs. You just have to try and consider what you can get called by. Like, do you think ace-king or ace-queen with a diamonds checking back on the flop?
All in.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. GG, mate.
Gonna be lights out for Houghton here, finishing in 20.
Turn your cards over quickly. You've got the nut flush, mate. That's, come on. You block the trips.
And trips for good measure.
Again.
Put the man out of his misery
Nice
and
catch.
just turn it over immediately. Come on.
Foggy, get the lot.
Go game, bro.
Yeah?
Unlucky, man.
Houghton going to be taking home 46,000 euros for his 22nd place finish here. Well done and good game.
Houghton had
Englishman running
a
deep.
bunch of tough... I've only been here for less than 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And Houghton had the toughest spots on the table by far.
The microphone,
he had
yeah.
The nines and the cold
the
4-bet
nines, he had the
opportunity.
ace-3 of diamonds. I wonder when people take their time. Maybe it's just such a big spot. He believes, why not take an extra 30 seconds? I don't want to get it wrong. But for me, I would just be so paranoid that I might get called a bit wider if I use a time bank.
All right, he is going to put them in the middle. Triangle for Gattuso. Will anybody wake up with a hand to call? Oof! Misha's gonna think about it and get the hand with pocket sixes. He would be in a bad situation. Would he call?
I don't think he'll call sixes, and it's easy to say that looking at sevens, but he'll, if it was like 300k or something, sure. But it's an almost 10 big blind shove. You still have 3 more players behind. I would be surprised to see sixes called here. Maybe from the blind. Okay, he's gonna call.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, it's you know, it's a spot where everyone would call a couple of pairs higher, but it's you know, it's whatever.
It's close. 5s and 4s definitely in the mucks. 6s, 7s, 8s. We're thinking about it.
Yeah. Maybe him using the time bank got him called. You know, I was like, why would you use time bank? You might get called a bit wider, but he did get called a bit wider, and it's worked out well for him. Gattuso's operating on the level I can't comprehend. He's got me.
All right. Well, Misha's going to be quite a dog going to the flop here. Gattuso an 80% favorite to double up. King 9 tray. No help yet for Misha's.
I had a 6. I'm not pretty good.
Ace on the turn. Only 2 outs remaining to eliminate Gattuso. Deuce on the river going to secure the double up for Gattuso, who is now going to spin back up to nearly 20 big blinds here at the tail end of this level. Second level of the day. Again, we're going to be playing 5 levels today, y'all. In the event we get down to 12 players or less, we might stop a little bit early. So that would be the event that we don't complete all 5 levels, but do anticipate that 5 levels of play today.
After the break. Thank you.
And this is the floor coming over to let the players know that they are no longer going to be the feature table at the beginning of the next level. We are going to be seeing a new cast of characters here when we come back from the break.
Mi hermana vive aquí en Barcelona. Malta hay mucho español también. Hay mucho sí, y también mi novia es colombiana. Entonces tiene sentido.
Brzezinski showing off a little bit of his multilingual talents. It's a great thing about being in Europe. You never know.
Not with Irish and English people though.
Are y'all as bad as Americans? You're
can
English
just,
only?
At least you guys can enunciate all your words correctly and people can understand you, but people don't even think English is my first language. Oh, Marc is all in with ace-10 suited, and Peneda is not going to be folding ace-queen. This is an unfortunate time to pull the trigger. Might ask for a count, but ain't going to be folding ace-queen suited. Marc Foggin is going to need a 10 or some hearts, or he is going to be out in 18th place. What a huge pot. 2.7 million chips. Talk about money just in pots. This is just worth so much.
Goodness gracious. 55 big blinds here in the middle. All right, King of Diamonds, 3 of Diamonds, 10 of Spades.
It is a post-flop flip. What an insane flop. Marc has got to avoid half the deck to hold.
Yeah, domination rotation, ace-10 out front, but lots of outs here to dodge. 3 of Spades, safe on the turn for Foggin to double. He will need to fade all the diamonds, a jack and a queen to survive. 10 on the river, but it's a diamond, but that boats up Foggin. So Foggin is going to secure the double here. He now is sitting on 2.76 million chips. And we're going to get a little sneak peek at those baby blues and a little smile here. What a day.
I didn't realize that he won. I was just so concentrating on not seeing a diamond, I didn't even know that the board was paired. What an insane river card for Marc Foggin with 18 players left in the EPT.
So Tobias getting a little out of line with Queen Jack suited. Weber folds King 10 of hearts. Caro with Ace King.
It's kind of an interesting holding to go after a player who covers you. Maybe he doesn't feel Caro's going to 4-bet bluff him enough, therefore he'll get to see the community cards without too much risk of, you know, raise folding. I'd probably just try. Okay, so again, if he also feels if Caro's going to flat hands like this, it gives you an opportunity to go post flop. It's a really, really, really difficult spot for Ace King. Like you just mentioned, these players are 80 big blinds deep. Like you cannot really just shove.
What a disaster it would be, right? To
yeah.
Get it in against kings. Blockers aren't real. Top pair for Leknes. Ace King shrivels up in value.
I actually thought they were 40 big blinds deep when I started talking about the decision to re-raise with Queen Jack suited, and I realized that it's 4 million chips. Not
That's
4,
right.
You know, simple brain. I saw the 4 and I thought it was 40 bigs, but yeah, they are very, very, very deep here. So completely different.
No, the effective stack is 74 big blinds. And we've got a 10 on the turn, which is still a pretty decent card for Tobias.
Yeah, I mean, would expect Caro to mostly still check here, and Tobias then start to feel a little bit more comfortable, especially with the backup gut shot where he can start betting reasonably large. Not huge, you know, he's not going to start bombing in trying to play for stacks with Queen Jack or anything like that, but he's got to feel quite confident that he has the best hand. Some King Jack, some Ace Jack might not want to bet the turn, but...
Lazy Sloth on YouTube is also a lazy listener. This player is too tight. How don't you 4-bet? You can do this move with ace or kings, not with ace king. Come on. Well, if you're listening, Lazy Sloth, we mentioned that these stacks are really, really big, and you don't necessarily want to get 80 big blinds in pre-flop with ace king offsuit.
Very complicated. Every player is guaranteed, what, 55, 60,000 euro right now? There's 1.4 million for first, and you're out of position with ace king.
It's 61,000 right now.
Caro considering, does he need to bluff here? I would honestly expect him to win against ace queen a lot as played here. Of course, we can see that's not the case. So I wouldn't be bluffing if I had ace king here. I would take my medicine and lose occasionally. Maybe lose against like an ace 8, more likely, or... He is going to bluff though. I just don't see a world where we could ever see Queen Jack fold for the size. I would expect a snap call, to be honest.
450,000 is like a quarter of the pot. And Leknes does make the call. Gonna rake a 2.2 million chip pot with top pair. And more importantly, is gonna send Sergio Carro down the leaderboard, who actually, to be honest, is still 5th in chips, but now has 67 big blinds as opposed to 80.
Tobias once again going to start the action here with the suited ace.
Yeah, and so far, you know, all of his opens have been reasonable, even despite the fact that Suarez is to his direct left. You know, most of the time you are going to be tightening up when you do have the chip leader to your direct left, but nothing that we've seen from Leknes pre has been out of line. It's just that Suarez happens to be waking up with hands, which, you know, sometimes you are going to be rightfully sus, as Leknes might be in this exact situation, of the chip leader picking up so many big hands when it seems like it would just be natural that they're going to be more aggressive, that they might be finding some more 3-bet spots. But, you know, it is just kind of unfortunate when the player with the biggest stack also has big hands.
It's got to be so hard to fold ace-4 suited when you're wearing a BBZ poker sweater.
Am I going to practice what I preach here?
Certainly could just make it 1.3 here. Too many chips, of course, to just shove over this open, especially with the ICM considerations. Oh my gosh.
He does it!
How much is that?
Oh no,
he is going to get the
like
count. It is 4.735 million, which, as we just stated, that's an average stack right now.
Gotta practice what you preach. I didn't think he'd pull the trigger, but that's, yeah, I mean, that's what, 50, 60 bigs?
Yep.
Right? 60 big blinds, yeah.
Just shy of 60, yep.
Wow, this is, you know, obviously this is a spot that Leknes has surely studied and understands that this is, you know, one of the options you can have, but man, this feels like a bit much, Maria.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand. Okay, I was going to say, I understand the time that Suarez is taking, but surely you don't think someone's nutted here if they just reshove 60 bigs into your 3-bet, but I don't know. I feel for Leknes, though.
Absolutely. We are now facing a chip leader pot situation. 9.67 million in the middle. Leknes, a huge underdog to Suarez's ace king.
I'm very lucky, guys.
Tobias warning them that he is lucky. Ace on the flop.
I'm not sure if I wanted that flop. Yeah.
You guys think this spot is
yeah.
one-time worthy? Like, let's say you had it saved up. Would you use it here?
Oh, I think you got to pull it out.
Probably
13 left. You got 2 chances to hit one of 3 4s.
The turn is a 5 and the river is a 6 and an 8, so now win.
Oof, king on the turn. Gonna be the swan song for Tobias here.
A pleasure playing with all of you. Good luck.
He is gonna finish in 13th place and cash for 85,000 euros. Congratulations to the Norwegian player on this deep run here on day 5 of Barcelona Main Event.
Well, hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from Barcelona 2025, day 5. And here's the top 5 coming at you. Anton Suarez, that's a pretty big chip lead. 15 million in chips? Is that a typo? Last level of the night about to get underway. Blinds at 50,000, 100,000. We might see an appearance from the human calculator. These are the chip stacks of the 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. See, they skipped the number 4. That's unlucky in Chinese culture. 6 people at this feature table and 6 people at the other table. And man, oh man, are we getting close to this. Not going to happen tonight because we're going to stop play, I believe, if we get down to 11 players or if we finish out this one last level. But tomorrow, we crack the top 10 payouts. We have reached the 6 figures at this point because 11th, 12th, no, we haven't cracked the 6 figures. 12 still pays 85,000, so we will have to wait till tomorrow for the 6-figure payout. I am Joe Stapleton. She is Maria M. Ho.
Hi.
Hello there, Maria. It's just me and you for for the final level. Are you okay with that? There's no buffer. No one to protect you from Uncle Daddy.
You know, I haven't seen you for so long that I'm actually starting to miss you.
What? That's insane. You must really need someone to pay for dinner.
100,000.
You said it, not
ante
me.
Of 100,000. Dealers, please begin to deal.
I don't like that voice. I mean, I really like that voice, and I feel like my job's in jeopardy. And I would prefer that they not let Sarah make those announcements anymore because she sounds a lot better than I do. Action back underway. Ionita, hey, it's the year of Romania. This is Stefan Sebastian Ionita. Yes, Maria.
Don't you think it's awfully convenient that you just always seem to be on comms for, you know, these levels? The 100K big blind level seems a little sus to me.
It's in my human calculator contract. Action on this Foggin guy in the small blind. He folds. Raise and take it under the gun steal. You know who taught me how to do that?
Who?
Maria M. Ho.
Yeah, remember how you used to be like, should I just be like raising my premium hands from early position? I was like, maybe add a couple more hands into that mix.
Do you remember you gave me a piece of poker advice, I think before we were like ever actually really talking poker. We were playing at a table together, and I did something at the table, and you went, were you just trying to, and I went, yeah, and you were like, oh my God, lol, that's so cute. And I remember I like flatted with jacks in some like sit and go tournament, and you were like, were you waiting for a safe flop with jacks? And I was like, yeah. And you were like, oh, that's so adorable, but wrong.
But I feel like, you know, that was old Joe. The Joe that I've been seeing on streams and stuff, he's really been mixing it up.
Yeah, I definitely...
Like you're learning.
I have learned a little bit here and there. I still don't have quite the trigger pull that I need to have. Like, you know, like level 1 of a tournament, I'm not ripping it in with 10s in some spots where I probably should. Not level 1, but let's
Are
say
you 3
early.
betting with King 10 off from the small blind against a button open?
No, I don't think I am. I think I'm probably just... Oh, wait, hold on. I guess a button open? Sure. Sometimes. Player dependent.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
good enough for me.
No,
Definitely can mix that in.
Yeah, we can mix that in every once in a while. Now, I don't know if I would 3-bet Marc Foggin. But now that he's shown me that he'll fold ace-7 of spades, and yes, I might, actually. Never mind. He is on the 3-bet list.
Yeah, I know. You didn't play yet? This is your first time?
Yes, my first time on feature.
I remember my first time on a feature table. Maria Ho told me I was playing adorably.
Everybody has been
bad.
I feel like the first real tournament where we got to talk a lot of hands was Bay 101.
Yes.
Shooting Star.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Yes. And that was a
And that was like when I got some like real insight to like your mind.
Well, once I realized I could ask you any question I wanted, the floodgates really opened. I was not asked to be a shooting star this year. I wonder why. This is Yusef Zareg opening under the gun. King-Queen offsuit. Should get through to the big blind. Julian Peneda folds 9-4. Zareg with...
Yeah, last level we got to see, you know, the other table, and there were some really, really interesting pre-flop action. You know, some 5 betting, some clicking. And we'll have to see how this table approaches this situation where, you know, being able to just even say you made it to day 6 of an EPT main event is a huge deal. So although the final table would be a great goal for these players to have, there is still a little bit of cachet in being able to say I made it past today. And so we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if these players want to try to be the aggressive bully that we saw some of the other players at the other table do, or, you know, do they want to survive?
Speaking of aggressive bullies, I think Zavagnini would be a great casting choice for young Dexter.
Like, I know we don't do bad lookalikes of other poker players, but he also gives me, like, if Mario Mosbach and Fedor Holtz had a child.
We had Fedor with someone else yesterday, so I think a poker mashup is fine. As long as it's not just one poker player. So we have got a raise from Zavagnini, a call from Ionita on the button, Zereg. Oh my goodness, that's like the reg, but with a French accent. Zereg folds. Zereg re-raises. Domination situation headed to the flop. Queen high, yikes.
Uh-oh.
Ionita on the business end of a bit of a cooler.
Yeah, the good news is he does have Zavagnini covered, but the bad news is, you know, we're playing a 20 big effective stack size to start the hand. I have a hard time thinking you're going to not be giving him the full double here unless the run out comes terribly for the king queen.
Seven of diamonds on the turn after the bet of 150 is called.
Yeah, certainly want to be targeting, you know, other pairs like 8s, and I think 10s is probably going to want to get it in with you pre-flop, 10s plus, so not sure if that's in Anita's range pre, but certainly Jack 10 suited going to be in there. Certainly some ace highs, maybe some suited aces that called once on the flop. So it is interesting to see him take the check line here.
And allows Ionita to do some of the work for him. Get on top, honey.
Yeah, just about, you know, third pot, pretty small sizing given the texture of this board, which is quite coordinated.
Double paired board now. Zavagnini's kicker does still play.
Yeah, we do see that it is an SPR of sub 1 here, which is kind of what I was alluding to about when you start with 20 big blinds, you know, and you flop this well, you have such a strong hand, you certainly want to find ways to probably be getting most of the chips in the middle by the river, because you do end up with a stack to pot ratio where it would make sense. But because Zavagnini checked to Ionita on the turn, you know, it does create an interesting situation where maybe Ionita just goes, yeah, like a bit smaller is not going to put Zavagnini all in.
You need to bet 700,000. Zavagnini calls, and could have been worse, but as it stands, Zavagnini chips up to 38 big blinds. Ionita only down to 50. And that puts Foggin, Ionita, and Peneda all basically tied at 50 blinds apiece. All right, to be more specific, Marc Foggin's got 51.8 big blinds. Ionita, sorry, has got 50.7, and Peneda's got 50.6. So that's 1/10 of a big blind difference between Peneda and Ionita. And if you don't mind, the human calculator thing takes it out of me. I just got to take a quick rest.
What did you do on dinner break? Did you nap? Did you eat and then nap?
I found out there was an open bar at a party that I had access to, so I neither ate nor napped.
So you just right. Priorities.
I made it so that later I will both eat and nap. Queen Jack for this fucking guy. He folds. Garcia with 10 deuce. The Doyle Brunson. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Jack 10 for Ionita. And it looks like he's going to chase that last loss. You need to makes it 200,000. Zareg folds the hand. Ooh, and is gonna get involved with a Zavagnini again, dominated again. Stop doing this.
You know, sometimes there's just that one guy at the table that you can't beat.
Queen 6-5. Both players miss at least. At least it's not a value cut type situation. Zavagnini checks to the razor.
You do expect to see Ionita continue quite often here. You know, certainly has some backdoor straight possibilities, and just going to fold out a lot of the mediocre hands. Ace Jack, not mediocre.
Wow.
Not what? I would have most definitely peeled one with Ace Jack. But I do think that we are starting, I know it's a little early to judge, but I think we are starting to see how Zavagnini is approaching this tournament at this stage, right? Just proceeding with so much caution between the ace-queen hand, between this ace-jack hand, you know, looking to make it to the next day.
Yeah, wasn't sure in the one isolated incident about that sort of lack of aggression, but it does seem a pattern is developing, keeping it kind of passive. And Ionita is again going to be involved in a hand. This time, Garcia getting a little out of line with raising King 8 suited under the gun. Granted, we are 6-handed, so it's a little more understandable, but when the 3-bet comes hot on the heels of the under the gun raise, you can usually take it pretty seriously. It really is the year of Romania. Oh my goodness. Well, Ionita was on the business end of a cooler. This is arguably a much worse one. A lot more business could potentially happen, especially pre-flop. Foggin queens.
Yeah, started with about the same stack as Ionita. You know, obviously Garcia's in the mix still. Started with about 30 big blinds.
1.3.
Four bet, 1.3 million.
Yeah, and this is just gross because, you know, you did mention kind of the under the gun open and then the 3-bet against the under the gun open, but we also have to remember that since we are playing 6-handed, under the gun is technically low jack, so you really can't blame Foggin for going for the 4-bet here, despite all the action that he's seen in front of him, just feeling like queens is such a strong hand to have in this spot, and Ionita just really thinking like, if I 5-bet, is there any way he has any 4-bet folds, or do I just go for it? Do I just put the chips in the middle?
I mean, this is rarely, as you know from the big blind, going to be a bluff.
Yeah, and here comes the 5th bet, I believe. Or is it a call?
No, I think I heard something 0.1, so.
Okay.
Sounds like a 5-bet to me. The human calculator sometimes has to pull resources from his other senses, so my hearing is being drained at the moment. Seems like even the dealer maybe is not relaying it.
What a fogging gross spot this is.
Super fogging gross. I think Foggin can just fold it. I think he can just soul read here. 5-bet to 2.1. Not a very big 5-bet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, alarm bells have to be going off.
Foggin alarm bells.
You just really don't imagine that the 4-bet coming from the big blind is going to be very light here. It is so gross to have queens and 4-bet fold, but
nice.
He does.
Lay down. Nice Foggin lay down.
That deserves at least a golf clap, maybe some snaps.
No,
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, me too.
I am clapping. Not my hands, but, you know.
The cheeks.
All right, you didn't have to be so explicit. My God, you take it too far.
How the
You take it way
roles
too
have
far,
been
Marie. You're so
reversed.
gross.
Are you able to ban me?
No, you're all.
Do you have banning privileges for comms?
You're all I got. You're all I have.
You know, I'll just mute myself for the next minute as a timeout. It's fine.
Pocket fours for Peneda. Zareg. Fold jack 6. Foggin again with a beautiful fold. He was crushed. Ooh, ace 10 for Garcia in the big blind. Hello. Queen 7-5. Force still best. Peneda continues. 130,000 into 550.
Yeah, a little bit tricky to continue here with the ace 10. Not really a whole lot of backdoors in sight. Felt a little too ambitious.
There's one backdoor in sight. Me and my clapping. Yusef Zareg still the short stack at this table, still the one we would expect to be all in at some point. Lokesh says, how the hell in the world do they fold queens, man? They are too good of a poker player. I would agree. GC says correct play was to flat the 4-bet with aces, which is an amazing thing to say, being able to see all the cards and see what queens did.
Guys, Chat Pro Saturday is tomorrow.
Oh, I forgot. And guess what? James isn't on this at all. So I'm fully in control of whether or not tomorrow is Chat Pro Saturday. But Chat Pros are kissing our butts right now. These two commentators need a major raise. First time watching it, it's like a poker comedy show, lull. Stiffy, I would say this is probably like a 6 out of 10 for how funny things get. All right, we've got Garcia versus Ionita. King, Queen, 5. Gut shot to the nuts for Garcia. 10 high, the best hand. 10s and 9s live. Garcia bet. Ionita folds. Yusuf Zarek was in the big blind that hand, so he's dodged. Oh, no, wait, he's under the gun now, so he's got the big blind next hand with 13 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for him is that off of this stack right now, 13 bigs, he still does have fold equity, which is nice. You don't want people to already be committed to calling you before your chips go in. But also, the bad news is that you're just such at the mercy of the cards, and with these big stacks at the table, it's going to be so hard to find an unopened spot to you.
250.
Savagnini with ladies. Garcia with King 10 offsuit on the button. What do you do with this, Maria, on the button in position?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's going to be opponent dependent, right? There's going to be some situations where if your opponent seems to be opening at a high frequency, which might indicate they're opening too wide, maybe you might find some more 3-bets against that type of player. Or on the flip side, if they're a little more passive, like we've maybe seen out of Savagnini, you know, someone who might be playing a little snug, you might also be able to get away with some light 3-bets. But we do see him pass up on that spot, and it's Peneda who is going to lose some chips. I don't know how much. I mean, maybe take one off here on the flop and decide on later streets, depending on the run out, but still seems pretty safe for 9s.
Yeah, it does not seem that bad for 9s right now. 5 on the turn. Doesn't get worse for 9s, doesn't get better. Jan says Savagnini, Austin Powers look alike. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Sure, like if Austin Powers is actually good looking.
It's kind of interesting to see how Savagnini kind of approaches his hands. You know, we saw him be pretty cautious with top pair, top kicker, well, which was actually, I guess, 2-pair with queens and 9s. But here, you know, betting again, when your opponent in the big blind certainly can have trip 8s here, can have some ace-x, you know, you're really only trying to get value from flush draws when they call you on the flop. So, you know, sometimes you might see players check back a hand like queens, but here on the river, I do think because Peneda feels like he has enough showdown, he's not really trying to turn his hand into a bluff in this spot, so it goes quick, check, check.
Well, this has been quite the level for Savagnini.
Thank you.
Up to 44 big blinds, third at this table. Peneda now second, neck and neck with Savagnini, 46 big blinds, just barely ahead. Holy snikes. Outer table action. Joao Weber all in versus Thomas Eychenne. Weber shows aces. Eychenne shows queens. Weber is the player at risk, but is way in front. Didn't we just see this? I mean, it didn't go all in, but aces versus queens we saw. Oh, that is a queen on the flop. Payuk. We need an ace on the river or it's over. GG. Joao Weber got grilled. Smoked, charred, burnt to a crisp. Ace is cracked. Thomas Eychenne gets lucky. 2 outs. The Brazilian. Oh, Brazilian barbecue. Perfect for Joao Weber. That puts us at 11 players. Yeah, Eychenne taking it in, realizing how lucky he just got to knock out the 11th place finisher, excuse me, the 12th place finisher, who will be the last player in this event to not make 6 figures. Everyone now guaranteed 102,000 euros. Play has ended for the day. This fucking guy made it.
I was thinking of just calling, but I knew that.
The year of Romania made it.
Buona fortuna.
Buona.
Buona.
Umberto.
Hot Fred from Scooby-Doo made it.
Super. For you that he didn't show. A6 maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
No. This,
I think if I shove,
not maybe. Not maybe.
I'm sorry, Cesar Garcia. I don't have a bit for you, but you made it.
You're not a psycho. You know what I mean?
And the answer to the question, so is there a Mr. Carmen Sandiego? Come on, cut to Zurich. He's the only one we didn't show. Oh! Thanks a lot.
Okay, boss. Okay.
Anyway, not only are we back with the final. There he is. Is there a Mr. Carmen Sandiego?
Frérot. On n'est pas mort.
Zareg has also made it. Tomorrow, the Spin and Go Championship Live kicks off. The VIP spin-off is running right now on YouTube. So if you want to keep watching some poker, switch over to that other stream on YouTube. Andy PSX is playing against brand spanking new team pro from France, Julien Dupree. Jibs is his nickname. Giada Fang also in that 3-way match. She's one of our Italian EPT commentators. And the plan for tomorrow is that we are going to come back at the same blind level, 50K, 100K, with 70 minutes left to play. And we're probably going to play the full 5 levels tomorrow, even if we get down to 4 players. We'll just come back on the final day with 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that range. That's Sarah, by the way, the person whose voice puts us all to shame. I'm going to take this opportunity to say thank you to Maria Ho and see if she's got any parting words for us.
Just that I'm excited to see how this all shakes out tomorrow. There's some good players left and some really interesting play throughout the day. So I'm excited to be back. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here, Maria. Maria, are you are back with us, right?
That was stupid of me.
Yes, I am.
Fantastic, because Caitlin sounds real sick. I want her to stay home tomorrow. Home being relative. All right, let's have a look at the feature table chip counts. No promises that they'll be in this exact same spot tomorrow. We may switch it up. We may keep them. No promises. Yusef Zareg, the reg that everyone thought might go broke first, survives and made it to the 6-figure payouts. What 6-figure payouts, you may ask? These 6-figure payouts, except one of them isn't 6 figures at all. 7 figures up top, 2 commas. Everyone now guaranteed $102,000. But starting around 5th place, it starts to get real. Nearly $500,000 for 4th, $640,000 for 3rd, $900,000 for 2nd, and $1.4 million for the winner. Remember, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, at least not with the EPT. Go watch the VIP spin-off for the live Spin and Go Championship. That continues on YouTube right now. You can catch James Hardigan doing that. If you are dead set on watching only the EPT, you can join us again tomorrow at 12:30 local time, day 6. From 11 players down to question mark. For now, that's it from Barcelona. Good night.
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we controlling with aces. Now tie up your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living this, giving the chase this. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this grizzly, we got it to face this. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gon' stop and we living it up. I'm going through changes, living so dangerous. They saying he famous. I keep telling myself I'm the best with the aim. It's saying it's criminal, they do the minimal. I'm just a general, keep it subliminal. Break them the minerals, keeping it cynical. Keeping it moving in the speed of pinnacle. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gon' stop and we living it up.